Seductive and impeccable abuse. You do Well, hi! Guess who still doesn't have a transition? Boo! Jump scare! Well, my legs are back. And my hips sway again. And I'm no longer just a Discord Fugi screaming into the void. Captain. How's everyone doing? Happy Friday! Happy my birthday's Eve! A national holiday, I'm sure. Get her, goons? No! My goons are mine! And, you know, whoever wants to work for them. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That doesn't work. That's not working. None of that's working. Uh-oh. Shit, I just fixed this. Uh-oh. So everyone stop spending their points. Hold on. Hold on. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. Here, how many were there? Somebody count, and then I'll do that many. And in the meantime, I'll try and fix them. Cease gooning. Everyone stop gooning. We have a schedule to keep. $100 bugs, you lie. You lie as you breathe. Said I love you while scraping himself off the bathroom tile. He says it like a mantra. Like 15? That I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ow! Throw bug, ignore case, enter. Yep, should be working. But it doesn't. Hell. Fuck. Are you connected to Twitch? Log into Twitch.
Love you too. The answer back.
Cool. Now it might work. I don't know. Here, I'll test it for you so you don't gotta waste your points. Before you call me a scammer again. Ah! There it is. Oh, bye someone! Good seeing you! The goon mindset never ends, and I've always said that. I've always said that. Keep in mind, it did not count, nor will I be going back to count. You fiend. You fiend. Vapor! Damn. Jiggling. Jiggling out here. Crazy. Crazy word. I don't know why it's not working.
That's what you meant.
Why the chat box chooses not to show you. L. I don't know. Shit's still broken. It's not counting any of the things, which, you know, that's not ideal, but whatever. Guys, one janky mess at a time, huh? Wow, wow. Druid does squats on a cereal box. Damn, I knew Druid was short, but I didn't know she was a fucking leprechaun. I thought that was you, Spooks. Ah! Well, there you are. Never late. Never late. Great job. Great job, OBS. You're doing terrific. Thank you, Vapor, for subscribing. Thank you, everybody, for subscribing. You guys are bastards. Today is a Friday, which means normally we would be doing Skyrim. I can't make it work. Yeah. So, instead of that, I don't know what we're doing. But I did purchase a game that I've been itching to play. So, we're gonna have a little vote. We're gonna have a little poll. Our options are, and I'll be listing them as I write them. What play today? And the options are Red Dead Redemption 1, more Hades, Slave Aspire 2. I did buy that. 2. 4... Actually, I don't know other options. Let me look at... Ooh, I guess I can start Cyberpunk? That has nudity, but I bet it can be turned off. Maybe. What the fuck else do we have? I want to do Stardew Valley at some point, but I want to download mods for that as well. I don't know. Other things. What's the lesbian horror game that people love? Signalis. And we will set that up for 10 minutes. So older backshots sound like the skeletons from Minecraft. Grid? You out here boning? You out here rattling your bones and I wasn't invited? Fucked up. We have a vote for Cyberpunk. We have a vote for Red Dead. I see. I recommend the Nomad background. Yeah? Why do you recommend that? I have seen the intro once. I did start Cyberpunk and I did Nomad background. And I got to tell a cop to go fuck himself, so... I'd love to get boned, but bone. You, what? What'd I do? Oh, I wrote an L. That's not an I, that's an L. You fool. You idiot. You silly doofus. Guys, more votes. Guys, it's tied. If nobody chooses, I'm gonna choose something that wasn't voted for. Because I hate you. Kidding. I do love Slave Aspire 2, though. I have started it, and it is fun. Me, and like a worm from the sum of my pieces, I will grow back better. God, I'm so happy to have a model back again. And my hands work. My hands weren't working, and then I downloaded the Steppies thing that makes my hips sway, and then they started working. Do I know why? No. No, I do not. I saw the mirror of myself wearing a flame wreath leather belt, flesh sloughing off him like a Dali painting. I wanna live, I really fucking wanna live, and I am terrified of burning things that I just started. Signalis has 2 votes? Ooh, I did not expect that. Ah, Helta got to vote. That'd do it. But that spark, it never came along with thrill and love and fame. You had another thing I wrote beat you to? That's so fucking funny. That hits the line? Oh. Shucks. Also, did you guys notice the quality is a little better on my model? It looks a little better to me. I'm not sure why. Genuinely, there are so many things that are like broken, but there's also some things that are fixed. Don't know how. Don't know how. It might be that I have less shit on my computer, so Warudo is running better. Actually, that might be it. I always just go, more storage, fill it with stuff. And like a worm from the sum of my pieces, I will grow back better. We also might pivot at some point, so don't feel like your vote will lock us into the activity for the next 7 hours. This is a 7-hour stream, baby. 7 hours at least. And I will oversee the pulpit and the choir and the narthex all together. Oh, I love people singing bad. I love that there's a whole genre of music out there that's just sing bad and loud. Fuck yeah. I love being bad and loud. Those are like my 2 favorite things to be. I will grow back better. I really gotta move my monitors. I'm like positioned right in the corner. Hold on, I'm moving my monitor, which means my fucking shit is probably gonna break. Oh no, it's not that broken. Actually, I'm fine. Huh, I assumed my tracking would break. I'm on the rob. Stealing from my job. If you make minimum wage, steal from your job to compensate. I'm on the rob. I just think the nomad background fits Moth really well. True. Leaving her old clan for the city life just feels right. Very, very true, actually. Good point. Good find. Okay. If we go Cyberpunk, we will probably go Nomad. Is a thousand and big companies all haunt by stealing because people should. It raises their premiums to school and fine. And actually what I wanted. It's fucking whatever. I'm on the rob. People from my job. I should actually probably download Signalis because it looks like it's gonna. Ooh, has anyone here played Oxenfree? I really loved Oxenfree. I still want to get a tattoo of Oxenfree. I want to get a lot of tattoos from video games that I like. For Oxenfree, there's a moment where you're talking to the antagonist, and I won't spoil it in case. But you're talking to the antagonist through like a portal, and they say, and like the text, all the text people say is like floating text, and it's a period after each, and it's like in a different voice for each word, and it just says, "Is leave possible?" with a bunch of like red eyes looking out from a portal, and it's so sick. It's so fucking sick, and people have done some really cool fan art of that moment, and I want it on my body bad, real bad. Just like I want you on my body. Wink. As you get closer to 30, your hips begin to fib here and there. And I am closing in. 7 hours from now, I will still not be 30, but I'll be closer. Oh, shucks. Oh, shucks. I'm on the road. I'm so excited for tomorrow. I am excited. I haven't looked yet. Oh, I should do that. I kind of want to do that now. On Baldur's Gate, I need to look for mods to play just to reveal things a little bit. Ah! We got another vote. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The race is on. We have like a minute and change left on the poll, and we have a tie. And we have a tie. Oh, hell yeah. Atomic Guava? I hardly know her. Never mind. Fucking, I'll get better jokes. I promise. Don't fire me. Why can I see a little bit of sliver of the ground beneath the magic, the music thing? I don't like that. I don't like that. I see. Okay, fix it. Everything's fine. We make another poll after to make it 50-50? To make it 50-50? So you guys can fucking vote there? You bastards? Oh, you're all insufferable. Tie it? There's like 7 options. You cannot tie it. It's already tied between 2 options. This is as close as you're getting. One more for Red Dead. No. No, let's not. Guys, what if we didn't? What if we didn't and say we did? Thoughts?
As the heavens rage and seagulls cry, no man struck by fear as I. Distant thunder, lightning sprawls, spiral down the demon's.
Ooh, also, I learned Slay the Spire 2 has fucking multiplayer, which is so fucking exciting. And I want to play it. So maybe a collab in future. Maybe a big Slay the Spire collab. I don't know how many people you can put up one tower, but I'm gonna try and put them all in my hole. I don't know if that worked either. Fuckers, you guys didn't untie it. Make Moth exercise agency. I don't like doing that. No, I'd rather not. 4? 4's the limit? Okay. Well, that's less than I hoped. Yes, for Slay the Spire collab, it's really fun. I watched a bit of you and Vapor and Ryder, I think? I forget your third. Thought it was Ryder. But yeah, that would be really fun. I love that game. I'm terrible at it. I can't count. One day I'll have a proper working computer. The dream. The dream. Go home. Who's showing burgers? Who's showing burgers? What the fuck? Why am I not involved? Music is kind of loud. Marin, for you, I will fix that. But only for you. Anybody else asks, I tell them to go fuck themselves. Crane Wives. Ah. Really should switch. Thank you, dear. I'll blush. If I had a blush toggle, it'd be on right now. Sorry, Moth, my meat can only go in one mouth at a time. Well, you're just not trying hard enough. Clearly. Guys, I fuck with onion rings. It's another reason I fuck with Burger King. Fuck you, Captain Sonic's garbage. He didn't even say nothing yet, but I felt it. I felt it in my heart of hearts. Sometimes I can't help myself at all. Are we allies or enemies? This'll be the death of me. Do we flip a coin? You look like the Burger King? Spook, send me a picture of yourself right fucking now. Right fucking now. And if you don't have a plasticky pointed beard, I'm crying. How am I, lovely creature? Oh my god, so much better now. I've actually been hella stressed. My computer broke. My job is bugging, ready to hang me from a pole, and not in the fun, sexy way. I don't know, man. Too sexy for you. True. Can't have me fainting on stream. I can't fight with you anymore. But it's my birthday weekend. I'm getting taken out on a sweet date on Sunday. I get to hang out with you bastards tomorrow and today. So I could love her. I hardly know her, but I could love her. Do we have another goal? Do we bow out and take up separate roads? I'll admit I've had my doubts, but I want to be let in, not out. The tie was between Signalis and Cyberpunk. Well, seeing as Cyberpunk has nudity that I don't know how to turn off, I guess we'll play Signalis. We'll start with Signalis. No. It's probably really easy. I was born on a day, and it is It does occur. It does occur once in a while. Come on, I swear I have a coin. I swear I have a coin. Where's my box of fucking weird coins? Ah! I almost fell down. I almost fell down and I'm sitting in a chair. How embarrassing is that? It's like a fucking... I'm saying it as if you guys can help me look. It's like a yellow question mark block, like a Mario question mark block, and I keep all my weird coins. Oh, let's fucking go, Red Box. Why can't this be easy? I've always said that. My box, you beats. Oh. I'll try to let one heavy thing. Guys. Fucking guys. Can't find my coins. Okay. What is this gonna reveal? Am I gonna dox myself? Probably not, right? Okay. Hold on. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're making it happen. Okay, heads, Signalis, tails, Cyberpunk. Tails! Alright, we're doing Cyberpunk. Can't this be easy? Oh, guys, you couldn't see that. You guys couldn't see that. Could you? Hey, get your hand out of that box. I'm saving it for a special occasion. Like my birthday. Ah, put me in a dress for you, the world. Or a sundress for a bunch of points. Take me out of my cyberpunk looking sweater to put me in a dress. That's the creeps I know and love. That's... A new dress? No, this is the old dress. The new dress is the magical girl one. Oh, fucking Midna's Lament. Looks different to me? Well, I fucking get your eyes checked. What do you want from me? Beautiful lady, where can I get your number? Oh my god. She gonna make me blush. I keep it, right in my magic box. You can reach inside. Alright, 2 credits. Hold on. I didn't realize I had to sign into a thing to fucking... Sorry, that was probably gross sounding. I was just angry. Time to go to bed, actually? Yeah, that's fair. Thank you for listening. I appreciate you. Have a lovely sleep. Is this like the blue, black, white, gold dress shit all over again? Uh-oh. The number is 13. Pourquoi? I have an amazing week. You as well, man. Oh my god, this sweet bastard. She's too sweet. She's gonna give me a run for my money. I'm not gonna be allowed to call myself pleasant. Yeah, this username does not meet our guidelines. Why? 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 Fine. Bastards. Got a banger VO redeem, just wait till I get 400 more points. How much does a VO redeem fucking cost? Did I really raise it that much? What if I said the secret password they sent me to my email out loud? Okay. Oh, 1,000 points? Damn, that is a lot.
I'm sorry I said that shit, babe. I didn't
Well, in my defense,
but if I could take it back,
you know what?
I'd have already done
As a valued
that.
member of the
Sorry
community,
it went
Spooks,
like this, 'cause some days I still miss you, but tomorrow,
Spooks, I'll make a new rule just for you.
at least I'm
Just for you. Spooks gets 1 normal VO redeems for free per stream. You just gotta DM it to me. How's that? Why are you resetting, Fugi Tech? Why are you doing that? Alright, hold on. I have to unfull screen this shit. I can't see you assholes. Cool. Why is Fugi Tech still trying to show itself? Silence. God, the game is very loud. Alright. Hold on. Where do I DM? Twitch or Discord? Discord is more convenient, but Twitch is more thematic. Dealer's choice. Okay, I thought you were gonna make us mods refund him. No. Okay, I can't hear the music anyway. I'm sorry, I'm cutting it off. The game is so loud. There. Okay, turn off the Fugi box because it's freaking the fuck out. Ah! There we are. Okay, how's that for everyone? Is the game volume okay? Oh, wait. Hold on. There's got to be a settings for nudity sensor. Yes. Thank you. Do we do hard or normal? I like hard. I like taking it hard. Oh, there's only 3 options. Oh, I thought there were more for some reason. Okay, we'll do Nomad.
I'm V.
I'm V.
Okay, let's try and make Moth. Moth is... Let's try and make me. I know word's good. Speaking of, I should set a timer for... Ah! Okay, well, the 1 hour timer is accidentally 10 hours. I guess you guys are getting redeems for 2 hours, because... I fucking broke 1. I fixed it. Haha. Get scammed. Get scammed. Mods, so this is the mental image you have of us? Huh? Huh? What? Huh? Turn off nudity. Yes. We will miss it. Guys, we could switch to Blue Twitch right now. They just don't have an app, so everyone on mobile is going to have a bit of a time. Switch to Blue Twitch right now just so we can occasionally see our own titties. And you know what? It is tempting. Okay. What's type? Oh. Like freckles and shit. Where do I have freckles? Damn, there's so many options. Guys, are you ready to be on the character creation screen for like a fucking hour? I'm ready. Anyway. Ooh. I fuck with that. Why can't I rotate myself? Ah! Oh, there it is. Uni. I don't not fuck with that. Ooh. My hair color. White and red is not really an option, it seems. Do trans colors? Represent? Blue and red for me and Pleasant, if we're feeling it. I don't hate blue and red, but then I feel a little too American. Red and pink is kind of cool. I don't not fuck with it. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, I think the first one we landed on was pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. my style. I don't know that I fuck with this color, though. But the trans colors remind me too much of Pleasant's color scheme. But I like bright. I like bright colors. Also, I've changed my mind. I don't like this color scheme. I don't really fuck with it anymore. Or not this color scheme, this hairstyle. It's not outrageous enough. We're fucking cyberpunk, man. We gotta be punk. Punk. I just love some bald. I love some bald spots. And they just have mohawk or sideswipe. I fuck with this. I kind of fuck with this real heavy. Guys, we're going to be on this screen for a while. Everyone, if ever there was a time to go walk away and use the bathroom, this would be it. Guys, I can't decide. I can't decide on my hair. Maybe I should change other stuff and come back to this. Maybe that's what I should do. I think that's what I should do. Eyes. What is this changing? Oh, my eye shape. Or to piss yourself. Now is also the time to piss yourself. Ooh. Kind of fuck with how disinterested these eyes look. I also like angry kind of things. Well, we should look at eye color, shouldn't we? Because that's gonna change it a lot, isn't it? I'm not doing that fucking Arasaka logo. You insane? So obviously, black background with red is my, actual shit. The opposite's kind of sick, though. I kind of like the error logo because it implies that I fucking stole my eyes or some shit. God, that's beautiful. That's just like really gorgeous. Stand clear is also pretty cool. These are pretty cool. What do we think? Really pretty kind of pink and blue or red caution? Two steps ahead of you. I appreciate it. Ooh, I like these a lot. It's very, the newish Mummy movie that sucked. There's this one. And then there's this one. the more black eyes, the ones with just the red, like, caution. Let's try and build around the red caution. It's the most crazy looking one. Ooh, it makes the darker color look better. Makes everything kind of look better, I'm not gonna lie. I fuck with it. I fucks with it. We're looking through hairstyles again. Yup, yup. Is it unreasonable? Yes. Are we doing it anyway? Yes. Ooh. I don't not fuck with that. Bald. Oh, this is way hotter than I could ever be. I don't hate that. That's cute. We gave our Skyrim moth character the big fucking Death Hawk. So that is an option. Ah, shit, I keep coming back to this one, don't I? We can always change it later as well, but, you know, I only want to put you guys through this agony once. Tessa Violet. Anyone really into her? I watch her streams occasionally, but I really, really loved her music growing up. Okay. And then we're going to change the eye shape. Stop flexing your face. I'm looking. Ugh, I go back to the disinterested ones. Ooh, eyebrow color. Darken that shit up. So I guess white is more accurate, but like, it's just not the route we're going right now. We want an obnoxious color eyebrow. Could be fun. Could be cool. No, just black, I think. Just black works. Or no eyebrows. Also sick. There's no asymmetrical lines. Kind of fucked up. Whatever. Eyelash color? I think very red would be pretty sick. Very red or black. I don't hate that. I like that a lot, in fact. Nose. Make her look like me? You haven't sent me an image of you, so how do you expect me to do that? Opening my window. The heater just turned on. And it's way hotter upstairs than it is downstairs. Because of science and shit. Can I give myself a brawler's nose? No broken nose? Damn. I'm actually kind of self-conscious pleasant, self-conscious IRL about my nose. Ooh, that one does look a little mashed in. A little busted up. We'll take it. Okay. Can I change about what it's like? That one looks like it's frowning. That's good. We love a frown. Sure. Girl, get your fucking hands out of my way. Not too many draw options. Makes sense. I guess that works. Sure. Ears? What's up with my ears? What could I change about my ears? Kind of boxy. Sure. Cyberware? Okay, very important in the cyberpunk game that we grab some cyberware. But we do want it to look like... Can I zoom out a little? No? Alright. I don't know. A little fugly. A little fucking weird. Yeah, like a little busted up. Okay, 13 is good. 14 ain't bad. Ooh, also one that reflects lots of fucking around the mouth, because that would match my lore kind of well. So like this one would not be bad for that. Big old neck hole. Okay, that's all of them. Between these two, in my mind. These ones have a little more scarring, which I fuck with. These ones have a little better placement. What do we think? 14 or 13? I got a face like a burst couch. That can't be the same as the Burger King. The Burger King is handsome and suave. We fuck with 13? Alright, I like the X's. Or the X singular, so I'll fuck with it. I fuck with it. Okay. Facial tattoos. Ooh, we love some blackout tattoos. We do, we do, we do. This appears to be probably hidden by the stuff. Or was it a neck tattoo that I just didn't notice? Nope. Okay. Okay. Ooh! Spooky. Spooky, I fucks with it. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, the big-ass mouth between the cyberware? Oh, hell yeah. Hold on, let's see. Ooh, now I kind of want to uncover it. Right? And these kind of look like wings. It matches my shit a lot. Though these kind of look almost Maori-ish. But, you know, maybe not. Yeah, we're switching. We're switching to 14. Okay, some scars. Ooh, some like tire marks on the side of the face. Kind of matches the nomad shit real well. Okay, 6 and 7. Thank God Vapor isn't here anymore. Some bruises. Oh! Metal as fuck. Hell yeah. Damn you. Damn you, spooks. Okay. Ah! God. Dog sweaters, you fucker. You fuck. All of you. All of you are traitors and bastards. Okay. Tire marks on the side of the face. Or tire marks everywhere. Or a fucking bullet in the head. Or a bunch of bruises. They all fit really well. I'm gonna do this one. The weird symmetrical scarring on the head. I fucks with it. Ooh, way more piercings. Hell yeah. We're not doing no one ear shit. You're out of your mind. Asymmetry I fucks with. But one ear just reminds me of fucking high school. You have it in this ear, you're queer. No, I'm queer because I suck dick. Let's be very clear about that. What are your piercings? How many you got? I kind of wanted angel bites. Is that what they're called? The snake bites, but on the top of your mouth? Maybe we just give her a fuck ton. I love a fuck ton. No, but it has one in the cyberware, which is not what you want. Does not make sense. One nose one, one ear one, one eyebrow one. No. I like this one. It's simple, but I like it. Where's eyebrows? Piercing colors? Oh, I didn't even fuck with piercing colors. Okay, well now maybe I want less piercings. Because they're colorful. I love a septum piercing. But is the only one available the one that also pierces my fucking cyberware? Yes. Shit. We'll just do silver. Teeth? Jesus. Ah, cancel. We want metal teeth? That's fucking crazy. No, it does fit the lore. We could have gold. Or, whatever that is. Oh no! An ad! Well. 3 or 2? Gold fits the color scheme, but I think metal would fit the lore. Well, gold is metal. But I love you. Gold or like a lighter gold, a coppery looking thing. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that one. You know what I mean? I don't, but I love you. Eye makeup. Okay. Okay. Ooh. We love a wing here. We fucks with a wing here. I weirdly fuck with that. Default glossy matte. We'll do matte. Ah, that's kind of crazy. Kind of fucks with it. Does this look different if I don't do... What the fuck? Huh. Very weird. Well... That's kind of crazy looking. I keep clicking on eye makeup color when I mean to click on lip. of like this. Doesn't really match any of our color, but like... Makeup color? Oh, this is our freckles. Well, I just kind of like freckles in general. Welcome back from that hell, anyone who is still stuck in there. Okay. Nails. Only long or short. Those are our options. Okay. A bunch of cool nail designs. Ooh, okay. Are we all ready for a million years again? Probably short. Ooh, I kind of fuck with that. That's fucking cool. Ooh, I love just the top. I do love a just the tops kind of color. That's also quite cool. This one? I don't hate that. Ooh, I love Weathered. Weathered fits her vibe the most, but the little crazy fucking drawings are pretty awesome. But we'll do Weathered, I think. Let me just look around really quick, just in case. Yeah, we'll do. Tattoos. And it's times like these where I wish I could be naked. How else will I know? Ooh, that one has wings. Okay, keep an eye out for number 6. Oh, there weren't a lot of options. Okay. That one's kind of tribaline cool. This one's kind of demon-y. Ooh, okay. Demon or insect. Those are our plans. The insect one has bad written on my thigh, which, hell yeah. Live for mods, which I don't necessarily fuck with. Or the bug one does. Sounds heavy, really funny. Really fucking funny, actually. And then the demon one doesn't have a lot of words at all, but is a bit more techy. It has my heart. And a snake. What do we think? Ah! Oh, shit. Spooks is still paying. You know what, Spooks? You're an honorable fella. Spooks voice. Okay, you want me to attempt a Scottish accent? I assume. Ah! Okay. I've been treating my body worse than a Michelin star busboy lately. My cholesterol's rising like Jesus. I ain't stopping yet. We're out here. I got my breakfast bagel. Bacon. I'm doing terrible at this accent. I had it like Sputnik. Bagel, bacon, a little lettuce, basically a salad. A little extra cream cheese so that when I squeeze it, it looks like Moth when I'm finished with her. A little $30, 30 minutes, you know what I'm saying? Cheers, lads. Bye-bye. Jesus Christ. I'm blushing. I'm trying to fan my face, but Raruto is like, no, go fuck yourself. Fan. Nope. Oh, just my bare ass staring on the screen right now. Okay, cool. Guys, demon or insect? Oh, that was scars. I think we're gonna go with insect. Ooh, okay. Because I like patchwork, just as a style. Okay, now body scars. We have... Can't really tell what that did. Okay. Also can't tell... Ooh, okay, hold on. That one has, like, some crazy fucking back things and tire treads. Okay. Oh, those were the two options. Number 1, which I can't fucking see shit. Number 2, which includes tire treads. And nothing. Okay, we'll stick with that, then. Ooh, and now we get to fucking decide what we're good at. I would say insect. Hell yeah. So, like to insert? Down, boy. Okay, what are we good at? I think body should be kinda high, reflexes should be kinda high. And then, with our last thing, are we cool? Actually, maybe we lower this and raise this. 5, 3, 6, 3, 5. Not that smart, not that technical. Okay, shotguns. Oh, I thought this would be pistols, weirdly enough. Whatever. Cool. Let's fucking do it. Sorry that took literally an hour. Dusty. Remove patch. Oh shit! The bakers. The Bakers.
Electric coupling module.
Said it was nothing serious when I came in. You said you were sure.
Pay close attention to the tutorials. If you're already, feel free to disable. No, I'd like the tutorials, thank you.
Guess I was wrong. Can always look for another shop where they won't ask a lone nomad while she's hugging the border.
Trying to fucking leverage something against me? Huh? Your fucking high-tech tracheotomy?
That's fine. Step aside.
What? Got any idea what to do?
I'm gonna bypass the coupling and rig a hot wire.
Compressor will run on and on. It could seize up.
Could. But it won't.
Did anyone ask your opinion? Okay, happens.
It's like I was telling you. No. Not shabby at all. Question's how long it'll last you.
It'll get me to Night City. I'll figure something else out there.
Right.
I'm looking for Jackie Wells? Why?
I'm looking for someone. Jackie Wells? Maybe, maybe. So doable? Sure was.
Satisficing that, not a solid fix. Might as well have used spit and duct tape.
It worked. That's what matters.
Antenna on this heap don't seem like it packs a punch. Not liable to hear much.
You don't say.
Ah,
Hey, Mike, didn't know you had a
Saris!
customer.
Hello!
Rolled in,
Oh
2
shit!
hours past.
Speaking of your
I
favorite
thought
game,
she
can a
had at
mod
least called in.
please
Don't
change
you
the
sweat,
title
Mike.
of
We're
the
gonna hash it
category?
out.
Por favor?
Don't you know you owe the sheriff a word when you pay his town a visit? To tell
Nope.
him what's brought you here. Maybe even over a cup of coffee.
Just passing through.
No need to worry, I won't be staying long.
Didn't answer my question now, did you?
A little fucking nosy, aren't you?
Name's Andrew Jones. Probably heard of me.
Nope.
I can't say that I have.
Served in Spec Ops during the last war. Silver Shoguns? Ring any bells?
Nope.
I can't say that it does.
Don't like to get along, do ya?
Nope.
That a Nomad vehicle? Might have expected that.
Got a problem?
If you have a problem, I'm willing to hear it.
Let me tell you what my problem is.
Awesome.
Nothing boils my blood like a fucking strain. Where'd your clan pitch camp?
This guy ran with Johnny Silverhand? Kinda cool. I'm here alone. Well, I don't know that I want to tell you that.
Suddenly all shy.
Are you one of those who believe everything the talking heads say? That nomads are the world's greatest evil?
No. I'm a man that respects order. Corps brought us that order, and I intend for it to stay that
The
way.
corpse
Pronounced
pay you
core.
and have you on a leash like a dog, you know that?
Oh, you mean corporation. I
But
see.
you don't want to see me bare my fangs. So I'll ask again.
You gonna yip?
Where's your clan?
There's no clan. There's no camp. I'm here alone.
Ain't buying it. Nomads always stick to their packs.
My family's in pieces. That's why I'm headed for Night City.
Makes you an outcast among outcasts.
Thanks for
Sure
the
as hell
sum up.
hope you'll be on your way before long.
I just said I was.
I heard this place was famous for its hospitality. Ah, glad to see it wasn't just rumors.
You're damn right we are. When people come along who know how to behave.
I saw a broadcasting comms tower on my way in. My antenna's down and I need to radio someone.
What you need's to hightail it out of here without another word. Ain't got no mind to see you drifting around these parts. Got it?
You like the sound of your voice, don't you?
What's that, Drifter? What are you on about?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Yeah, that's that way.
Wow. Ow. Damn. This handle's like a fucking... something bad. Oh, what you need is to hightail it out of here. Fucking... Our acceleration is nuts. Yeah. Um... Did I miss a fucking ladder? I sure did. Sick. Nomads are always such an interesting part of Cyberpunk.
Hello?
Come in. Come in. Ah, raised you finally.
Willie McCoy. It's good to hear your voice.
Fee. Wish I could say the same.
Why not then?
Why can't you?
You abandoned the clan. I can't help you anymore.
Never knew you to be so cautious.
Try loyal. Rules are rules. The system won't work without him. It can't. Nomads get the work in these parts because it's nomad turf. Wouldn't be a problem if you're still a backer. You should have stuck with them. Joined up with the Snake Nation like the rest.
Snake Nation can kiss my ass.
Oh, did we get 8?
I need your help. One last time.
One last job.
One last time. Again?
Yep.
I have to find the client with my payload, but I don't know where he is.
Right place, right time.
We don't like
You
my
were there?
title?
Of course I was. Maybe the client left a message. Could you check for me?
Sure. Last time, though. I mean it. Client's name?
Jackie Wells.
Huh. Actually left a message. He's waiting on a farm. Flicking you the geoloc data.
Thanks, Willie. I owe you one.
You do. Just don't get yourself killed. And don't call again.
Yeah, nomads are like very janky, and like that's supposed to be what the street like gangs feel like, you know? They're supposed to feel like they are using the corpo's stuff against them in a way that's clever and unique and breaking it in a way that enables their own fucking means. But nomads are the same, except like, and I guess it depends on who's running your game, but it's like either outdated or the gang philosophy is like working with things that are actively working against you. This is working with things that have been abandoned. Ow, fuck you. Oh my god. I don't know. They occupy an interesting space. We're fighting stuff. We're fighting stuff. What are you doing in there? Here, I'm putting my little notes after it as well. Okay. Feasibly that should work. You know, game. Okay, I can't just ride off into the nothingness. A girl's gotta try. Oh my god, you handled terrible. Fucking quit it. If I know the TTRPG, I know it a bit. I've never gotten a proper campaign under my belt, but I like the setting a lot, so I've read a bit about it.
I'd have to turn to farming. Yeah, sure hope you're here for me.
Jackie Wells?
You Wells?
Jackie, por favor.
I'm V. Seems you have cargo that needs to be moved.
Oh, where I'm from, you share a bit about your soul before you talk biz. Eh? It's kind of like a custom. Or just good manners, you know?
Okay. Talk about yourself.
Why
If
don't
you
we
gotta.
start with you then?
Fucking.
NC native right here. Got Haywood in my blood.
I've never been to NC. That doesn't mean much to me.
So, imagine a place where everyone's like your bro or sis. Or a distant cousin, at least.
Okay.
I think I understand. You don't have to like each other, but it's family.
That's Haywood.
As someone who has played the intro for the Street Kid, this is so much worse at introducing Jackie as a character. Like, you can tell this was built for you choosing the street punk beginning, and this was kind of tacked on. Because this is rough, as an introduction goes.
That and everyone's back in iron. And you?
I guess you could say I'm from my own Haywood.
You and me?
Corpo's best intro?
gonna
I haven't
get
done
along
it, so I
fine.
guess I can't argue.
The cargo.
What's inside?
What's inside?
You sleep better the less you know. Got no idea myself, and that's a good thing.
You don't know what we aim to smuggle. These are stolen corporate goods.
Stolen? No. Some gonk lost the crate. Some other gonk found it, passed it on. Now it's here.
Yeah, but if we get caught,
You
they're
know.
gonna say stolen.
Butterfly effect or whatever.
And there's no one looking for this crate.
Ain't a problem if they look. Only a problem if they find it before it crosses the border, no?
Let's load it in the car.
Okie doke.
A huevo. Started thinking you might not come.
I got held up. And you weren't exactly easy to find.
I decided to lay low, you know? The sheriff, he looked like one grouchy motherfucker.
This one works, don't worry, give it a
Yep.
chance. Okay, I will try.
What a fat ass.
Thanks.
So, we headed out?
Yep.
Do you have the manifest from the transport?
Of course I do. But the fixer didn't give you the job deeds?
He did. I was just making sure.
Listen, friend. We're both professionals, ain't we? Hey, you, sure you've moved contraband before?
Why? Are you nervous?
Me? Well, maybe a little.
Fair.
Hey, border crossing up ahead. What now?
Nothing. They'll scan us and check our papers.
Okay.
I'll do the talking.
Please direct your vehicle to the inspection area.
Maybe I should have driven over there.
Remain in your vehicle. The security check will begin shortly.
I got a real bad feeling about this.
Don't say that.
Hand me the manifest. They'll need to see it.
Grab these.
Let me see. Ah, it's marked LOA. Perfect.
What's that mean?
Lost on arrival. Means the cargo was flagged as to be lost as soon as it crossed the border.
Oh, so they know we're smuggling.
Well, they're about to find out.
The owner of the vehicle in the inspection area will report for further questioning.
Chingada madre. What now?
Relax. It's all in line with procedures. It's all part of the plan.
Hey, guess you know what you're doing, huh?
If we want the customs officer to turn a blind eye to our dubious docks, we'll need a sweetener. Do you have the credit chip with the bribe?
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that.
Sure you did.
Right. You forgot.
Driving in first
Keep the
person?
engine running.
I'm really bad at that sort of thing,
Do that.
but I will try it. How do I do that?
If you're armed, place your weapon here.
Don't get familiar with the trigger. Just fucking put it down somewhere.
Now please report to room number 2.
Jesus Christ. No one ever teach you gun safety? Fucking.
Please sit.
Yeah.
Papers.
I know the rules. Everything's there.
It might be, it might not be. We'll see.
Sure. It's not.
What are you transporting?
It's all in there.
Everything?
If anything's wrong, just say so. I'm sure we can figure it out.
I haven't said anything yet. The question is, should I expect to find anything out of order?
There's one additional enclosure to the manifest.
Ah, yes. Remind me, you drive for which Nomad clan?
I don't think that's any concern of yours.
Is that what you believe?
Sure is.
You know, whenever I see someone like you, I'm oh so grateful not to be on that side of the table.
The feeling's mutual.
Go on now. Your associate's waiting for you in the car.
They are gonna shoot us.
Don't forget to take your personal items.
I won't.
Be careful with that toy. And welcome to Night City.
Thanks.
Those little shits imagine Night City is some kind of paradise.
What can you do? Young, naive, which is just a euphemism for ignorant.
Don't shoot them. Don't shoot them. Don't shoot them. Don't shoot them.
What happened in there?
I bribed them. What do you think? Get in the car. Oh, now you drive?
I'll tell you soon. You need to get out of here.
Yeah, okay.
And gun it. Or not.
You gonna tell me what happened back there?
Let's say I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh. Happened a lot to you?
Just when other people say it right next to me, right before I have to go
Smell
negotiate
trouble
with a...
around the bend?
Drive, Jackie, just drive.
Someone's coming our way. This does not look good.
Stop your vehicle immediately.
Let's get out of here.
On it!
Yeah, don't do that.
You are transporting contraband that is corporate property. I repeat, stop the car.
Yeah.
Ah! Ah! Stop shooting me. Oh, you are not a cop. You are just a car. on, stop fucking driving, you bastards. How many? Fucking shoot your tires, shoot your driver a bunch of times. Maybe they have bulletproof glass. Maybe I should stop trying to shoot the driver. Jesus Christ.
Gotta keep moving!
Ah! Oh, did I die? No. Fun fact, those weren't the cops. That's a spoiler, technically.
I'll keep the engine running in case of a cock-up.
Oh, fuck. This is the checkpoint, huh? Okay, well, we'll get... Here.
If you're armed, place your weapon here. Now please report to room number 2.
Please sit.
Yep.
Papers.
Is this routine?
It might be. We'll see. What are you transporting?
Just
Still
stuff.
in there.
Everything?
There's one additional enclosure to the manifest.
Ah, yes. Remind me, you drive for what?
I don't think
Is that? You know?
the feelings.
Yippee!
Don't forget to take your personal items.
Come here. Do my thing.
Be careful with that toy. And welcome to Night City.
Thanks.
Those little shits imagine Night City
Room
is some
2.
kind of paradise.
What can you do?
What happened in there?
Don't worry about it.
I'll tell you soon. We need to get out of here.
Yeah, okay.
Save right now? All right. Can't.
You gonna tell me what happened back there?
A customs dickhead got nitpicky.
And that ain't normal?
Not to that extent.
Smelling trouble around the bend?
Drive, Jackie, just drive.
Someone's coming our way. This does not look good.
Stop your vehicle immediately.
Let's get out of here.
On it!
You are transporting contraband that is corporate property. I repeat.
Okay, now we're just gonna shoot the people shooting at me because apparently popping tires and shooting drivers is not the move. Woo! Can't drive for shit.
Chinga, chinga!
What? What? Jesus.
Put up there! We'll ditch them! ¡Sigan a tu madre!
Nice driving.
Keep moving! Ah, those pendejos are stubborn!
What? Thanks.
Mierda. Close call.
Hit X to heal.
Lost them.
Good to know.
Not sure my nerves can handle this.
Keep driving. We can't stop here.
Place looks deserted. Gonna stop here. Need to sort out a few things before we go on.
Like what? Jesus Christ.
Hijo de la chingada madre!
Dude, you crashed my car! What the?
They almost tagged our asses. That what you call smuggling? Chingado! Was supposed to go smooth. No problems.
If you think this is my fault, at least have the balls to say so.
I don't know yet. Is it?
Border security tipped off the corporation that we have their cargo.
What's the deal with these borderlies flipping us the finger as they fucking please? With no consequences.
He took a risk. He assumed we didn't have a clan backing us, and he was right.
Pendejamente ridículo. So what now?
Pay my transport fee. What are you talking
We've
about?
crossed the border. Now you pay me, and we go our separate ways.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm a bit light. Can't pay you now. I have something for you once I collect my scrap for this corporal crap we're carrying.
Oh, and you just figured I would sit by patiently?
Actually, I wasn't gonna pay you at all. I was just gonna bust ass and disappear as soon as we crossed over, but...
That would have been way
you're all
worse.
right.
I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, thanks.
Why did I tell him that I don't have a fucking clan backing me?
So what's next?
Now we take a peek inside.
Okay. Terrible idea.
Open it.
Oh shit. Says Arasaka on the crate. We are robbing some heavy hitters.
Oh, it also said Arasaka on the side of the trucks that were trying to kill us. Like, ah! Is that a fucking lizard?
A real iguana. A, lesser Antillean, I think.
You know your iguanas?
Lesser Antil what?
Yeah, I watched a thing on TV about them. Went extinct like 30 years ago. They're from the Lesser Antilles. You come a long way, my scaly friend.
Is it alive?
Think you can make some money on it?
Sure. Think it'll make us happy.
Us?
Yeah, partner. We'll go halfsies. Any decent fixer will find a loaded gonk interested in a rare gem like this. It's kind of a shame, though. I always wanted a pet.
I think he's dead.
Got the name Manny all thought out. Hey, by the way, you, got any plans for what you'll be doing in Night City?
Why do you ask?
Why do you ask?
Because I got this feeling you got a lot of time and nothing to spend it on. And NC ain't a city that lets you get by without buddies. But don't you worry. Let me help you find digs. You gotta live somewhere. It's important to have people you can turn to. You know, like, family. Maybe you'll find your own down in Night City.
Thanks.
Thanks, much appreciated.
I actually do need help.
Hey, come on. It's nothing. We got chemistry, you and me. Be a crying shame to waste it.
Damn.
Partner.
Hey.
Ah!
Aw, cuddly little fucker.
He's probably cold.
You know what, Jackie? You're not all bad yourself.
Oh, you don't mean that, chica.
Okay, partner. Time to grab the lizard and scurry out of here.
Cute. Very cute.
Night City!
Hello, Captain.
Stanley here with you, and we got another day ahead of us in this city.
Okay, so that was fun. I liked its mission. But I did really hate the way it introduced Jackie. Jackie's a really cool character, and the Street Kid one is way better with him. But, you know, the game started now, so Seth loved it.
Well, to be street samurai like Morgan, Blackhand, and Waylon Boa Boa. The greater the risk, the bigger the bounty, kids. Or so they say. But you can only be a major league player for so long. The faster you
Though it does match a little better with me not knowing what the fuck I'm doing ever. Ooh, it's kind of glitching a bit.
Know where you'll find most of them? The graveyard.
Jesus.
from matters not where you start. What matters here is the walk you walk. In Night City, the city of dreams.
Chick we're looking for is somewhere in this building. Probably crawling with the pendejos that kidnapped her. Eyes and ears open, all right? Speaking of which, got you a little something. Militech training shard. In case you need to, brush up on your dance moves. Down for some target practice in VR?
No, I'm good.
No, Jack. No time.
I think I remember
Maybe
just
later.
about enough.
Sure. Mañana.
Fun fact, the chick you're looking for is in this building. Die. Time to work.
Let's do this.
Elevator. This way.
Okay, actually, I don't remember everything. Oh, no. I see it in the bottom corner. Middle button for something, X for something else. Middle button for grenade, X for heal, assumedly. How do I put away my gun? Probably just by switching to fists, right? Nope. Because then I just keep my shit raised. Okay, actually I don't know how to holster. Ah, whoops. Scared me. Haha, I can re-bin grenades. Good to know. Hold reload? See, that's what I tried, but it didn't work.
Your move, V.
Target's Sandra Dorset. Target's biomon went mute a couple hours back. Suspected abduction. Target could have possibly flatlined already. Not sure you're in time.
Okay.
We're in time, Bug. We. Sure you're on phones, but that don't make you any less part of this squad.
Squad. Charming.
Bug. Could at least try to be nice.
You want nice, supportive? Call a damn helpline.
B? It was B. You were right. Thank you.
Looking for 1237. Target should be inside, but I got zero eyes on her biomon. Fingers crossed it's not too
Forgot
late.
how to mark people.
Oh, I hate this life or death shit.
Get in
Try
your
hacking the
fucking
door.
house, man.
Think you can trip it on your own, V?
Probably not. I can try. Ah.
No profile. Are we fucking late? Is that her?
Sandra Dorset's protected under Echelon 2 Corpo immunity. Our girl's top shelf. This one's packing black market Zeta Tech repros. Typical back alley fix.
V, mira. Eyes up. Pendejos ahead. Drop it quiet, V.
Okay. I'm here. Crunch.
Nice. Couldn't have done that better myself.
On your toes. More bodies incoming. They're almost on you.
Please fuck these creep.
Tag. There it is.
Let's get things calm. They'll spot us.
single buyer for her. Score big on that Prima scrope she's got.
Well.
Sure.
What the fuck do I do about that?
Oh yeah, B, they're coming. Wait for your chance. Pick the prick off. Cabrones. Thick as locusts. Let's wait and plant a spray. Take one down. Just real quiet. Hey, grab the one closest. Let's take him. Just right there.
Hey. Sick. You leave this guy alive?
Down. Limp meat. But probably not the last of them. Move on. Move up. Right behind you.
You. There we are. Not that I need one, apparently I'm pretty good at just like... Why can't I grab your ass?
You know who you're messing with? Hijos de puta! Good one!
Gap is no problem. Clean it up, clean it out. Don't want to be bringing the target out under fire. And definitely don't want a slug in your back.
That all you
No
got?
way. Not neither.
Chingada madre!
Who is still alive? Ah! Oh my god.
I'm empty! Not like this! Rip up the shreds! Open wide!
Ah!
Stay out of their way! Come on now! We had options here. Buck, you got eyes on this shithole? Anything?
Room he's in looks out on the balcony.
Hey, B!
Got a window on the left. Give me 2 steps to grease the lock.
Okay, B. Flank him and draw his fire. We'll do the rest.
Hack on the doors just cleared.
Nice shot.
Don't see any movement on the sensors. Looks like you got him. You're clear to go.
Shit, where the hell's our target?
Look around. Gotta be there somewhere.
Damn. Not a lot of loot on you assholes. Okay. Wish there was a way to quick scan for loot. Sure. What's this? Ah! Anyway, that's right, job to do. Oh, jeez. Functional, huh? I think I accidentally over-encumbered myself. How do I tell my cumberability? Oh, 200? Never mind. I just walk really slow. Oh, wait, it's like a turret.
Fucking Christ.
Yeah?
Shit, V. I mean, I got a stomach of steel, but this... this... I wasn't made for this shit, you know. Chop shops. What they do to people.
Fuck you. You.
Think I got her. Got our target.
We make it? She alive?
About to find out.
I mean, she's sizzling.
V, jack into her biomon. Need to know what we're dealing with.
This
Just those
does not
guns. I
look
see, I see, I
good.
see.
Jacking in. Sandra Dorset, NC 570442. Trauma Team Platinum.
Platinum? Shit. Trauma should have swooped in if she sneezed.
Guessing they jammed the transmitter, Sig. Looking at a hacked biomon, firmware reconfig, or a neurovirus.
Carajo, T-Bug. You ain't seeing this place. This is tubs, ice, hooks, and cleavers.
Oh, they even trying to take,
Scott Muncher's hack, huh?
I guess, everything.
Check her neuroport. Find a shard? Yeah, pull it. That'll be what's muting the biomon.
Found the shard. Removing now.
Check the biomon. Anything change?
Greetings, Sandra. If you are conscious, assume recovery position now. An emergency evacuation unit has been dispatched and is due to arrive at your location in 180 seconds.
Biomon claims trauma will be here in 3 minutes.
Your premium plan will cover 90% of the projected costs of your rescue and treatment.
Ay, pobrecita. Let's get her off that ice. She's flatlining.
V, need to know what's going on.
Jackie, air hypo! Fuck, this is bad!
Catch, chica!
I think... Holy shit, it worked!
Nice.
Fuera, chica. Get her outside.
Alright, lady. Everything's fine.
Fuera, get her out.
Dude.
Terrace.
He's doing yoga. Are you not gonna shoot him? No? Okay. Bum ba dum bum bum. You're gonna be fine, nice lady. Where's your fucking doctors?
Landing. Stand clear. Initiating security protocol. Follow all instructions. Stop in the doorway.
I'm already past the doorway. Okay. You guys just love pointing those at people.
Place the patient on the ground.
Alright. I'm trying.
5 steps back. Now.
Jesus. Alright, fuck you. I already did that. I was better at it.
TT-133 to control. Patient NC570442 secured. Stimulants being administered. 70 milligrams dopamine, 110 norepinephrine, 800 for Vimegene.
Damn, her bill sounds expensive. Hey, any chance I can get a lift? Alright.
Let's get out of here. Elevator gets us to the garage direct.
Good work. Shit show's over. Cutting my wires now. See you in the near future.
See ya.
Listen, chica, I got this thing. Mind if I borrow your wheels?
I'd sooner die.
I got a date with Misty, but I can't take the metro. How's it gonna look for me?
Like,
won't leave you hanging,
responsible?
Jack. But don't get used to it.
Saving my ass, V. Thank you. How about I drive you home, huh?
In my car?
She's all yours. I'm beat as it is.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, almost forgot. Should get Wakako in the hollow. Tell her the job's done.
Okay.
V.
Hi.
How did it go? Our client is alive and well.
So alive.
Of course she's alive and well. It's what we agreed, isn't it?
Well is
Splendid. Your
stretching
payment
it.
awaits you, ready to come and grab whenever you like, even right away. But I guess home is the only place you wish to be now. The NCPD has surrounded Watson. The district is closed. If you're to make it past the cordon, you must move fast.
Thanks for the heads up. Swing by to see you later. Word's out the NCPD is gonna put Watson on lockdown. I'm gonna sleep in my own bed tonight. We better put it in 5th.
Leave it to me, chica. I'm driving.
Okay. Come on. Yeah. No, she would be nuts. She would be loaded. But I bet I'm not being paid loaded kind of money for saving her ass. Oh, 2. So high corpo, but not top of the chain. Yeah, I guess. Fucking hell. Your music taste sucks.
You don't believe in no fate. Every day digging the grave. Step in the pit with the snakes. City of dreams, city of gang. You don't believe in no fate.
Can't stop digging Night City.
City like any other, just bigger.
Nah, chica. Not just any other city. Morgan Blackhand, Andrew Wayland, Adam Smasher. Legends are born here.
Legends are born elsewhere. You just know about these ones because you live here.
Man, I'm starving. Let's grab a tight bite.
So it is kind of like the Baldur's Gate of Cyberpunk,
Jackie,
isn't it?
They're locking down Watson, remember?
Oh shit, you're right. Is it just me or
The empty?
fucking know it? Man on our ass, tailing us.
For why?
Hello.
Dude, I can see your face through your fucking disguise hack. It looks like shit. Ah!
Fucking drop, Jackie!
Come on, B!
Yeah, keep her steady!
Ow, fuck.
Hold tight, B!
Holy fuck!
Shut up.
Mierda, perdón! Got you, asshole! B, aim for the driver!
Ah, why did you all become invisible? Note to self, don't mark cars. It makes their occupants fucking invisible for whatever reason.
Scratched your baby up pretty bad.
Like 20 songs about Night City?
It's okay. It can wait. Let's just focus on getting home.
Don't bully my sock? What the fuck is this guy talking about? Illuminati? Die! Your bars suck. Bullet holes in my car.
Damn. Pulling out all the stops.
Hey guys. Jesus. You have a mech.
Watson's on lockdown to further notice. Necessary security measure.
Officer, ma'am. Damn, are we ever lucky we ran
Yeah,
into
someone just
you.
shot us.
Really? What's it that makes me so special?
Heart of gold? Because only somebody with a heart of gold can understand just how much I need to get back to my girl.
She's in labor right now.
Uh-huh. Gonna be worried sick if I don't
Oh,
show
or
up.
don't lie. I love
mean,
lying too
I'm
much.
trying to be a stand-up guy. She's giving me a chance.
What, a fucking wiffle bat? A metal wiffle bat?
That's a shame.
Look at him. No model citizen, maybe, but he's a good kid.
He's a good lad.
Let them through. But they're the last.
Sock like a cum sock? Wait.
Okay.
Elta's
on your
cooking. Elta, when you dropping the
Good
album?
evening now, officer, ma'am.
Officer, ma'am. I cannot believe that worked. You're lucky you're cute.
She took a liking to you.
The devotion I demonstrated grabbed her by the gut.
Right.
I'm loyal, stable in my affections,
Hmm.
and unassuming. You get it.
So unassuming. So... Yeah, so fucking... bullet holes in your windshield, low down to earth.
Check it out, V. Shit's going down.
Doesn't look like your average bust.
These ain't your average badges. That's MaxTac. NCPD's apex predators. MTAC rolls in when things fly out of hand. Conks out there, though. Just a midday snack for them.
So it's just bad luck that you got the
Yeah.
best of the best fucking
over.
shooting you in the face?
Poor bastards. But they had it coming.
Guess. Maybe. I don't know. Ah! More dress time! Well... Oh! Shit. Sorry, I press his buttons. My shortcuts are all hotkeys. Hi, Icarus. I could use some more food, not gonna lie. I was gonna order pizza, but then I didn't.
almost at your
Maybe
place.
tomorrow.
What about you? Not likely to make it back to Haywood now.
Oh, do I still have the same apartment even as a nomad?
They'll let me through.
Sure about that?
I don't know, lame.
Oh yeah, I'll play nice Jackie again.
Works like a charm. I had pasta, it was delicious. I'm trying to get past your I'm trying to past away. Sure. No, defenses sounds grim.
Tell Misty I said hi.
I will. Ahí luego.
Pasta, you're... Fucking...
Good evening, Night City. My first is the
Bug?
Forgot earlier. A runner I know has something you could probably use. Zip in your deets.
Cool.
Praise be to thee, our Father in heaven. And our
To who?
second guest is Karina Lee, host of the Chip In program, which promotes the use of cybernetic implants. How's that treating you, beautiful?
Can't complain, Ziggy. Thanks for having me.
Thanks.
I'd like us to talk about the most exclusive.
Oh, stupid gates busted again. Third time. Gotta be some kind of scam.
Is that an Atom Smasher plush?
Oh yeah.
Or is that someone else? I don't know. It's cute though, I like it.
Allows you to transfer the consciousness from a dying person, finding a new transferable chip.
And then we can get food. How are we looking? Do we still like the look? What do we think? Aren't I pretty? Anyway. I'm still debating on the hair, I'm not gonna lie. The hair is a little simple. Ooh. Oh yeah! I got some crazy shit. I don't like taking this because if I don't like getting free shit, it feels like cheating. You know? Boots! Okay, and then... Cool. How do I set all my fucking outfits? No. There's a way to set, like, different outfits. Ah, open wardrobe. There we are. Okay. Cool. Okay, outfit 1. What do we have? What the fuck is that? That looks lame as fuck. I love it. Yeah, we'll go ahead and not wear any of that shit. Inner... So I do like this jacket. It is pretty sick. The Witcher jacket you get. What's this? Second conflict bike jacket? This must be a reference to something, but I don't know what it is. So we're gonna have our standard fit be our actual jacket and platforms. I don't know that I fuck with the shirt. I don't know that I fuck with any of these shirts. Ah! Shit. Like the crafting and keeping up my weapons of choice? Real. All clothes free and have no armor rating. Yeah. Wait, all clothes are free? Kinda weird. Okay, I guess this is gonna be my standard fit. So, that's the outfit. And then outfit 2, that's saved, right? Yeah. Outfit 2 will be... Do I like the other crop top more, actually? Hold on. This one's kind of a crop top, too. Yeah, I fuck with that a lot more. Holy shit. Okay. And then this one will be my... different one. I don't know. I could have a nice looking get up. The second one will be that one, I guess, the Witcher looking, which will probably also have platforms, I'm not gonna lie. And then 3 will do... I don't know, like a Milsim looking thing. Or not Milsim, but like, I don't know, fancy. Like your typical office worker turns fucking first-person shooter game type shit. And then... this is not... Oh. Outfit. Yeah, for that one. And... we'll add the submachine gun to the rotation. Cyberware. I guess I could level up. What's cool do for me? Aiming and handbraking simultaneously? What? Oh, allows me to use stuff I don't have. Weapon is drifting or airborne? That's nuts. Footwork is cool. Silence guns outside of combat. Ooh. Some assassin shit. Pretty cool. Intelligence, I can't get shit, I don't think. Yeah. Ooh, I could up my intelligence by 1 so that I could get some of these. Body. Low health regen in combat. Minus 50. Ooh, I like this. I like this a lot. This is silly. Fuck yeah. Let's start hitting people with our car. I would have preferred that too. I guess I'm not gonna get any sort of stat thing yet. I want more perk points. Okay, cool. Customization. Done. As long as you find him or yoink him, yeah. I like the I mean, I haven't usually done the nomad thing, but I like the jacket you get. It's pretty cool. When I did Street Kid, I just did the wolf jacket because, I don't know, I fucked with it. What the hell? What?
Whoa, V. Get your beauty sleep? No matter.
Calling me ugly?
I think I might have caught something when I jacked into that Corpo's biomon. Don't know, a neurovirus or... I need to see Vic. Let him tell me what's got my head reeling and my stomach churning.
Okay, let me take you. I brought you a ride. Throwing some threads downstairs.
Yo, V. How about a round or two? What do you say?
Sure.
How you like my new punching bag? Just gave me a next-gen ass whooping, he did. Be curious to see how he handles the likes of me. So how about it?
Sure.
Let's do this.
Light on your feet.
Keep that head moving.
Damn, nice booty shorts. Sure.
You mentioned something about fighting?
I've seen you landing blows in the ring. You've got sharp instinct, good edge. You can go far, especially if you get chipped. These fights, let's just say they aren't legal, but very lucrative.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
You or me?
Both of us. I get a small percentage of the total winnings, you know, as your agent. You get the rest.
Sure.
Sounds fair.
It's like I said. Good instinct. Fights happen in different parts of the city. You choose where you want to go, put down your eddies, and start swinging. You win, you take home the pot.
Cool.
Manage to drop every last one of them, you get a chance to fight in the grand finale. That all clear?
Crystal.
Good. Oh, except you won't be setting foot outside Owatsu. Not yet. You can start in Kabuki.
Cool.
I believe in you, V. Time to show this city what you're made of.
Cool. Open. Put me down. Regina George.
Regina
Hi.
Jones here. If you're looking for work in Watson, give me a call.
How did you find me? How'd you even know my name?
I know where to gather my intel. Could even call me a collector. Later, V.
I don't really answer calls from collectors. I got too much credit card debt.
The sponsor for the festival is the Arasaka Corporation.
The furries are living off
In
the
an
future.
exciting development, even Hanako Arasaka has announced her participation in the Dashi Parade. From all of us at W.
Wrong way. Wait, maybe not.
It's all in the...
Cool. Hey, Jackie.
Woman of the hour. Jeez. It took you long enough. Worked up
Sorry.
an appetite. Just wait.
Had to fight a robot.
Sit down. Let me finish this. Then we can drop in on Senor Vector.
You mentioned something about a surprise yesterday. Am I remembering right, or just had a brain fart?
Probably both, because you usually forget shit. But it just so happens, I think I might have bagged us a sweet-ass J.O.B.
Thanks for spelling it. I get scared.
I mean, maybe it's not as big as that, but just that it's fronted by a little-known someone named Dexter Deshawn. Only the top fixer in Night fucking City. Fat-ass black Jesus of the afterlife. 300 pounds of partly gold-plated cool.
You care a lot about titles, Jackie. What's the job?
So what's the gig? We meant to come out in one piece?
Well, our savior wants to tell you everything himself. Face to face. No pressure, but... Whole deal's
How dare
riding
you.
on you now, chica.
Why?
Why do I gotta go? You and T-Bug draw straws without me?
T-Bug and Dex go way back, and my face is yesterday's news. Oh, Dex says he needs to check you. Talk to you.
Yesterday's news, you're way more handsome than I. Or does he want
Look,
someone a
V,
little
it's
scary?
his job, his rules. I can't blame him for taking a personal approach. And it ain't as bad as you think, okay? Trust me.
Guess I got no choice then.
Dex is a real deal when it comes to fixers. Don't get me wrong. Don't got nothing against the Padre or Wakako, but Dex is in a league of his own. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Not really.
Not really, no.
It's always the same story. You land on fresh turf, local fixer waves his dick around, but
They're coming out with another Passion
Seem
of
to
the
be up to your
Christ?
neck in gigs and eddies.
Jesus
Still,
Christ.
all you are is another
Literally.
name in their little black book. Nifty tool for getting them a fat slice of whatever.
If William
half-baked
Dafoe
shit
isn't
pie
playing
their
him,
client
I don't
put
want
on
to
the
fucking
table.
see it.
Sure, you crack jokes over drinks, but in the end, it's biz. Gracias a Dios. Estoy lleno. Brought your wheels. Gave them to my guy yesterday to smooth over the dents after our dust up with the scabs.
Thanks, Jack. Much appreciated.
Some top-notch work Miguel did. Rides like it looks. Factory new.
Do you fix my
We'll see
dumbass
about
fucking fix?
So we rolling or what?
Let's feel this factory new ride.
I'm trying to get factory new rid. What the fuck? You fucked up my paint job.
First stop. Ripper Duck. Anchica, easy on the gas, eh? I just ate.
Don't tell me how to drive my car. Ah!
I was supposed to stop by Vic's anyhow. I got a date. Me and Miss D.
You don't say.
She's so sweet. Really gets me, you know?
Yeah. Jesus, I can't believe I didn't crash into every fucking thing on the way here.
Yeah, this is it. Come on, V.
That was crazy.
Find me one
Saris,
fixed
you're
up
crazy
dusty
for wanting to drive in first
We'll
person
hash
in a
out
video
what Dex
game.
has cooked up for us.
Checking them out? Nah, Chimamanda.
Hey, V.
Hi, Misty.
Dr. Vector will see you now.
Thanks.
I'll sit tight over here. Me and Misty got a little catching up to do.
I'll bet. Kitty! Meow. Hi, Schmeagle. Hope you're doing good.
Malone drops his guard. It's really
Vicky, spry as ever, you old ripper. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, V. It's been a while. What do I owe the pleasure today?
Last gig, had to jack into a client's neuro socket. Think I might have gotten spiked.
Experiencing migraines, nausea, hypersensitivity to bright lights?
That's a
Oh, kid
concussion.
caboodle.
All right, kid. We'll sort you out in a flash. Besides that, how are things?
Heard of Dexter Deshawn?
Met a new fixer. Gave me a job. Name's Dexter Deshawn.
Known
Oops.
quantity from
Keep
the
trying to find the
afterlife.
walk button. There's
No
gotta be
denying
one.
you're moving up.
But something you're not telling me, Vic?
Keep your guard up, that's all. I've heard some things about Dex. He's not as chill as he makes himself out to be.
Shocker.
Need some new kit, but tools, not toys, Vic. Time I bumped up my sights and got a grip.
No more
Really?
auto jackers for me.
Finally?
Vic, shit's getting real. Got a job from Dex Deshawn, hitting the major leagues. Need tech that can perform.
The Dexter Deshawn? Well, that is
Never Doors
something.
never knows
But
their Jesus
let me
Christ
guess.
movies. I actually have
Hasn't
seen
paid you
neither.
yet.
I
Quit crying, Vic. I'll bring you the Eddies later with interest. You know I will.
Last time. You hear?
cross my heart.
Chair, please. Sit down and relax. Kuroshi Optics. Best I've got, and should be about right under the circumstances. Now jack in.
Ew. Ugh, shudder.
Kuroshi, whoa. Vic, nothing tops that on the market.
Sounds like it could come in handy then.
You
Give
fucking...
you my word I'd pay you back, but this might be too rich for my blood.
We'll work something out. Right now, I'm just out to make sure you get back in one piece. Eddie's in hand.
Victor, I'm gonna make out with you passionately.
You peruse and choose while I scan. Let's see what's going on inside.
New eyeball. New hands, I guess, too? Don't even know what those do. Oh, give me the things. And thing. And ooh, armor. Sure. Yeah, don't mind if I fucking do. Thanks. Whoa. Skeleton stuff. Ooh. Expansive. Also expansive. Jesus Christ. How much do these fucking eyes cost? Oh yeah, 2,000 something. Jesus. Okay, anyway.
Mark 1, like I said. Decent enough scanner. Displays data on your cornea. Cherry on the top's a built-in external lens disruptor. In layman's terms, any surveillance cam will capture your face as a blur. And just remember, your body will still show up as crystal clear.
So change my clothes? Yeah, I really like this coat though.
This should do the trick.
And I have so many identifying tattoos.
I'm ready. Carve away.
Excellent. Let's do this.
Take me to Pound Town, Vic. Wink.
Lay that major league arm of yours right here.
What's new in your life? Beautiful.
What's new in the life of Victor Vector?
Yeah, if I'm being honest, not much. And that's fine with me.
No news, good
I
news?
used to live in a world where all that mattered was who's who, what's what, and how's why.
And what happened?
One day, I just dropped it and never looked back. I'll never be a legend in this town, but been sleeping nights ever since.
You're my legend.
Just like that. Thanks. Now, a bit of anesthetic and I can start cutting.
A Halo Magnum? Jesus.
Feel anything?
A lot of anesthetic.
Play-by-play, though? Really, Doc? Makes you sound like a dentist. Always going on and on.
Don't be mean now. Remember, I'm old. I got a shaky Gannic hand. Could slip. Lights out for a
God,
minute,
he's cute.
all right?
I wish he were romanceable. Is he romanceable? Jesus. Doc, I'm blind! He says with his fingers deep in my eyes. Get your fingers pretty deep in some other holes if you want. Don't flirt while he has my eyes in his hands.
Okay, let's test this. See the magic in action. Linking you in.
Oh, a lot of gross sounds in there.
You might feel a little discomfort at first. Blurred vision, low contrast, glitches.
Ah. You want to give me a kiss for luck? No? Just pop that in there? Whoa, again, the sounds very bad.
Well, how's it look?
Extremely bad.
Feel all right to you?
Oh, this is fantastic, Vic.
Oh, beautiful. Time for the scanner.
Best river dock in Watson Night
Seconds
City.
to adjust.
I believe it.
First time's rarely the charm, with anything, really. Scanner should eventually sync with your thought process.
Where's my old eye?
And read
You
your
chuck it in the bin?
intentions.
Feels kind of disrespectful. Ooh.
I also injected an NCPD file search. Run into any ne'er-do-wells? You know exactly what they ne'er did well.
Oscar needs. Look at this man. Look at his smug little face and his shockingly beefy arms.
It ought to work like a charm. Now draw your weapon. You should see your ammo count in a brand new sight.
Woo. All right.
How about the neurovirus from the last job? Can you check it?
Done and gone while we were putting in your implant. And a full sweep on your soft and circuits. Zap the critter. You're certified bug-free.
And he's got those cute little fucking ear gauges that are all solid for medical
So
reasons.
you'll take this and remember the dosage. 2 whiffs now, and another 2 in an hour.
Thanks, Vic.
You're the best, Vic. I owe you.
Yeah, like a lot of money.
Go on, kid. Show them what you're made of. And once you hit the big leagues, don't forget where you came from.
I'm dragging your sexy ass with me, Victor, when I hit the big leagues. Don't you even fucking worry about it. Cat.
Heart chakra looks a little out of whack, babe.
Oh, babe,
I can
your
release
heart
it for
chakra.
you, but you'd have to watch out for negative energy fields.
Move your ass down. Dude, are you texting me? I'm here.
V, yo, listen up. I talked to Dex while you were in with the doc. He's waiting in his ride. For you. Ain't but a hop to where he's parked. Next to Gramsci Burgers.
Thanks.
Okay. Do my best to talk us up.
V, listen. I've got this delicate matter. That's why I called you. The number of cyber psycho attacks in the city is on the rise. Now that's probably not news to you, but this issue matters to me for a few reasons. There are people who say cyberpsychosis can be treated.
Right.
And I know exactly how that sounds, but I believe even an unproven therapy is still better than a bullet to the brain. If I get a tip about a possible attack, I'll give you a call. Maybe you can investigate before Max Tack hits the scene. But remember, you're not there to execute anybody. Try to incapacitate the attacker, and I'll send someone to pick him up. I hope that's all clear.
Oh, accidentally skipped that. Hey.
Lunatic!
Oh, it opens that way. Fancy. Oh, you know someone's got class. Their doors open the wrong fucking way. Hi!
Yo, Miss B. A pleasure.
Yeah,
Dexter
pleasure.
Deshawn in the flesh. Ample indeed.
Let's roll. Mind if
Do I
ask you
want to
something
die?
right off the bangle?
What a thing to say.
Would you rather live in peace as Miss Nobody, die ripe, old, and smelling slightly of urine, or go down for all times in a blaze of glory, smelling near like posies, without seeing your 30th?
Miss Nobody doesn't survive Night City?
You're either somebody or you fizzle out into nothing. Night City don't let you choose.
Oh, but it does. See, in my line of work, I choose to be Mr. Chill. But folk who try to take advantage, well, they see the beast inside.
I bet that
Alright,
line got a lot of
listen
use on the
close.
internet.
Scanning a serious job now. Playing gargantuan compared to smashing up a scav home.
Okay.
Let me hear it. What's the job?
There's this prototype tech, a biochip to be precise. Job's to grab it. Simple.
Guessing it belongs to a corp?
Mm-hmm. Arasaka.
Ah, they're pushovers.
Surely that's no problem.
Not at all.
Corps don't deserve special treatment.
Shit, you ain't playing around. Got a feeling this could be a start of a beautiful friendship built on heaps of eddies.
Those are my favorite kind.
You work this out? Got a plan?
2 things. First's a conundrum with the Maelstrom boys. Needs active resolving that. Second's a rendezvous. Simple. Client who brought us the job's anxious. She wants to parlay with one of the teams.
Sounds like a successful Prairie convention. So sorry, Mr. Deshawn. One moment. There we are. Who's the client?
Client. What's her thing? Why does she need to meet?
Woman's name's Evelyn Parker. Vetting her wasn't easy. Put the word out I was looking for any kind of intel.
Right, and?
Some brothers from Pacifica got back to me. Told me to stop looking. End the convo. Anyway, our little client insisted on meeting someone with skin in the game. You know, who'll be there for it all.
That's
Yours
me.
truly will be remote. T-Bug ain't no people person, and Jaggy's only good at some things. I know you know what I mean. Pretty much leaves you.
Pretty much.
What's the issue needs resolving with Maelstrom? Got a beef?
Slotting the shard.
Okie doke. I love inserting strange objects into my body that large, beautiful
Got a
men give
classic
me.
tale for you. Psycho Gang doing his thing 2 weeks back. Jumped a Militech convoy. Got away with the gear. Corp don't even know Maelstrom's involved. Now see, Convoy was carrying the Flathead, a little combat bot, a prototype. And I need me that bit of high-grade military tech. Because if we don't get that bot, we don't get no soccer chip. And we sure as hell don't get no happily ever after. But don't get excited. It's a single-use toy. Now, I flat out purchased the damn thing from Maelstrom. Problem is, I did so from a gent went by the name of Brick. I say when, because Brick was the leader. 3 days after we'd sealed our deal, his friend and gangmate, one Simon Randall, aka Royce, plain dropped his ass.
Oh.
Royce is in charge now, and I got no way of knowing if he aims to honor his predecessor's word. To add to this shitstorm, one Meredith Stout of Militech has developed an interest in said convoy.
Who's the woman? Nah, Royce.
Royce guy. What's he like?
The type to shoot your
straight
friends.
Psychopath, chrome-loving kind.
Sick.
Big club in this town.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. Except few of its other members, no matter the stakes, would put a friend and associate through an industrial microwave dryer. Apparently, first thing to burst are the eyeballs. Get a nice clear pop. Then the rest goes goulash.
Goes goulash. Mom, I'm gonna take that line, thank you.
Who's the
the woman?
prima donna?
She's
Corporal
hot.
agent, internal affairs. Been skidding around town asking after the convoy as if her life depended on finding it. The one lead she's got zip-tied in her trunk. Stick up her ass ain't growing any shorter. So she must be getting desperate. Be wise to think how you could use that.
Would it?
Of course, to do so, you'll need that frazzled cat's info. Sending it now.
Think I got everything. Time I got to work.
Well, that's just music to my ears. I'll set up the meet with Miss Parker at Lizzie's bar. Flathead, though's gonna be all you.
Sure.
One more thing, Miss V. Quiet life or blaze of glory?
Quiet life would be smarter. All sounds far too fun, though. See ya. I see. Ooh. Hold on. Hold. Hold your horses. Oh, nope. Body. That's kind of sick. Actually, blunt lab? Okay, well, that's less interesting. Reflexes. Ooh. Crazy ways to exit vehicles? I like that. Like that a lot. And we'll be slippery. Why not? Maybe I should grab a cool thing. Do you like assassinations? Anyway. Okay.
Jackster,
What's up?
talk to Dex.
Yeah, he's right there.
Literally in Narnia.
Guy certainly knows how to protect his biz. Wants to put us on a few small kinks. Prep work, I guess. Before lining us up a big job. There's this combat bot military prototype. Maelstrom clept it, then Dex paid to take it off their hands just before the Gangoons had a switch up in management.
Right, heard about that. Royce versus Brick. Hostile takeover.
About sums it up. Dex wants us talking to Royce. Gave the deeds of some Militech agent too, but don't know how much help she stands to be.
Can I help you?
Yeah, you don't sound thrilled. Royce, what do you know about him?
He's fucking whack, something special. Junkies snort junk. Royce snorts chrome.
Then there's the other thing. Gotta meet the client who put the job on the table, Evelyn Parker.
You? Well, what's
Ow,
Dex gonna
fuck
do?
you.
Ride around in his limo, chat chicks up on the hollow?
Parker wants to meet someone on the crew. Dex gave me the nod.
He must know what he's doing. So, how you want to play this? Maelstrom or Parker? What's first?
I don't know that you want to let the fucking... Crazy gang members just chill for a bit.
I say we knock on Maelstrom's door first. Pound, actually.
In that case, I'll hit the All Foods. Move my nose to the ground. Sniff around. Hasta luego.
Woo! Sick. Wait, hold on. Wasn't there two options? Hold F to slide out while at high speed, and double tap to jump out. Cool. Do you like the layout of this location? The roundabout? The roundabout that I was stuck in? Woo! Oh. Whoops. This is the wrong way. Excuse me. Damn, you're gonna make me jealous, Cap. Someday I'll get good at navigating these fucking vehicles, or maneuvering, rather. Should I call Meredith? I don't know that I really wanna. She seems pretty useless. I guess she's gonna try and get the jump on me if I don't, but, like, how would calling her early help her not do that?
Ah, there you are.
Hey.
Let me hear what you squared away.
That an arch? Aw, oh, damn, what a beaut.
Yeah, got her Jeep, too. Dorset job dividend.
Huh. Don't know how you could scrape together enough for that beast. Even used.
Well, I took out a loan, but muy pequeñito. But I mean, it's totally worth it.
Sure.
So Dex already paid the Maelstromers for the
Hold on.
Corpo bot. Thing is, can't be sure the Gangoons are still.
Oh, technical ability. I could raise tech twice, I guess. Health items. This. Ooh. Oh, I don't have any more perk points.
Still willing to hand it over.
He paid up front? Híjole. Well, whatever. Let's go get this tech. You scheme yet? You got a plan?
Doubt it'll go smoothly.
That shit can go smoothly. This is Maelstrom.
Go around.
Gang world ain't too complicated. Might's
You hit my
right.
car, I'm killing you.
Strong survive.
Go around.
Either you fuck others, or you get fucked. So, into the Borg Beast Den.
Yeah.
Let's go see these bastards.
All right, let's knock on their door. See if they even open up.
The different entries to the food stalls? Yeah, oh, yeah. The world definitely feels very good.
Later then.
We'll buy it off them. We already paid. Where is it? Oh.
Don't know you.
Want to talk to Roy? Dex sent us.
Main room. We've been waiting.
They've been waiting. Jesus.
Cozy place. They could use a few plants, though. Oh, yeah. They look damn well prepared.
Do they?
Don't think I've ever seen security like this in a chow factory.
Gear from the Jack convoy. Gotta be. Must have been all over it like maggots on dead meat.
Anti-personnel mine. Directional shrapnel spitter. My favorite.
Subtle.
Subtle that I know more than you, or subtle with the explosion that's designed to hit us in the face?
Get in the elevator, fucking sheep. Stay cool. They're just trying to spook us.
I'm gonna be real cool. How about I shoot you in the face, man? Never mind. I'll be cool. I'll be cool.
Alright, chill, V. Remember, we're on their turf.
Yeah, which is why they're gonna feel fucking chill to kill us. Here for the flathead.
You got a bot. Model MT0D12, called the Flathead.
And? The hell you care?
Dex bought it.
Guy
I'm here
I
to pick
represent
up.
already paid Brick for it. I'm just here for the pickup. I can talk direct to Royce if necessary.
Nah, you talk to me. Name's Dum Dum.
I'll bet it is.
Now couch. Planet.
Okay.
Well, shit. Goes for you too.
I'll stand.
This so fucking hard? Fucking ass on the fucking couch!
I thought this was their turf and we should play Chill Jackie.
Never ask.
Okay.
Sit your ass down for a planet bullet in your skull.
Jesus, Jack, what gives?
Primerito, I don't like this guy's tone.
Fuck up guy's tone.
Sitting on your ass makes you an easy target.
Walking into someone's house makes you an easy target. Just sit down, you fucking idiot.
This ain't gonna end well, but... Shit.
Tell him.
Well, all right. Come on. Gotta lighten up. Take a hit.
What is it?
What is it?
The skeef. Shit kicks you in the ass. It's a fucking rush, man. Gotta feel it for yourself. Come on, give it a whirl.
Yeah, fuck it. I can kill you guys high as fuck.
Better.
So better.
Now we can talk. Here we go. A flathead. Model MT-0D12.
Need to see it.
Suit yourself. Fucking tricked out this thing. Dynamic thermal optic camo armor. Full cognitive immersion with a Raven controller.
Woo.
Pinned out prototype actuators made of titanium, vanadium, Kevlar composite. And watch this.
Unobtainium, you don't say.
Fully integrated link too. So when the spider starts crawling up walls, dangling from ceilings.
Could lose your lunch.
So what you think?
Pretty sick.
Raven's not the dedicated control unit for a flathead.
Yeah, obviously.
Of course not. Militech controllers auto-link to Militech systems. I mean, you wouldn't want them tracking their stolen tech back to your hands. Yeah, Raven's our baby. Got improved neural sync and no fucking pesky tracing. You ask me, we ought to sell that shit.
You did.
Yep, we'll take it.
Free. Sure. Yeah. Let's see your cred.
Brick got it. It's all paid out.
Brick got it. Huh. I don't see any fucking brick around here, do you?
Come on. Can't expect me to pay for this thing twice.
And who the fuck are you to say what can and can't be? You'll pay twice because I say you'll pay twice.
Let's kill him.
Alright. You want the flathead? I better see some eddies.
Seeing as you already got the eddies for it, you ought to offer us a discount. A big one.
A discount? Fuck. You know, you never did say who sent you. Never did say who you're working for.
Dexter Deshawn. That's who.
Dexter Deshawn. The lord ass who punching animal fucked half of Pacifica? And he ain't dead?
No, he's alive, well, and kicking. And he sends his regards.
I wish I saved a first point to beat him in the head.
You short, Cirque?
Bang.
Ah! God damn you. Okay, fine. Hi, sailing the crow in a pan? Good to meet you. Remember to take cover and shit. I tried! The geometry fucking fought me. Oh shit, it saved when I used all my shit just so I could be a nerd at him? Fuck. Yep.
Yep, we'll take it. Brick got...
No.
Come on.
You'll pay twice. Bye.
Seeing as you already got
The guy, the dude.
So, gonna consider my offer now? Bang.
Bring it, cocksuckers! Unload on them, B! Cut load!
Give me bigger gun.
Shit! Shit, shit, shit!
Cut off. Grab the gear. Button control shard. Quick.
Control the trajectory of bullet ricochets if you have ballistic fucking something or other.
Got
I
the
do.
set. Button controller.
I do have that.
Let's go. Quicker the better.
Die. How about that?
Get out of here.
Hold on. Okay, new pistol. That's fine. But can I trade out that? Sick.
Dying for some fresh air.
So that's tech. That's power? How? I don't know what the fuck they were talking about, bullet whatevers, but... Do I have any new stuff? No? Sure. Can I, like, break anything? No? Okay. Ah! Ah! Damn. Smart weapons. Okay. No opening that, huh? Okey doke. Sorry, I'm just being really thorough with my looting. Is that chill? Do I have to pay for this? They had a fucking vending machine in here, they didn't even break into it, so I didn't have to pay for it? Okay. Sorry.
Ay, huele feo this meat. Ah, I can taste it.
It's a production line. Plus, I thought you loved meat.
Ah!
No other way. Oh, good. Let's move it. Let's go.
Couldn't figure out the on button?
Vámonos.
Ah! Who? Who and where? Ah!
Hey, watch it. They got cams. Something's that. Hot. Jackie Wells.
My guy is trying to kill me. Oh. Bulletproof, huh? Ah! Who? Who is hacking my shit? God. You suck. Nope. You?
Playtime's over.
I swear, we won't even torture you.
I kind of want to do a keybind switch really quick. Where's my crouch? Ah! Ah! I feel like I've lost things. Kelly, the local trans femme, Crow. We got into 2077 on my second playthrough. I hope you're enjoying the time of the game. The pistol can ricochet is really all you need to know. I think one specifically can break kneecaps or something if you shoot their legs, but that's about it. I see. I am another trans femme, but I'm a moth. Cryptid. I know. Very original. We're all very excited about it. And this is not my first time playing, but...
Hey, help me out over here.
Shit, I know this fool. It's Brick.
Brick, you're alive?
It's your call, V. What do you want to do?
I can't really do shit, can I?
Detonator. Armed.
I mean, why would I want to kill Brick? Brick seems alright. Aha. Ah. Okay. Find a way to free Brick. Well, I freed that part. Hold on. Market data. There's no way that it's 42269, but, you know. No. Jesus. Well, where would it be? I guess, oh, maybe on your computer? Messages. Hey, or your head will explode! Okay. Porn, awesome. Surveillance system. Well, none of this is helpful. Throwbug still not work. We'll never get her attention again. Why isn't Throwbug working? Really should. But hi, writer. Or wiki. It was not working. I just did it manually for you because I'm, you know, blessed and beloved. Rick, how the fuck do I get you out of there? Hold on. Hello. Let's make sure. Ah. Let's see. Where do people keep their? This is the code to the guy I locked up.
Enemies watching.
Oh. What? Okay. Sure. Dude, I don't know how to get you out of there, but I turned off the detonator, so figure it out. Dang. Escape from Whole Foods. I bet the guy has it on him, but like, ugh, a long way to walk. It did work. I got $2 for the price of 1. Damn it. Somebody kill Wiki. Oh, no. I can't go back? But then how the fuck do I... Maybe... Do I have something in my inventory anywhere? Like... Any notes? Sure. Ooh, I have a shotgun. Didn't know I had that. Stuff. Control shard. Journal, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to get him out of there. Ah! Just like to do it for me. I see how it is. Oh, you know. There's gotta be a way to free him in here. There has to be. This is so frustrating to me. For no good reason. Nuh-uh. Oh, that's right. I don't have the thing.
Why do I gotta do everything myself? Go, go, go!
Ah.
See how it's done.
Where the fuck are you? Ah! Hello. Ow! Fucking hell.
You know who you're messing with?
I have no idea who they're messing with. Ah! There you are. Who the fuck is hacking? And where? Yeah? Is it? Thanks. Ah! Excuse me. Damn, I don't really fuck with any of the guns I found. Hi. Who is and where? Oh, does it not recharge while I'm in a camera? Damn, I really gotta get more RAM. I like hacking. It's fun. Ow! Fuck! Okay, I'm sick of you. You suck. Give me my submachine gun. Oh, wait, better one. Interesting. technically worse, actually, but slightly better effective range. I'll take it.
Seeker, you will find cover on this.
Huh.
She's hiding! Find her! I'll take the cider!
Find her? Ow!
One shot and we're done! You know who you're messing with?
Jesus Christ, man. Okay, hold on. More keybind things. Actually, I need to change this to that, and this to that. And then toggle walking is G. Good to know. And then quick melee is gonna be... Yep. That's all of them, huh? Someone's shouting that they can smell my fucking fear. Someone's tracing my fucking location.
Playtime's over! Hang on! Reloading!
Thank you. Cool. How do I get there? Do you have anything in here? No, just a tunnel. Okay. A rosary. Open skills? What the fuck is this? But how many of these do I have? Is this street cred? This what I use it for? Or oh. Let's see. Okay, well whatever. Whoa! Pick 1 through 3. 3's my lucky number, so let's pick 2. Hey, one sec. Hold on. This is way more important. This is Contra. This is literally Contra. Cool. Sorry I'm bad at reading chat and playing first-person shooters at the same time. I am not sure who would be good at that, but, you know, I am sorry that I'm not. I'm lost. Probably Captain. Ah, what? Ah, cameras. I hardly know her. I can break the chain with my mind? That's fucking crazy. Local network. How do I switch computers? Is there only the one? Yeah, I guess. Anyway. Am I going the right way? Can't even fucking tell. Oh, this is leading me to Brick again. Read carefully. Oh. That's nothing. Hey, friends. I know all of us know me as an incredibly honorable and godlike gamer, but can someone cheat and tell me how to free Brick? Pretty please? Oh, I just said that you'd probably be good at reading chat and playing first-person shooters at the same time. That's it. I never went about it this way. Did you pay them? That's fucked up.
Cargo manifest. Stamped LOA.
LOA?
Lost on arrival. Someone knew they'd slip out of Militech script soon as they crossed the border into the state. Signed by one Anthony Gilchrist. We have our mole.
Interesting. Well, that's, you know, cool to know. Okay. That's fascinating. Not necessarily what I was looking for. Technically, I paid them. Suspect. Very suspect. Oh, I guess you could talk to the lady first and probably do it a different, fancy way. Instead of coming here and shooting everybody. I just didn't want to deal with her. She seemed sketch. Okay, everyone knows that I would never cheat in a video game, right? Everyone knows that. Apparently there is a laptop nearby that says it. But, whatever. That wasn't the right one. Whatever. There is a laptop nearby that says it. I'm gonna look for said laptop. What? You don't say it either. What the fuck? The internet lied to me. The internet lied to me. Whatever. Get, scat, scram. Hey.
God, felt like a fucking eternity there.
Guess it's kind of your fault we're here. Came for some tech deck spot.
He tell you to free me? No, just to pick up the bod. Classic fucking Dex.
Looking a little like we might have saved your skin.
Think we're due a favor, hombre? Jesus, slow down, maybe. I'll get you, but kinda caught me at a bad time.
Yeah.
We never meet again, I'll have you covered.
A classic I owe you one, huh? Alright. Thanks. Cameras! Everyone's dead, Jackie. Cameras don't mean anything to me. Also love that I explained Lost on Arrival again. There. Camera's gone. You quit freaking out? Big baby. Why can't I open the gate? Whatever.
Keep it calm. What are those bottles?
Keep it calm. Keep it calm. I'm so calm. So incredibly calm. Hi, likely moth. Well, I'm definitely a moth, so one of us is a creature of deceit, which I really respect. A pleasure to meet you. This is the part of playing video games that I always get really embarrassed by, which is the fact that I get lost really easy. Ooh. Ooh.
What the hell?
Who? Who and where?
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. How could something like that occur?
You hear that?
Subtle, Jackie.
Sit tight, coming for ya.
No. No, I'd rather you didn't. A fucking katana. And a bunch of broken shit. Ooh. Damaged poker chip? Poker? I hardly... Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop there. I wish I had a flashlight. I feel like that would be useful in a wide variety of these situations where I keep crawling around in the fucking dark. I really like your model. Aw, shucks, stop. I made her myself. You can tell by how fucking janky and expressionless I am. Hey, who did that? Hey, you fucking, hey. I just met ya. I already like ya. Let's not go making mortal enemies by throwing sharp things at my head. Whether or not they are worth monetary value. I love you, I appreciate you. But quit it. Jackie, you gotta use the bathroom or something?
Let's get out of here.
Okay. Well, that was easy. Damn, that's a cute emote. Alright, all is forgiven.
No begging, no debt, no corpo strings attached. And the flathead's ours.
Yep.
That's the way to do biz, V.
Shoot everyone? Couldn't agree more.
Tough to argue.
Yeah, 'cause I'm right. Always. Nice of you to notice.
God, you are lucky you are good looking. That mouth of yours.
I love this town. The city of endless opportunity and brotherly hate. But if you got the cojones and you know how to use them, you can do damn near anything.
Unless you catch a bullet, stray or not.
Even then, you go out with a bang, right? And the street'll talk. The street'll remember.
You know, you could make heaps more eddies as a motivational speaker.
Jórate, güey.
What now, Jack?
What now? Now I go back. Find Misty. Do something to make me feel alive again. They could have shot us up good back there. No two ways about it.
Risks come with the job, Jack.
Ducked in time to avoid death's sweeping sight again.
God.
Only right to celebrate. Even though we get to do that lots. Don't forget to let Dex know we got his toy for him. Ahí lo luego.
Yeah, see you later. Fucking weirdo. Oh, he's calling me. Lucky me.
How things looking, Miss V?
Just dandy.
Got the bot.
And how'd it go? Run into any trouble? And what about the Militech angle?
Sure, of course there was trouble. Boys couldn't have given two shits that you and Brick had shaken on it.
How'd you get him on board? You used the corpo one?
Nope.
Did it without Militech holding my hand. Didn't want to risk it.
So how'd you get that cat Royce to hand over the flathead?
I killed everyone. What do you
Only
mean?
way I know that always works. Brute force.
You got some balls, Miss V.
I try not to, but, you know.
Still on the to-do list.
That meat's the only thing that'll get you a chance at grabbing that.
Gotta go. Right, so then what?
That meat's the only thing that'll get you a chance at grabbing that chip. Park will be waiting for you at Lizzie's bar. Good luck.
Oh, that was kind of slick. $6 p.m. and 6 a.m. Well, ouch. Oh, it is this bar. How convenient. Excuse me? God, same guy.
Hey there, dollface.
Hey,
Interest you in a preem BD?
what's that? Rain dance?
What do you got?
What don't we got? Women and men of your dreams. Synaptic acting A-listers, no washed-up virtue porn boy toys or blow-up dolls here.
Cool.
Auteur stuff. It'll grip your heart and blow your nerves right out of your body.
Can I get her to kill me with an axe?
bit-based
Your neon
ecstasy.
looks like
That's
she
what
could
you
kill me with an axe.
Clearly know how to sell it.
Not a sales pitch, it's a warning. I'll give you one word. Bespoke. Not for everyone's synapses.
Think you can handle it?
Sorry, got distracted. Yeah.
Bespoke. Damn, that sounds promising. I get it, I'm in.
I don't know.
Couple of things you need to know first. Severe penalties for any unauthorized recording.
Sure.
No drugs, no groping.
Sure.
Someone catch your eye? You do not grab them. You find them in the catalog, ask for a BD, and get yourself a box.
I really look that green to you? Like I don't know.
They still gotta say
Doors
it.
open.
All right.
Have fun, doll.
Thanks.
Welcome to
What a
Lizzie's.
sweet little face you have.
Thanks.
Pretty dumped her already.
All depends on maybe you...
Hey,
Get you something.
Yeah.
looking for
A
Evelyn
person.
Parker. Know if she's here?
Ooh. I don't know why everything's
asking?
jittery in here.
A big tipper. Generous when I get the answers I'm looking for.
Appreciate the gesture, truly. But afraid I don't get paid to talk. Opposite, actually.
It's all right, Mateo. I was waiting for this one.
Hey.
Evelyn Parker.
Nice
I
to
knew
meet
it was
ya.
you as soon as you walked in.
I do love tequila. Just parked my bashing into a corner of a building.
tequila I drink.
Yeah, let's pretend that was on purpose.
How would you know?
I like to know everything about the people I work with. Either that or it was just a lucky guess.
Let's guess the latter. Sounds fun. Also, I didn't hear the notification, but Likely Moth, thank you very much for following. That's sweet of you. Really gotta open up different thing. Fucking Twitch helper does not always say things.
Why we meeting here? Any particular reason? Actually, it doesn't seem much like your thing, this place.
Doesn't it?
I'll take that as a compliment.
It's not.
Come on. Know a place we can talk where ears won't prick up to listen.
You can get enough sleep? I hope you get good
We'll be in
night's
the
sleep, and if
lounge,
you need
Mateo.
any help and a
Anyone
cuddle,
asks, we're not
just go
here.
ahead and let me know. I can't help you, but, you know, I like to know.
Nothing's
What
wrong.
can a horny
Really?
girl like me
Why don't you
do
just
for
tell
a
me
Ah!
guy like you?
I just told you.
A little vanilla.
Dex had a load to say about you. Called you professional, effective, and trustworthy. I hope he wasn't overselling.
He was.
I'm good at what I do. Got a solid crew at my back, too. Never once botched a job.
Oh, I've only done 2.
You do realize I expect more of you than scraping street corner data terms. Much, much more.
Well,
I'm the best.
you either trust
and
me
I
or
know
you
what I'm
don't.
getting into. Dex was clear. The job's high risk.
By the way, you work together long? You and Dex?
Why you asking?
You writing Dex's bio? Hate to disappoint, but I just don't know much.
The game does want me
In
to
other
tell
words,
her.
you hardly know each other. Yet he fingered you for this job. Curious.
Yeah, I'm not the complaints department.
Shit, buzz Dex right now if you're getting cold feet. I can wait.
I doubt he'd add anything I haven't already heard. Anything I'd really like to hear, for that matter. There's only one other bunch that's worse than fixers in that respect. Used car salesmen. I'll go with my gut for now.
Everyone's hating on the middleman.
Let's cut to the chase. What do you got for me?
Your target. I trust you know what it is.
Relic. Secure your soul trinket. Key tech in the program, actually. We're tangling with Arasaka. Making this heist one dangerous, risky motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Arasaka's poured billions into personality transfer technology. But me, I just want the data on this one. The chip is tucked away inside Konpeki Plaza, the hotel. You ever been?
About the game? About a thing I said? Never had the opportunity.
You know, just never rolled through that neighborhood.
Damn shame. The fresh they serve is sinfully good. Chef must have made a deal with the devil.
That's nice.
So where's this chip hiding, exactly?
In a suite on the top floor. The room's occupied by Yorinobu Arasaka.
Oh!
Yorinobu Arasaka. He's in town?
Don't you read the scream sheets? The media couldn't get enough of Yori coming to Night City. It was all over the headlines. Anyway, he's heir apparent to the Arasaka Empire. Saburo Arasaka's only surviving son.
Surviving?
What, so Arasaka Jr.'s planning to grab the reins while in Night City?
Maybe.
Only a handful of people in Night City know what the Arasaka's real plans are.
Telling me you're one of them?
Yeah, that sounded like that's what you were saying. What's up your sleeve?
If you've got any spare aces up your sleeve, now's the time to show them.
Now this should make your tits perk up.
Okay.
Yorinobu recently swiped the chip from an Arasaka laboratory. He's made a deal with Netwatch, aims to sell it to them.
Well,
Have
none of
you
that sounds like
spotted
ball
my
gags
ace
and
yet, or do I need to spell
massage
things
oil,
out?
so my tits remain exactly where they were.
Wait, Neutral Netwatch is mixed up in this?
Netwatch provides net security for all corporations, and collects eddies in the millions for it. But in this day and age, everyone's in the game, and no one can afford to be a saint. To win, one has to go all in.
So where is it?
Fine. So no Arasaka security on the device because Yorinobu whisked it away in secret. Now where's he hiding it?
Well, likely in a specialized container. One that mimics an organic neural environment. On the outside, it looks like an ordinary briefcase.
And the case is?
You'll see for yourself soon enough. Provided we're done gossiping about the Arasakas.
Might be.
What else do you know about Yorinobu?
Quite a bit, actually. He studied finance and biotech in Tokyo. Probably didn't have a choice in the matter, come to think of it. Saburo was grooming him to be his successor.
I don't really care.
But then Yorinobu vanished to chase his own dreams. Cut himself off from the Corp for years. Long story short, though the black sheep returned, the bitter taste remained.
Ah, I see.
But that's only one side of him. There's another. An intelligent man who has always walked his own path, and so has his own designs on the Corp.
What a weird amount of personal info.
Seems to be risking everything with this relic scam.
Yes, because he's fallen for the biggest lie this town puts forward. That he can gain and retain control of anything.
I see. What's on the relic? No.
Okay.
whatever, I don't care.
What's next?
Now comes the best part. Follow me. Got something for you. Should help you plan. Brain dance from Konpeki Plaza.
How's a brain dance supposed to help? Need facts, not thrills.
Think BDs are only good for fondling virtual tits? Jacking off to in those boxes? No. It can be a very useful tool. Good for analyzing details human perception, even boosted, doesn't grasp. Exactly what you need.
So what's on the tape?
Yorinobu's suite. The glorious interior. You'll need to locate the relic yourself. Hope I grabbed enough detail to make that possible.
Hold up. Mean to say you recorded this?
Mm-hmm. BD Rec implant. Why, you object?
So you know him I mean, I already knew that.
No, not at all. Let's see this brain dance.
Judy'll help. She's a Mox, too. Besides, we go back, years. V, this is important. Judy's always been there for me. Always helped out. I trust her. But she's a Mox, not the latest member of your crew. Try not to forget. So you'll be a good girl, tread lightly, and keep that tongue on a leash.
Well, now you're just
Relax.
trying to rile me up.
Believe it or not, I'm no stranger to tact. In biz or life.
Hey.
Hey, there you are. This is V. She's here for that BD role. And V, this is Judy. Best brain dance editor I know.
Enough already. Gonna make me barf.
I don't like being flattered. Interesting. Sure, we'll raise tech ability again. Why not?
Compiled your BDF.
What do you think? Will it do?
Still pretty raw, but yeah, ought to do.
Mm-hmm. V needs to get deep inside. That's most important.
Well.
So, let's calibrate. Tune it to her. Believe me, I've dealt with worse. Should see the jig street porn we gotta contend with sometimes.
So, we drop V inside? Let her look, let her rummage around, right?
How about it, V? Raw brain dance. Ever taken a dip before?
Nope.
Look, I'm no BD virgin, but the raw stuff, uncharted territory. Relax. I'll explain everything. It's less complicated than it sounds. Sit down, settle in, and we'll get you going.
God damn it. Gotta stop picking at scabs. Tearing my face apart. Want to keep Mott's tongue? Well, ideally it remains attached to me, but other than that, I'm game.
Gotta create your sensory profile first.
Okay.
Okay, hit me. Just promise me it won't hurt. It won't. Not this time.
Damn.
Now sit still, look at me. Gonna
Huh?
run the analysis soft. Should feel a slight tingling. Mm-hmm. Okay, now let's set the optics and other sensory sigs. Look smack into these two screens. Pretend it's an eye exam. Am I gonna have to do this calibration dance every time? Not necessarily, but it's worth the wait. Give me 2 more minutes and you'll see exactly what BD analysis is capable of. 1 more sec. Need to get the pain receptor limiters in. Okay. All set. You need to test your profile first. Tossing in a sample BD. You can use it to get to know the editor. Now let me see. Where could we...
Can't you just use my recording? Why are we wasting time?
So we don't risk our necks. Besides, won't take a sec. Got something here. Should be perfect.
Oh, I don't think I need the tutorial.
Won't take long. Be diving in
I think I remember basically how to do it.
Plan simple. Do nothing odd. Don't get creative. You go in, snatch the cash, get out. And we sell the BD to those psycho freaks from the studio.
Got it.
And remember, everything on full blast. They'll spot us extra for a wicked adrenaline high.
Okay, on you go. Down. Everybody, on the ground. I want to see you kissing the flooring. Money, now, or I will fucking drop you. I swear to God. Whoa, yeah, hey, now, before I blow your fucking head off.
Yeah, it's impressive, right? It's too bad most of the BDs we do here are only good for flogging the log. Anyway, you ready to do this?
You have a weird amount of passion for someone who just had me live through getting shot in the face.
Take a break. Still feel like that kid when... Yeah. Think I'm done.
V, there's no time. Get it together, please.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Just need T-Bug to link in.
Whoa. Who?
Runner for my crew. Security specialist. She'll tell me what to look for while we analyze. No problem, I hope.
Actually, it is a problem. Not what we agreed, Ev.
Judy, T-Bug's a professional. Discreet to a fault. You can trust her.
Why? 'Cause you say so?
Yep.
Please, Judy. I'd never expose you to any danger. You know that.
Okay, V. Call T-Bug and we'll dive in.
Thanks. Your caller ID remains spooky,
Hey, V,
T.
what's happening?
Bug, listen. I got some useful footage from Konpeki Plaza. It's a brain dance.
Konpeki? Oh, thought as much.
Someone there with you?
Unimportant, Bug. Please focus. Need your help.
Yeah, she's already
Got
nervous.
No
Let's
clue what
not
I'm
name
supposed to look
names.
for once I'm in.
Alright, see if I can walk you
He
through it.
cocked it twice.
Jacking into your tape
Oh, that is a
You've
good,
gotta give me access. Opening
good
port
foreshadowing.
1779.
I didn't even notice that.
Secure protocol? Good, I'm going in. Should be getting my request now.
Got it. You ready?
A millisec. Okay, connection confirmed. Now some quick tip ice and we're clear. Ready to dance.
Fire her up, Judy.
Alright, V. Eyes open. Gotta find out.
Okay, hold on. Sorry. I keep messing with things in the background, but I promise I am trying to avoid doing so. Oh, that's right. It's not working. Okay, fair enough. Whatever.
Or Yorinobu's keeping the relic.
You look like him.
Watch the whole recording from Evelyn's point of view is optional. Okay.
Fuckable meat, are you?
Evelyn. She... I felt her fear.
Okay, we'll just watch
Sure
the full
got it
thing
under
first.
control quick, too.
I said no. They'll have my head for this. Then you shall perish for a good cause. But make yourself comfortable. I need a minute to
Listen in on that conversation, V. Could be something important.
finish. We shall see soon enough. My father's a tired, visionless old graybeard who thinks nothing will change and he'll live forever in his tiny, frozen bubble. You will listen to this. Saburo is an adult despot.
Champagne's
utterly
decent.
removed from
The
reality.
taste boosted somehow?
Stuck in some
Nope,
fossilized
just the price.
vision of a world
Same bubbly you'll be
that no
sipping in
longer
real space
exists.
soon.
Of a world that may never have existed. We have not seen eye to eye for the past 20 years. I am quite sure we want now. Note it.
Hung up. Go Go back to when they first start talking. Need to hear the whole thing.
I will. I'm just gonna watch the full thing first.
Sorry to make you wait. Business can be stupid.
It wasn't long. Not even long enough for me to grow bored. Is everything all right? You seem tense. Edgy.
A moment. It will pass.
I can get to work on that. Just one condition.
You wish to make demands of me.
Only one. Focus on me. Oh, got any candy left? Stuff was pretty fun last time.
Bedroom. Nightstand.
I've got an idea. Be right back.
Very nice. But come here already.
Just a sec. Looking for the perfect thing. Ah, you'll like this.
What love is until you've learned the meaning of the moon.
Look, it's like I'm really...
V, eye on the prize. Focus.
Warui-kome. I miss this. You.
I know.
Okay. We'll restart.
Alarm firmware's fresh, but saw excited birds chirping on a BBS. Something about lots of seeds falling to this sieve. Let me generate keys. I can forge their SIGs.
Kind of fuckable meat, are you?
What's glowing over here? Ah!
Shit, camera's packed with new tech. Motion sensors, heat sig activators, IFF.
You skilled enough to kill it all?
Mucho more than enough. Just need access to their subnet.
No. Then you shall perish for a good cause.
But
make yourself comfortable. I need a minute to finish.
Here in a drone, ventilation and cooling? Servers, gotta be. Fancy doodads in here need to be controlled.
I need a minute to finish.
The program is still in the trial phase. We cannot take it to market as is.
We shall see soon enough.
Please speak with your father. He's taken a particular interest in this project. He can certainly explain the risks.
My father's a tired, visionless old graybeard who thinks nothing will change, and he'll live forever in his tiny, frozen bubble.
I should not even be listening to such things.
We'll listen to this. Saburo is an adult despot, utterly removed from reality. Stuck in some fossilized vision of a world that no longer exists. Of a world that may never have existed. We have not seen eye to eye for the past 20 years. I am quite sure we want now.
Read the documentation carefully. The relic requires specific storage conditions. You must provide them.
Heard that? Relic docs gotta be around here somewhere. Look for them.
Wasn't long. Not even long enough for me to grow bored. Is everything all right? You seem tense. Edgy.
A moment. It will pass.
I can get to work on that. Just one of you. Come on.
Automated turrets. Latest scanner model. Systems all connected to the server.
Can you shut them off?
Externally, no way. Gotta get in, check out how they link into the system first. Looks like all their security systems are linked to the hotel subnet. We need the Flathead. No other way to shut down these systems.
Well, we have that.
Can't get around them ourselves?
Nope. At least I'm fresh out of ideas.
Oh, got any candy left? Steph was pretty well last night. I got an idea.
Loaded. Safety's on. Good to know, though. Once you're in there, don't forget about that iron.
Looking good. The perfect thing. Ah, I like this.
What love is.
Manual details a special temp-controlled container. Relic needs to be kept real cool.
So, Chip's gotta stay in the freezer.
Yep, could damage it otherwise. Okay, switch on thermal layer detection in the editor. Should be easier to spot where Yorinobu's keeping the chip.
The program is...
Oh, Donaghy's. Looks like Mr. Arasaka had something to celebrate. Really think you'll find the chip in there? No way. Temp's too low. Could fluctuate. Nice try, though.
Still in the trial phase. We can't take it on as is.
Right. Grab the heat sig. Matches the spec in the docs.
Yorinobu's got the case here. Guaranteed.
We got it. Good work. Looks like we got everything we need. Quit out of the editor.
Caesar, please speak with your father. Particular interest in this project, he can certainly explain the risks.
My father's a tired, visionless old graybeard who thinks nothing will change, and he'll live forever in his time.
Just a fancy-ass fridge.
I need frozen bubbles.
I should not be listening to such things.
Air conditioning, standard model for hotels of this caliber.
Cool. Okay.
Get everything you need?
Yep, that'll do. Thanks, Judy. We got it. Later, T-Bug.
Nice work today. See you soon.
I'll wipe the cache on your data. You were never here.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Keep it. I'll put it on Ev's tab.
That's a
Portable
tab I love
device
to
for
run up.
handling BDs. I already uploaded your calibration settings.
Seems
Not as
pretty useful.
sophisticated as what we got here, but should do the trick.
And it keeps you out of harm's way. Clever.
Speaking of harm's way, know what I see looking at you?
A beautiful, scary lady.
Talking corpses.
Oh. Awesome.
Relax. I got it all under control.
If you fuck up and they come knocking on my door,
Judy, relax. That's not gonna happen.
Evelyn, please, no shortcuts. You go that route, City'll always win. So be careful.
Aye, aye.
Of course I will be. Besides, we'll talk in a bit.
Bye, Judy.
Let's walk. Well, what do you think?
So, what now?
V. Do this job for me. I mean me alone. No splitting the payout with anyone else. No middlemen.
Are you fucking insane?
No Dex.
You wanna haze the super famous Fixer?
You wanna fuck over our Fixer. I knew something was up.
Dex is a middleman. And a useless one at this point.
We don't pay him for this point, we pay him for the previous point.
That's the one rule every merc in this city knows and actually follows.
But if we're smart...
Doesn't matter. Mistake like that'll cost you your rep. And without a rep, you're nobody. You sure you want to do this?
Better ask yourself that question. Do you want to spend the rest of your days blasting scabs? Or become a legend overnight?
We're out of your mind
choice.
if you think that would make me...
No fucking way. Dex took a leap
Your
he trusts
lovely
me.
helper just told us
Now
no
I'm
shortcuts
doing
to
the
our
same.
faces 5 seconds ago.
50%.
And you're like, hey,
With cred like that in
what
your
if
account,
I
you don't need Dex
fucked
for
it all?
anything.
No.
Evelyn, it's not just about the money.
You fucking idiot.
I thought you were a
It's about
merc.
my brains on
I
the
thought it was
wall.
always about the money.
Not behind the back of someone who trusts me. Sorry.
Fine. I never asked. But V? I just hope you're as good as you are naive. If you need me, call. I'll send you my number.
Okay.
Good luck. Now go. I need a few words.
Yep.
How things looking, Miss V?
Turns out Evelyn's recording from Konpeki was worth our time.
Beautiful. T-Bug already called. Said she's working her magic.
We're all set. Ready to go. What now?
Now we do the job I hired you to do. Grabbing that vital chip. We'll talk about the rest at the afterlife. See you there.
Great. Be there in no time.
See you, Miss V.
Ta-ta! Ah! Jesus. Where's the exit? How do I leave? Thank you. Where's the beautiful women? Hello. Okay. Okay. Victor, you're asking for a wild night.
How's biz going?
Can't complain. Corporals learned to keep their distance, and Sokka's back hiring alone mercs. They all gotta have the newest, shiniest implants.
Think you got Misty here to help. Handles your griping well.
Yeah, renting out her shop's the best decision I ever made.
Know what? Seems like you're the only person in Night City who's happy with his lot.
You get to a certain age, you drop all your illusions. Life just gets easier from there.
Have a good one.
See you around, B.
Okay. I think... Guys get real antsy. Hey. How you doing? Ooh. I don't know why I didn't call my car, but now I'm like almost there. The Slotomatic? Let's go. Did anyone here watch, there's a YouTube video of a guy trying to live as if he was just a regular citizen in Night City. He like gets a job he can only eat when his character eats, and he spends like an in-game week, I think. It's pretty fucking great, actually. I'm a huge fan.
About time, chica.
As well,
What's new
Mama
with
Wells.
Senora Wells?
You know, she's worried about me. Whatever.
Cute.
Can't help herself, you know? Checking to see if I'm not rotting in some dumpster, like most of the Wells boys.
Oh, that's less cute.
It's really starting to wear on me. More I tell her everything's okay, more I feel like I'm straight up lying. But that's done after tomorrow. Afterlife.
Wow, that's a death flag. You better...
The afterlife. Known far and wide, that name.
better be okay, you little prick.
Some of the Nomad clan's biggest jobs were scored right here.
Don't surprise me. Ain't no better place than Night City to land a gig. Ready to get your cherry popped? Yeah, come on! Place used to be a morgue. Believe that?
Who would have thunk?
With a name like that?
Right? Way before our time, that. With proper burials were still a thing.
And who might you clowns be?
Name's V. This is Jackie Wells.
Oh. Is that supposed to sound familiar?
It will soon. We're here to see Dex.
Yo, Dex. Got 2 live ones saying they're here to see you.
You get a lot of dead ones?
Yeah? Alright.
Or is that just part of the theming?
Says he needs a second or 2. Go
Alright.
get yourselves drinks or something.
Sure.
Way ahead of you, viejo. Heart of Night City. That's it right there. Beating. Hear it?
Hey.
Can you imagine?
Grab a seat.
Susan Forrest, Boa Boa, maybe even Morgan Blackhand. All sat on those stools. Fell asleep.
Looks like we're up.
You're fangirling, Jack. Just take a breath, maybe.
Hey, you see that old lady there?
Who?
That's Rogue. Best fixer in all of Night City.
Thought Dex was the best.
Rogue was lining up jobs when Dex was still shitting in diapers. Place belongs to her.
What can I get you?
You order.
Yeah, you're excited.
2 tequila old fashions with a splash of cerveza and a chili garnish.
Duo of Johnny Silverhands coming up.
Foreshadowing is a literary technique.
Somebody did their homework.
Looks like the dog ate mine.
Age-old tradition. Drinks are named after our regulars.
Say I wanted to have a drink named after me. What would I have to do?
Snuff it. Mind-blowingly spectacular fashion. Mid-op would be best.
What a beautiful tradition.
Guess dying's a small price to pay for going down in history.
Gotta live like a legend first, though, huh? Death. It's nothing but the final flourish.
To Night City.
And the afterlife. Ha ha! Oh, and by the way, name's Jackie Wells. You want to write down my recipe?
Sure.
Shot of vodka on the rocks, lime juice, ginger beer. Oh, and most importantly, a splash of love.
I'll remember that.
She
Heard you
won't.
were Dex's latest finds.
Just biz, no big deal.
Mr. Dishon, see you
How
now.
do you know?
My job to know.
Makes sense.
Look around. How do you think mercs earn their reps? Through gossip rivaling that of schoolgirls, that's how.
I see.
Break a leg.
Thanks.
Hey, you're the driver.
This way.
I hardly know her, am I right? You didn't seem impressed. Waiting! Alright. Ah! Hi.
Huge. Work out? Same here. No, in the ring. You do some kind of exotic shit? Huh? Kempo? Ninjutsu?
Ah! The moth suit killed Cyberpunk.
Think you could take me? Drop me?
Sure.
Sure.
Este pinche tipo.
What does that mean? Oh no, worth it. Is it? Let's save.
In here.
Ugh. Your name is Hustle? Like, but spelled like muscle? I don't fuck with that. It's too cute. Oh god. Blah. Fuck. I think that cute
right.
waitress spiked my drink.
Cold hard eddies as per usual. Gotta bounce.
Blah.
Well, if it ain't Miss V.
That's me.
Whole family in one place. Ha! Finally!
First time in real space.
And the flathead?
Let's see this bad boy.
Robot.
Alright then. Set your butts down comfy.
Okay, hold on. F5 is quick save. What's quick load? Let's just see if that fixes it. Go back, fuck the redeem. Listen, we're gonna try and fix it. It's gonna be fine. Sometimes it's F8. Thank you.
Set your butts down comfy.
Oh. See? Everything's fine. Don't even worry about it.
It's soundproof?
Jackie.
Now, Mr. Wells is right. We're gonna be going over some sensitive material. But if it's all right with y'all, I'd like to start with a question for Miss V. Evelyn Parker, how'd you fare?
Good. Did great. She didn't say crazy shit at all.
Well, as I could have, I guess. Walked around Konpeki Plaza, inside, from that raw BD she scrolled.
Mm-hmm. Bug already filled me in.
Then why you ask?
So you know the target. Yorinobu Arasaka, the Emperor's son and heir apparent.
Mm-hmm. Man with the millionaire name and no talent to back it up.
Damn.
Evelyn Parker's special friend? So she just want to see what's good, or was there something else?
Let's just say something's off about her.
Parker chick? I don't know. Sent out mixed signals, so I got mixed feelings. One night, sipping Champ Paradis with Yorinobu. Next night, chatting it up with regulars at Lizzie's. Worlds don't match up.
Struck me too.
You saying we putting 2 and 2 together and getting 5? Some part of the equation's missing then, clearly.
Well, aren't you
That's why I
poetic?
gotta fix her. Anyone try to fuck you, they first gotta fuck their way through Dex Deshawn's 300-pound ass. Anything else?
Yep.
Think she just wanted to see what I was about.
Wanted to see what you was about, huh?
How about we go over the plan? What you got for us, Dex?
This.
Well, here goes nothing.
Me
I'm
and Dex
not
have
ratting
already
her
covered the
out.
fine deeds. Ops-wise,
It's a lot of
should be a
ass.
stroll on the beach.
I can't compete,
Elaborate.
but I can
I wanna
come
hear it.
on Pete.
A Delamain will drop your asses at the front door of Konpeki Plaza. You'll stroll right in thanks to your false identities. Then, with Bug's help, you'll breach the hotel subnet.
Mine and the Flatheads help.
Last but not least, you slip into Yorinobu's penthouse and clep the relic.
Goes without saying, we do this on the hush. Ideally, no bodies. Not a one.
You'll have T-Bug on comms for the duration. Time for your burning questions.
What's the cover?
These new identities. Tell us more. What's our cover?
Hello, Ramon Victorino. And you're Hannah Conwell.
Ramon? Yeah, okay. What do we say we're there for?
Yeah, that's more what I'm asking.
Biz as usual. Corpo arms deal. In case anyone asks, you there for a bogus meeting with Arasaka's defense rep, Hajime Taki.
Got it.
Anything else?
How do we get into penthouse?
How do we get in the penthouse?
Yorinobu's got barely any muscle. Hardest part will be penthouse security. If we want to disable, we'll need to neutralize Konpeki's dweller. Elite runner monitoring the hotel's subnet 24/7. Only catch is there's no way to get in the dweller's den from the outside.
Hold on. How you want us to get inside a room you can't get into?
Scary Spider
Trust me
Mac.
when I say whatever hit you think of, T-Bug solved it already.
This is where the Flathead comes in. You'll have to get him in the ventilation shaft, guide him to the dweller, and force the dweller to take a break. Flathead will stay there, jacked into the dweller. But thanks to that, I'll be able to roll out your red carpet into the penthouse.
Cool.
Anything else?
Nope, not worried.
Okay. Feel brought up to speed?
Perfect.
I got a question. When do we get to the real reason we're all here?
Cut for fresh talent's always the same and non-negotiable. 30%.
Bro, 30?
Every part in this drama carries its risks. That's the value of yours, as determined by me. Hello?
Jack, it's fine. Don't push it.
You for real?
Drop it, I said. Cut's fair. Trust me.
It's better than
Fine.
the alternative.
Whatever. Fuck it.
Last thing, Konpeki's got a strict no-iron policy. Security gates, the works. So you dogs will leave your lead spitters in the ride. Take the Flathead inside in its case.
Got some deft suits, so you'll look the part too.
Chido.
Thanks, T.
So, not to count chickens, but why don't we see our Eddies?
All depends how Miss Parker avails herself of her role. But a week, 2 tops is my guess.
And what do we do while waiting? Sit around, suck air?
Yep.
You sit tight, heads down, because old Uncle Arasaka be watching. Now, as that old Greek dog says, life's a banquet. So don't go thirsty, but don't get drunk either.
Who?
Your chariot awaits outside.
Okay.
My cue to Delta 2. Gotta prep to jack in. Be there when you come on comms. Any other issues, now's your chance.
Plan. What's your take?
Enough, I hope, to put me in a luxury Cretan villa from which I'll never set foot in cyberspace again.
Damn, that's good.
Promise to send me a postcard?
No offense, but I'm gonna burn any and all bridges. Need a clean break.
Woof.
Thanks for your help back at the scav hunt.
A few Reapers less in the city. Good thing.
City Hall should be fucking thanking us.
I'm good. No questions.
Let's get to work.
So you ready to get going or what?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's roll. No point in waiting.
In getting rich, you mean?
Welcome on board this Delamain service. With Delamain, you leave your problems at the door.
Son of a bitch. Better fucking believe I will.
I see no reason why you should be using expletives.
Oh, yeah? What about that time I wanted to hire you for my cousin's bachelor party, huh?
Unfortunately, we do not take on such contracts.
3 months I'd been saving up scratch.
That is kind of bullshit,
water
Della.
under the bridge. Hit it, Del.
Before we begin our journey, I must verify the identities of all customers.
Okay.
Please proceed to connect your personal links. Thank you. Excelsior package activated.
Excelsior? Oh, this just keeps getting better.
What's got you excited?
What's got you so antsy?
Hang on. Watch this. Delamain, initiate combat mode.
My apologies, but you do not appear to be in any sort of imminent danger.
Huh. Oh well. Trust me. You'll mow down an army of Saka ninjas if it comes down to it.
Texted and skin? What else?
Excelsior. What else is included?
Comprehensive health coverage, including the handling and disposal of a client's remains should death occur on board.
Damn.
Oh.
Shit got dark pretty quick.
Dex ain't skimping, is he?
He's taking 70% of the pot. Or have you forgotten already?
Thank God I talked to Liz instead of you.
This is how you want to cruise into the major leagues.
Don't get too excited.
Wouldn't get overly excited.
Hmm?
Haven't gotten there. Not yet. Dunno, Jack. Kinda feels like you're losing that steel grip of yours.
Huh. Seems to me like it's you who's got some kind of problem.
Just, you know. Keep your head in the
Keep your
game.
head clear and in the game. We got a job to do.
It's never, ever been clearer in my whole fucking life. Let me explain something to you, V.
Okay.
My whole life I've spent in this shit around us.
Yep.
And I ain't going back.
Hey, how's things?
Smooth as fucking sandpaper.
We'll be, pulling up to the hotel soon.
Listen, set up a direct encrypted line to guide you through Konpeki. V, ring Jackie now, see if we're in sync. Can't be too careful. And?
Got static. Say something, Bug.
The greatest crimes issue from a desire for excess and not from necessity.
Say what now?
Aristotle. Guess you read me then.
Yeah. I
Whole
read
lot
you.
of death flags.
Not so much your
I
big
don't
friend,
fuck with it.
Though it was kind of exciting.
Give it some thought. Try to understand.
Ooh,
How about
everyone's
you, V?
fucking copying. Let's have more Aristotle.
I want more Aristotle.
Fuck off, both.
Yeah.
Okay, tech checks out, looks like.
Será mejor que sí.
Stay in touch.
You get one big job and you think you're out of it forever.
And best of luck.
Thanks.
I shall await here for your return.
It's fucking government contracts. Except, you know, illegal.
Almost forgot. No
Which
iron,
means
huh?
worse.
All right, Hannah. Let's go.
Sure thing, what's your face? You see a big number and you expect... No, the fact that he thinks
Let
we're
me
gonna
grab
get
the
paid in
flathead.
2 weeks is crazy. Take a fucking year. Unless we convince him to pay out of pocket. Which is why he's only paying us 30%. Fucking grumble, grumble, grumble.
We're out front, Bug.
Remember, reservations in your name, Ramon. You're there to meet Hajime
Welcome
Taki,
to
military
Konpeki
tech
Plaza.
department rep.
Thanks.
Papers are for the Flathead.
Don't worry. Got this.
I trust you implicitly. Wish I had a gun.
Welcome to Konpeki Plaza. Please come through single file.
Come.
You got it, home. Sir.
Hold on. Got something.
No shit.
Care to explain why you're bringing military equipment onto the premises into Konpeki Plaza?
We're arms dealers.
Excuse me?
Ah, you are here to see Taki-san. Am I right?
Yes.
Please, accept my apologies for the confusion.
This should only take a moment, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Ooh, thanks.
Yokoso. Greetings and welcome to Konpeki Plaza.
Damn.
We'd like to check in.
Of
Is that
course.
mandatory?
Just a
The
moment,
gold
please.
fucking treatment?
The name on the reservation is?
Victorino.
Double room, 2 adults, 1 night, correct?
That's the one.
That's it.
Perfect. I'll go ahead and notify Taki-san of your arrival.
Shit, no good. Not part of the plan. Talk her up, V. Stall.
That won't be necessary. We'll go freshen up first. Notify him ourselves.
But Taki-san is expecting you, no?
Senorita, do you know how long we've been traveling? 18 hours from New Barcelona.
18 hours?
On Medikey because some cyber psycho blew himself into bits inside the terminal.
Some fucking guy.
Nightmare.
Of course, I understand. You'll be in the Lapis Lazuli suite on level 42. Oh, one more little formality. Please validate your SID chip.
Honor's all yours, Hannah.
Everything seems to be in order. We wish you a pleasant stay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Better get going.
New Barcelona, really?
It's called improvising. You should try it.
Dude. Oh.
What do you think, Hannah? Quaint, cozy. Not like the hotel we had in Zurich for that convention.
Don't need that, Jack. Enough.
What? I'm taking this seriously.
He's taking this cute.
I did not seduce her. I kidnapped her. Right after the Buenos Six show.
Well, on to the romantic. In Zakaria? I don't know now. Did you see
I am certain I can keep it. And should she not, I will send her home by plane tonight.
Why do I have to go gawking in there?
Hey, you going?
Sorry, just tried to bludgeon someone to death in the middle of our thing. Hi.
Bar don't look too shabby.
It sure doesn't, does it?
Welcome to
And when I say heads are gonna roll, I don't mean it as a fucking turn of phrase.
Had enough, guy? Don't you think? Making the other customers uncomfortable.
Good! Because this affects them too. It'll slap everyone in the face.
What's gonna slap everyone?
You want to know what a bearer of bad news looks like?
You.
What's 400 yards long, weighs 100,000 tons, and is nuclear powered? The answer's docked in the bay.
What?
Hanako Arasaka decided to take a little vacation.
Okay.
Big deal.
Don't know how big just yet. And by the time we do, it'll be too late. Screw this.
Why don't you skip
I'm gonna
town?
Get some sleep.
Okay.
Evening.
Evening. What can I get you, baby?
Aw, shucks.
You always this forward?
Suckled it out of my ma's very breast.
Weird.
50% protein, the other half pure high-octane Chew 2.
What?
She had wind and dust in her hair, so to speak. Belonged to the Alcaldos before the bombs began falling. Her final words, wherever you go, whatever you do, be yourself, David. And so I ended up here. Still no one but myself.
Cool. Cool.
Cool story, Chum. Too bad it's made up.
Everyone's making something up. Just like you, baby. Can I get you something? At the least. Water?
What do you got?
Let's see what you got.
Of course.
Something extremely fancy. 150? Is that the most anything costs? Okay, sure.
We don't do reservations weekdays, so feel free to grab any available table.
Thanks.
Or a couple of stools at the bar if you prefer.
Could bring Misty here one day when we, close this deal.
Wouldn't hurt to take a peek inside.
Shit. Look like some fucking traveling salesman with this case. Going upstairs.
Oh. I did it.
I'm good, thanks.
Come back anytime.
Thanks. I tried. Whee! Hey.
Already? That was fast. Not your style. We nailed the part or what? How do I look?
Can't believe I'm saying this, but not bad at all.
Yeah, I look good in everything.
Yeah. So you think it's called sand? Hey.
Ты можешь нормально сказать, врал он или нет?
А ты сама как думаешь?
Я думаю, что не врал. По крайней мере, насчет Кантау.
Зая, ты же помнишь, как мы тестировали эту технику на наших?
Well, here we are.
We're in our room.
Pretty snazzy. Too bad we ain't staying the night. Nice choice, Bug.
Didn't pick it for snaz. Offers quickest access to the Dweller and servers.
Sí, me acuerdo.
Now you fire up the flathead and find the shaft entrance.
Sounds simple enough.
Simplicity, sometimes toughest to master.
Aurelius? Aristotle? Who's it this time?
Yours truly. That one's mine.
Where's the shaft?
You seem so proud of yourself.
Scanner. Look around.
Hold on. Can I change my fit right here, right now? Oh no, I can just smile. Oh. I look scary as fuck in a suit. Look like a fucking Grim Reaper.
Got a winner.
Good. Jackie, how's the flathead looking?
All set.
Jesus.
Systems are operational. Charge it 100.
Cool.
Mierda. Little gonk stock.
Well, unstuck him.
Just gonna stand there and look at it? Gonna have to switch to manual control. V, take the control shard from Jackie. Gonna link your Kiroshis to surveillance so you can guide the bot.
Fine.
Here.
Here goes.
Fancy eyes.
Through the in-cam view. Might get a little disoriented, but don't freak.
Whoa.
Okay, got a clear view.
You can't just go locking people out of their homes.
Get them to the next vent.
Places of work.
Arasaka will cover the cost of any and all penalties assessed.
This isn't about the money. It's election season. How do you think this will make me look?
People start saying I've lost control of Watson, district I'm from.
A week. That's all we can promise you.
We will try. And that is all I can promise you.
Okay, Flathead's in.
Patching you into next cam now.
What makes you think it was for you?
Bug.
He addressed it to the
Got a
kind
hitch.
housekeeper behind
What
him.
now?
Note inside said,
Housekeeping's in my
sorry
way.
for the mess.
Okay, got a distractor.
There was blood everywhere.
Let's see what's on the subnet.
But at least he left it.
All right, on it.
Am I the only one that just gets
Terrarium's
puke
got a
and used
control panel.
condoms?
Somehow I
Where's the
doubt it.
damn justice in it?
Terrarium's got a temp and air quality controller.
Preem, yeah. Stick the flathead on it.
Who? You know. Good-looking, filthy wretch. Has that naughty look in his eye? He's staying in the penthouse.
Mean Yorinobu Arasaka. Men like him are always single. Might wear expensive suits, but he's a biker at heart, always itching for a ride.
Damn.
I'd give him a ride and wipe him.
Cat. Something's up with the tank.
Hey, Bug, it worked.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
You got any idea how much those things cost?
Keep moving. No time for backpatting.
Slice them up like sashimi. Now, a lot of you called and asking what kind of image she's packing. Your girl Karina.
Cool. Ah!
Okay.
Dweller's just beyond the door. Flathead can jimmy the lock.
Looks like he's having trouble.
Shit. Gotta be another way. Let me think. Got another cam other side of the door, but it's disabled.
Want me to enable?
Yeah, look around for a CCTV port.
CCTV port. Ah.
Okay, he's at it.
Now
You keep
toggle
being
over
that
to the other
cute.
cam.
I'm gonna do something about it. Oh.
Dweller's inside.
Just as planned.
Still weird the hotel's only got one runner.
Decent Dweller's as good as a dozen rank and file.
Ooh. I can neutralize him if I have, like, things. Sure. Yeah, why not?
Flathead ought to be able to neutralize him.
Good thinking. Let me graft a demonoid onto your link. And you know you gotta jack the flathead directly into his chair, right?
Make it sound like I'm new at this.
Okay, sent. He's all yours. You'll have to get the flathead in there first, though. Shaft may link both rooms, looks like.
Let's figure it out. Might have found our way in.
Send the flathead over there, then toggle over to the second cam. Flathead into the chair, V. Jack in.
Yeah, freaky little thing. Ugh.
Oh, got him! Love those demons.
Flathead stays, right?
To keep an eye on the Dweller, yeah. Punching into Kompeki's main net. You go ahead and log out.
Sick.
Así es como se hace.
Ugh.
How you feeling?
Bad.
Fine. Little dizzy, that's all.
Bug, how you doing on time?
You there, Bug?
Yeah, I'm here. So, listen, ice is thicker than I thought. Piercing it'll take a couple hours.
Couple hours? Can't do it any faster.
Want my brain to burst into flames? Just sit down and
Not
enjoy your
particularly.
snazzy sweet.
Thanks. I will. V, you take it easy, okay? Rest up a bit.
Okie dokie. Let's try and use some perks. What's this? RAM recovery rate. -1 RAM cost for camera. I love the hacking stuff so much. Okay. For full health, controlled quick hacks. I don't really know that I have any. Reduced RAM cost the closer I am. That's pretty cool. -1 RAM cost for that. Sounds good. See. Well, let's not spend everything on intelligence. What else do I got? I don't want to spend anything on body yet. Increases slide distance, vaulting and climbing speed. Reload weapons while sprinting, sliding, and vaulting. Hell yeah. As you shoot while sprinting, sliding, and vaulting, that sounds even better. And then, that's everything. Okay. Good deal. And then a quick save. And I'll chill. Wah!
What do you think? Why'd you give it all up?
Hmm? Who gave what up?
Yorinobu Arasaka. The good life, I mean. Old news, I know. Just got to thinking's all.
Yeah?
It's like, think. You got everything, right? Eddie's, education. Your pops can snap his fingers and turn half the fucking planet into a nuclear wasteland. But instead, you're like, nah, fuck it. And what do you go do? Start a fucking gang. Steal dragons or some shit. You ghost from your fam, chip some real skin, and play gang leader for a few years. For what?
Maybe you want to ditch the system.
Maybe he just wanted out of the system.
So then why'd he come back?
Tough to ditch the system when the system's your own family.
Black sheep's still a sheep, huh?
One way to put it.
Crawled back on all fours, tail between his legs. Fucking cheap-ass rebel.
Yeah.
Fucking tourist.
Yeah!
Tourist or not, he just walked into the lobby.
Shit.
And we are back in biz. Penthouse security is neutralized.
Perfecto. Let's start the show. Hey, Bug. Were you on comms that whole time?
3.5 hours.
About that stick up the ass.
Mean the one up mine?
Slip of the tongue, you know?
I know. Now's your chance to make up to me.
And
this
I will.
Is going pretty smooth, right?
I love making it up to beautiful women.
Man, are you the silver lining type?
Hey, when you gonna wave off that dark cloud hanging over your head? I'm telling you, it's downhill from here on in.
That's a bad thing. You are a little insufferable, you know that?
There's the awkward silence. You, wanna hear a joke?
Sure.
Now? Seriously?
Okay, so why'd the Rocker Boys output kick him out of the apartment? Because he wasn't chipping in.
I don't get it.
Jesus Christ.
Not
Woo.
bad being heir to the Arasaka Empire.
Not bad at
Sure
all.
as shit better
Give me your
be
gun.
the son of Raoul Bells.
Guys, focus. The safe. And make it quick.
Why? What's the rush?
He's in the lobby, man.
What is he, a fucking sorcerer?
Some kind of dead zone's my guess. Have him back in a sec. And you do your damn job. There, under
Looks
the
like
floor.
Yorinobu left us
Look
a
around
parting
for a
gift.
switch.
Ain't much, but it'll have to do.
Ah. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Bingo! Got something ejecting. Come here, V.
But no,
Jack in your personal and make us rich.
on it.
Your turn, Bug.
Reference to a song by the band Samurai in the cyberpunk setting. I see. Thank you. Oh my fucking god.
We got winged visitors. Bug.
Don't know who, but staff's a buzz. All 200 on their feet, can't keep still.
Can't say I like this.
I don't fuck with it at all.
How much longer, T?
Shit, Yorinobu's penthouse bound.
Fuck him! Open the safe!
Almost got it. Done.
Cream.
Take it. Grab it. Fucking nab it.
Let me look to this, huh?
Relic intact?
Bioshard integrity, 100%. Guessing that's a yes.
Good.
Get the fuck out of here. Come on, come on.
Fuck, too late.
Nope.
Yorinobu's about to walk in. Find cover.
Okay.
Where? That pillar. Try that.
That pillar.
No. Inside it now.
Oh my god. Oh, this is.
Which don't solve our problem, T.
I fucking know our problem's still there. Let me think for a sec, okay?
I thought Atom Smasher.
Oh.
Wars. Night City legend. Bleak motherfucking one too. What's the play?
We wait.
Are they here yet?
They approach from the landing
Did we leave the thing
What are
open?
they talking about?
Balco, we got incoming.
Nuh-uh. No fucking way. This isn't happening. Saburo Arasaka.
The Emperor.
Oh.
Yet another ass-licking legend.
Shh. Now this copy's soundproof.
Oh, the Atom Smasher's got all that fucking tech and no heat vision? Is that just a brain dance thing? Ah!
荒坂様、まだボディチェックが終わっていません。私の息子だ。例のものを回収しましょうか。私がやる。言ってくれ。
Too close.
If he'd have sniffed us out.
But he didn't. Now cállate.
You started talking. Oh.
Unfucking believable. Saburo Arasaka.
Got
him.
あんたの問題点はそこだ。世界は自分中心に回って
Sorry,
ると思って
maybe listeners want me to read. I'll read. He said, "Do you think I wouldn't know it was taken from you?" And his son said, "I don't think of you at all. Why did you come to humiliate me? To personally see to it that your son knows his place?" The nail that protrudes from the wall gets hammered. Couldn't think of anything original to say. And do you think it original to sell our greatest achievement to Westerners, our future to these barbarians? Our future? Ours? You are mistaken. You've only ever cared about yourself and your sick schemes.
なんかの間違いだろ。あんたは自分のことしか考えてない。そしてこの会社のことしか。
I knew this day would come, that sooner or later your impudence would cross the line. There's much for which I could forgive you, but for treason, no. I'm just glad your mother didn't live to see this. The heart should break but once. You shall never have to forgive me for anything again. Okay. Oh, wow, that's extremely bad. And as a lover of killing your father in hit game Hades, this seems bad, man. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I should shoot him. Right now.
I wish to put the hotel on lockdown.
May I ask why?
Saburo Arasaka has been murdered.
Code red initiated. Attention.
Okay.
Initiated throughout Kenpeki Plaza. Please remain in your room.
I definitely should have shot him before he could say that.
By staff.
何の騒ぎです。誰かが父に毒を持った。毒を。
The big ass fucking bruises that are gonna appear on his neck.
しかし、竹村、お前の仕事は何の話です。単純な質問だ。答えろ。
Your job is now to protect me, is the long and short of it. Oh my god.
What the fuck just happened in there?
Yorinobu just moved Saburo.
What?
So fucking pops.
Know what this means? Security's gonna swarm the place any second.
No shit.
Oh my god, we're so fucked.
Bug, need you to get us out of here now.
Give me a sec.
We don't have any sort of time ever, but you know, here we are. Pistol between 24. Okay, I guess we'll stick with the.
Fuck. Okay, got something. Window. Now.
It's weird to even say it.
Jesus. Okay. Ah!
Releasing the lock. Should see a ladder. Ladder. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, no.
Is it all on lockdown? Because, you know, you've been made.
Pinche Dios santo bendito. Just lost T.
Fuck!
Oh!
Fucking major leagues. Happy now, Jackie.
Check around the bend.
Not the time, V.
Look down. Yep. That's fucking high. Shit. That trauma?
They're here for Saburo. They're a little late.
Oh.
Just hope they didn't see us.
They definitely saw us. Oh. Extremely bad. Well, an ad is currently running and everything is very dramatic. I'm gonna get more alcohol and fucking, I don't know, take a deep breath. Fucking hell. Hold on. Wait, how do I make the I guess I'll put it on my face Even though it's, like, really illegible. I don't know how to make the text white on the thing. I truly do not. Oh well. Everyone else warn someone. Everyone have a buddy. Warn them that I'm gone. Ah! How'd you all fare? Did everyone have a buddy? Did the buddy system work for everybody? I'm going to drink too? Yippee! What are you drinking? I drank a Tsingtao, which is a brand of beer, Chinese brand of beer that Kat likes. And now I am having vodka and gamer subs because I am a fucking degenerate. I was alone. Damn. The buddy system has failed us again. You're my favorite degenerate? Aw, shucks. You flatterer, you. Don't worry, in 13 minutes the bunny suit will wear off, which means you'll have a buddy show up. See? There he is. There's your buddy. He knows. He can sense it.
Oh, shit!
Ugh, close one.
The relic!
What about it?
This? Oh, this ain't good.
Jackie, you're bleeding.
Worry about me later. Check the relic.
You got it in your fucking hands.
Pressurized. Biochip integrity at 94%. Fucking drop in.
How fast is it dropping? Can we just get the fuck out of here, maybe?
Parker! Call her!
And tell her we fried the case?
Just do it.
God, I guess what else do we have to do? Oh!
V? Konpeki's all over the feeds. What the fuck's going on there?
Got a problem. Cryo case is damaged. Biochip integrity's at... Jackie?
86%!
Oh, that's
86%
fast.
and dropping.
Shit. Okay, listen to me. There's only one thing you can do. One of you's gotta slot the relic into your neural port.
Is that safe?
Doesn't sound safe.
The longer you wait, the greater the risk we'll lose it.
Well, someone's gotta do it.
Oh, Jackie, you fucking nutcase.
En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo. Amén.
Jackie? You okay?
No. I guess. Don't feel any different.
Once you're back, we'll take out the relic and run a full brain scan and sweep. But you two need to get the fuck out of there first.
We're working on it.
Del, we'll be there in a couple. Be ready. Got it?
Certainly, Mr. Wells.
Better be fucking certain. We gotta somehow reach the lobby. Only chance to hit the garage. And we best be quick.
Freaking melon soju? Oh, I love soju. Is it those little glass containers? If you put them in the freezer, that shit's pretty good.
Now let's get out of here.
Code Red has been initiated throughout.
Securing the floor. Clear. Understood. Over and out. All clear here, too.
We'll get down there. Take them out quietly.
I'm going.
In the lobby now. Gonna sweep the building, all floors.
Sweeping the area.
Ooh.
Enemies watching.
Ah! Okay. I have 4. Okay.
They spotted us!
Oh, that's Jackie.
Attention. Code Red has been initiated throughout Konpeki Farm. Please remain in your rooms and follow all instructions given by staff.
Trying to do something fancy, and it fucking blows up in my face.
I think that's...
Okay, equip a thing in here. Wouldn't mind a fucking submachine gun. Oh my god, and I got a bunch of silencers? Oh, okay. Put that on the pistol, huh? I love the knife, though. It's kind of sick.
We gotta plow through them!
Who? Where? Why? Dude, there's no one over here. Sure.
Going down. Enemy contact!
Go, go, go!
Let's move up!
Ah! Ah! Nixie! You fucking treasure! You! What the fuck are you up to? Hi! Hi! Ah! Hi everyone! I'm Moth! I don't know if you know me. Don't mind that I'm slutting it up in the fit right now. Oh my god! You fucking cutie! I love you more! What the hell? What the hell? Thank you for the sub, you sweet bastard. What were you up to? What were you doing? Red Dead Redemption! I just started playing Red Dead 1 for the first time. How are you enjoying it? How far are you? I'm not far at all. I've shot foxes. That's about it. Never heard of you, you bastard! You lying scum! That's why you're the best. That's why we love you. Damn, Helta quicker on the draw? More likely than you think. Arson! Don't light my chat on fire. They're hot enough as is. You beat Resident Evil 7? Let's fucking go! You're about that far too in Red Dead? Oh my god, twinning! Mostly harassing people and animals. Let's go. Get that honor down low, right where we like it. We'll go catch and release some fish and get it right back up there. Fucking brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. Well, I'm glad you had a successful stream beating a Resident Evil. I haven't beat a single Resident Evil game ever in my life. Though, in fairness, I haven't played a single Resident Evil game in my life, so that'd do it. No, that's a lie, actually. I think I played one. A little bit. I didn't do well. Fucking tank controls. Very pleased she can shove people. She's a maniac. That's why I love her. I play Cyberpunk because the chat voted on it. I'm streaming until midnight, which is only 2 hours away, because in 2 hours it will be my birthday. It will be the day of my birth, which will be sweet, and then I'll get a little itty bitty bit of sleep, and then I'll be playing fucking Baldur's Gate 3 with Captain, so it's a weekend extravaganza. I have played 2, and now I like them both. I'm trying to play 1 before I play 2. I started playing 2, and I really liked it, and then my girlfriend was like, you have to play 1 first, are you insane? And I was like, that's an unpopular opinion on the internet, but I trust you implicitly, so I'll do it. But now I'm playing 1. What birthday? I know, I was born one of these days. You all thought I spawned out of the air when someone got way too down bad for an inanimate object, but no. No, I've been here. I'm really enjoying Cyberpunk. I love a shooter. I'm bad at them, but I love them. And I like role-playing, and I like character creation. We spent a full fucking hour on character creation. Happy Cake Day! A little early will do, because I'm sure you need rest. You have told me so yourself you like a little rest after stream, so go take a nice little relax. Thank you so much again for rating me. I love seeing you, and we gotta play games sometime together. I will be kidnapping you at some point through DMs, I promise, I promise. But yeah, go relax, everyone, welcome in. If you got a raid and run, that's okay. I'll forgive Nixie. The rest of you, you're on thin fucking ice, but I'll let it go today because it's my birthday. I have a headache? Well then what are you still reading and typing for, you little nutty? Fucking get out of here, scram, drink water. Love you. And we will continue with Cyberpunk. I never know how to interact with raids, but I guess I'm done with you now. Love you. I'm continuing now. This is the second all exclamation points what out of you, Roarin'. You're on thin ice. You're on... My boyfriend is labored breathing in my ear. They're where? Dude! What are you even looking at? Fucking weirdo.
Code Red has been...
Come on, cabrones! I'm here for you!
Dude, stop shouting. I don't even know where they are. Trying to find a camera I can hack into. Ah, there's somebody.
I've got this.
Ah! Okay. Ah! Whoops. Did you just say, oh shit, that's nothing? That's really funny. Haha, there's a camera. Ooh, I don't have enough RAM. I see.
Attention. Code Red has been initiated throughout.
I've got this.
Please remain in your rooms and follow all instructions given by staff.
Hello?
Second time in a week. Good one.
Who are we unpregging? Oh, Jackie? I love him too much. What happens when the ice breaks? Well, it gets wet. Assumedly. Oh. Hey. Ah! I ran for 1 second, and I have 20 assholes barging down my openings, looking for loose lint. Die. Jesus. I like that the knife kind of just apparates back into me eventually. That's excellent. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Wow. Yeah, sorry, Jackie. I know you're dying currently. I'm just, like, you know, looting. Really important. Super vital, actually. Can't leave without it. The fuck is this? Okay. Okay.
Shut down! What about the other one?
Okay. Oh, we would have had to go that way eventually anyway, because...
Initiated throughout Kenpeki Plaza. Please remain in your rooms and follow all instructions given by staff.
Come on, my bleeding lover. Who gets wet? Well, I don't kiss and tell.
Saburo Arasaka.
What?
150 years. And today, of all fucking days.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like some divine comedy shit.
I thought you didn't like Aristotle.
Save your strength, Jackie.
What do you think I'm doing?
I think you're cracking wise.
Sylvie, get out alive.
I don't know.
Tell Bug, why don't you? Maybe she'd still be alive if we hadn't been so gung-fucking-ho.
Don't take this out on me. I can see how the chips are falling.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm just mad. I love you. Man, don't die.
Going down. She attacked me.
Ah! No! Get out of that! Oh my god. I'm trying to jack. Okay, Okay. God, I fucking... Worst control. Okay. I really wish I had grenades right now.
Hang on! Reloaded!
Ow! Fucking hell! Jack, you just love walking in front of me while I'm shooting a gun, huh? That's just like your favorite?
I'm empty! Need to reload!
Jesus. You're not really lootable, huh?
Guess that's all of them.
Look at us! Oh shit, is this the bar I was just in? Damn, that's crazy. They really evacuated everyone because the fucking president of their whole ass company died. Mysteriously. That's awesome. Well, did they clear it out? We should probably get you out of here, Bleeding Man. Huh? How about that? What? Oh, dude, there's no more enemies. Who cares? We killed them all. The reception? Dude. In the fucking elevator.
I'm leaking a little.
No shit. Is this our guy? Ah!
Delamain, got it! We'll have problems if you don't fucking drive! Not bad.
Client feedback noted.
How's our ride looking?
Tip-top. Though alas, we are being pursued.
Sweet fucking
Oh god!
Please remain calm.
Calm!
Roadblock ahead.
¡Ay, mis huevos!
My man punched my car!
Leave it to me!
Ah! Leave what? Oh my god.
I can't just give up!
When I switched to a machine gun, the pistol's kind of, you know, seems puny. Ah! Awesome.
Hostile aircraft eliminated.
Perfect.
We did it, Jackie! We fucking made it!
I guess we did. My medical diagnostics indicate that Mr. Wells's condition is critical.
Take us to a Ripper dock now!
Apologies, but that will not be possible.
How?
Our itinerary has been pre-arranged and paid for in advance. I am not at liberty to alter it.
Fuck your liberty! Do what I say!
It's okay, V. Oh, hold out.
I suggest you try to keep Mr. Wells conscious.
It's gonna be alright. You'll see Misty, your mom, everyone you love. Jackie, don't close your eyes!
Misty, how does she know? She always knew. Biochip. Hold on to it. For me.
Oh my god. Awesome. There were...
Where shall I take his remains?
What?
The Excelsior package provides for the disposal of passenger remains free of charge. I merely require a destination.
Just give me a sec, will ya?
Mr. Wells's remains. Where shall I take them?
I don't... Would Misty even be at the clinic? I don't know that she would. I don't... I don't know how to...
He'd want to be with his family.
Mr. Wells's closest blood relative is Guadalupe Alejandra Wells, proprietress of the El Coyote Coho Bar. I will make sure to deliver him safely. Mr. Deshawn awaits you in room number 204.
See you in the major leagues, Jack.
No living legends, I guess. So, God, it was a lot of death flags. I was just kind of hoping that they wouldn't, for whatever reason, and there's a lot of death flags. There were just so fucking many death flags. It's like an obscene amount of death flags.
Let me.
He waiting.
WNS, N54, even the pirate networks.
Yeah?
You blowing up everywhere. And the Jackster, he out in the car?
Yeah, he's there. Dead.
Condolences, friend. And the relic.
Got it right here.
I was afraid of that.
What?
Saburo Arasaka. Dead. You got any notion of the shit you pulled me into? You off the fucking Emperor! His
I didn't off him.
Majesty! Anyone with so much as a pinky toe dipped in this mess is as good as dead!
You're the one who got us into this mess! Let's start with your prep work! You had no idea Saburo Arasaka'd be at the hotel?
I don't have access to his personal fucking schedule. And besides, nobody asked you to kill the old man.
That wasn't us!
No shit! Tell that to the Sokka ninjas they send after you! Alright, settle down. Gotta be tactical about this. Parker, Eddie's. Then we leave the city limits behind. But first, your face got blood all over it. Bathroom's there. Go get yourself cleaned up.
Yeah, let's go wash our best friend off our face. Right? Are they being... Why are they... You know, maybe I won't go into why they're being called ninjas, but like... That's like the fourth person to call them that. They do just seem like dudes with guns.
Alright then.
Okay. That's what you meant by tactical. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Can't risk it, V. Remember our first convo?
I'll fucking kill
Seems
you!
I've chosen the quiet life after all. No blaze of glory for me.
Well, that was a game. That was a video game. That was by all definitions. A video game. Fuck you. And that's why I hate Dex. Transgender Jesus Christ, you took the words right out of my mouth. Just like I put your body in my mouth with the crackers. I'm reaching here. Interlude.
Hey.
I'm plenty in her lude. Hey.
Hey,
You alright?
never been better.
Sure don't look it.
Okay. Thanks, fucking asshole.
Hey, we're chill.
Ah! Keanu! Hey! Quit doing that. Yeah. Ah! I hear music. What music is happening?
I'm here to say
Thank you, Captain, for gifting a sub to transgender Jesus Christ. If anyone deserved it, it was them. Cyberpunk gotta be one of the best games ever. It's not even close. Really? Strong praise. Strong praise. Ah.
Money's money, can't fuck around with it.
You're wasting your life.
Wasting your lives following us around like dogs.
What crawled up your ass?
I don't know. I'm an asshole, I guess.
Then we can talk. How much do you want for it?
Johnny, wait up.
What?
Don't do this. You could still change your mind.
Get over here, man. Fuck this band.
I thought I was about
Not
to
your
make out with
crowd,
him.
Not your noise. Do your own thing.
All the pride wiggles.
Bastard.
Those were. Hold on. Someone shout out the person, Naomi Lee. Naomi Lee's a fucking treasure, and she's where I stole all those emotes from. She offers them for free on Pride Month.
See you
She's
in the next
awesome.
life, friend.
I slay days 1 through 6 and day 7 are still right. Flawless. No notes. What? What do you want?
My arm. I decide who's late and who's not.
Get in, or I change my mind.
Silverhand. Hey,
What?
Shaden.
Get us in the air. Here, put this on, and it stays on. Got it?
Nope. Hold on, I got it. I got that shit. Hold on. Oh god, it's doing that thing where it types backwards for some fucking reason. Thank you for following, you sweet bastard. Saw that shit. I think this is it. What? Ah, who? Don't ask me to spell names. I hang out with Helta now. So true. Is that the one? Green hair. If you see green hair, I spelled it right. Hey! There she is. She's fucking lovely. She's a gem. She deserves all the love in the world. And she made her own model, and it's really cool looking.
Pierce are on fire. Pacifica's cut off, shut down. APC's on the streets of Watson.
Sons of bitches.
Well, I don't see what their mother has anything to do about it.
Johnny's idea. Wayland's drawing Arasaka's attention away from the tower.
Collateral damage part of the plan too.
Yep.
This is the Cub Scouts, Thompson. Chew it up, spit it out.
You don't want to try, like, body art? No. Alright. This scene is 2023, by the way. Nice. We're only late by 3 years.
Target range acquired.
Make it rain.
I left my dollar bills at home. Oh, you mean shoot everyone. Man, of course you did. Ah, okay.
Taking over.
Ah! God, I wish I could aim. What bag? Ah! That bag.
Get the payload on the elevator.
Cello
arm
always
it,
goes
let
fucking
Grab
hard.
do
And
its
I've always fucking said that.
Explosion rocks the
Ah!
foundation, tower crumbles,
Dude,
chaos,
I think my helicopter just ran me over.
Jacking in.
Woo!
Is grass green? Birds fly? Cats eat bats? Rats shit gnats?
Mainframe's not your playground, Murphy. Come on.
Kinda seems like it is.
Evac announcement. Broadcast it across all frequencies and let's get moving.
Sheesh. Who wrote this manifesto?
Me, probably.
Really need me to answer that question?
Jesus, Johnny. You've gone off the deep end. And that's coming from a chair jock.
Come on.
Ah!
Laser focus, come on!
I see. My quick melee does the explosion and uses up all my fucking ammo. Sick.
Cover me, reloading!
She sought it with thimbles, she sought it with care. Pursued it with forks and hope.
Johnny, payload.
Sorry, I'm exploring.
Bushido 2, bomb's name is what?
Wrap it up! We got a Delta!
The Demolitron. We're good to blow.
What a name.
Incoming! Run for it!
Shoot the cables!
Oh. Ah!
Not done yet. Still need to feed this to their subnet.
Fucking knew it! This was never about Arasaka. This was about your groupie output, wasn't it?
Not like you could ever understand, Rogue.
You're on your own. Giving you 4 fucking minutes if you want to ride out of here.
Door lock breached. Arasaka sons of bitches incoming.
Love you, Spider.
All world loves me.
Hold on. Sorry. I'm gonna totally ruin the fucking moving because the dodge being on control is insane. What the fuck is all this? I don't know. Dodge dash. I don't know. I actually don't know. Fuck. What do I have on crouch? I'd rather it be that. I know. I don't know. That's fine. We'll keep the toggle C thing. There we are.
Closing in on the access.
Slot in. Sweet icebreaker. Foreign, right? Just wonder if we know anyone who can switch the subnet protocol.
Hilarious. You gonna help or not?
Do spiders spin webs? It's time we caught some flies.
Thanks,
She likes my
Now,
crazy.
just for good measure. Holy cyber cow. We're on TV.
Holy cyber cow? This is 2023.
Its evacuation ongoing after an unidentified terrorist organization.
I've heard Corpo is the best, but I went Nomad because it fit best a character that I was basing off my own lore.
Topple a monument to corporate colonialism. Night City's mayor, Imbole Ebunike, has issued a statement
I
declaring
didn't
that
fuck
he
with the
will
Nomad
bring
background,
the
I'm not gonna
full
lie.
force of the
The
law
quest
to
was
bear in
fun,
response
but the
to any
introduction
act
of Jackie was pretty
Going now to
rough.
our reporter on the scene at
IMO.
Arasaka Tower. Hopefully he can shed some light on the situation as events
All
unfold.
set. Now get out of there.
Cool.
They're moving up. Hit the roof quick.
How? And where? Ah! Ah! Cool.
Shit, that's Adam Smasher.
Oh. It is it?
Johnny,
Murphy?
door's sealed, but it won't hold for long.
How did I get
Run,
out of
Johnny,
that?
Like the wind.
Ugh, Murphy's so cute. Ah! Thanks. I can tell you really didn't want to do that. Oh god. Oh god. Great. Dude. Oh, you have no thumbs.
Smasher.
Told you, Johnny boy. Told you I'd end you someday.
Oh, my arm. I was using that. Mostly to crank it. 2770's just a clanker? Hey, we are a clanker-loving nation here. We love fucking robots. Ain't that right, Helta? Street Kids on top, and I've always said that. I actually haven't played the Corpo one, so I can't always say that. Oh, I lived.
Let us try once more. Your associates. Who are they? How did you acquire fissile material?
Gonna give good cop over there a chance to say something? Come on.
Yeah, come offer me a glass of water. Ow!
Which terrorist organization do you belong to?
I kind of like doing my own thing.
How did you acquire fissile material?
Well, your mother's very generous. Oh.
Boss don't look too pleased with your efforts.
Your boss is wearing a bathrobe. I don't think he's taking this very seriously. Ooh, a nuke. I love nuking a civilian populace. Oh, now I understand why you're asking me about terrorist organizations. Now I get it. We love getting those slutty bucket of bolts, and I keep saying that.
Gone.
My husband died in that tower.
Sorry.
But there are fates worse than deaths.
Oh! That looks sharp. Up there.
I actually didn't want him to die.
I told everyone to evacuate. They don't even care. They don't even know.
Did you do
this is such a good fucking
Bring an end to the madness.
explanation of cyberpunk. This little bit right here. Like, I nuked a civilian populace, his whole fucking building. Not only does he not give a shit, he doesn't even know why I did it. No fucking idea. It is so humbling to listen to the dead speak. Alright. Ow! Fuck. Oh, I can walk again? Cool. Are you the soul killer the aforementioned subtitles mentioned? Because I'm not gonna lie, the brooding isn't really selling the killing of the soul. It feels very soulful, this amount of brooding. I'm you, Hadvar. Whoa.
And you? Who are you?
We have an ad in 15 seconds! Everyone prepare themselves! Everyone get afraid! Oh yeah, Transgender Jesus Christ, just in case, to say it. Please be careful not to spoil anything. You haven't, but I was panicking for ads, forgetting I have a sub now. We love forgetting that we're a sub. For the briefest of moments, we can believe we're on top. What the fuck happened to me? Oh, I'm alive! I recognize those cracked-ass nails anywhere. I thought he shot me in the face. Man, you're a terrible shot, Dex's thug. What was your name? Hustle, but spelled like muscle? What a fucking tool. You suck. You suck and I'm coming to kill you. Once more, this is a decently big part, and I advise pausing for ads. Your wish is my suggestion. But, you know, as long as we're here waiting for a sec. Anybody think it's called sand because it's in between the sea and the land? Just out of curiosity. Just, you know, seems like a valid question. Seems like a good reason to call it that. Whoa, I know. Oh. Hey, does anyone think it's called Rust because it's just red dust? This is fucked up. This is VO request? Die! Fucking... I'll throw my glasses across the room. I'll never find those bitches again. That's okay. I don't want to read your goddamn chats. You bastards! You fucking bastards! I'm taking you to the Hague. This is gonna be a war crime. I'm banishing you to the pit for the rest of your lives. This is outrageous! This is unacceptable conditions! Jesus fucking Christ. No, that's cool. I'll just sit here. I'll just chill here. Hey, everyone who was stuck in ads and then came back just to me fucking humming. Attack Ray Serena. Go follow her and say sweet loving things in her offline chat. Go do that, cause this is unacceptable. Cause this is fucked up, and it deserves punishment of some kind. Absolutely outrageous that you were lurking so peacefully. I say my sand joke, but once I say my sand joke. Fucking, how much does it cost to make me shut up? 10,000 points? 5,000 points? Just, boom, fuck you. Okay, no, that's chill. I'll go fuck myself. Jesus Christ. And now I get to sit here without my glasses. You know what? I'm gonna keep playing my video game. Can't read what you guys are saying, but who cares? Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Ray, I love you. Absolute dork. You absolute dork. Oh my god, I'm sweating. I'm enraged. I'm just gonna continue crawling dramatically through the mud. Who the fuck is that? Is that Dexter? Oh my god. He's gonna shoot me again, that asshole. Ah! He shot me again! Oh. No, he's just dragging me. The authentic shot in the face experience. You're right. You're goddamn right.
Heavier than she looks. Now, listen, dog. I have done exactly what you asked. So let's you and me figure this out.
Damn! I wanted to do that. Fucking hell. Well. What? Oh, you did see me through the wall. And you just chilled?
Quiet.
Ow! Fuck you! I've been shot in the face! You're gonna bitch slap me? I'm gonna strangle you in your sexy little neck. Your sexy little car. I'm gonna bring Dexter Deshawn back to life so I can shoot him. Well, it's a dump. Where they throw things that are garbage. You know, like corpses. What an asshole. Ah, system malfunction. Was it from getting shot?
I need your help.
Why? What the fuck? Ah, where's my glasses? I genuinely did throw them. Uh-oh. Oh, uh-oh. I missed the QTE. Oh god, I big missed the QTE. Okay. I should find my glasses. I can't see without my glasses. Ah! Thank you for the lovely rake break. Hey, happy to serve. Just by being fucking blind. Yeah. The lamp trap doesn't work. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Max Argus VT. Not everything's fixed. I've been blind. I've been deafened. I've been told I can't speak.
I need your help.
Well, shut it. You bitch slapped me, and I think I should let you die in this reality as well. Ah. Ah. Okay. What do you mean? Ah! Jesus Christ! You got a pretty face. Ah! How come you could dodge it when I'm healed? I didn't even do anything for you. Were you just in awe that I didn't take your fucking thing and then you got shot in the face? Damn, you got a lot of health, gamer. There you are. Jesus fucking Christ. Hit him! Hit him with your car! Yeah! This is why bicycles are not the fucking cool assassin's vehicle that people think they are. Shoot him, shoot him, shoot him. I wish I could just tell his car to brake. That would have sucked. But it's blocked anyway, I guess. What do you want me to do about that? Oh my god, he's got knives for hands. Jesus Christ. Are these the aforementioned ninjas? They feel ninja-like. Ah! Oh my god. Fucking stop it. Get fucking off my car. You suck. I'm trying. Okay. Nor. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad it's okay. I was ready to be very aggro with you, but then you said nor, and now I love you. Some of the best vehicles for V though, for some reason. I mean, kind of real.
Faint again.
Dude, I'm doing my best. I've been shot in the face today. I'm trying. I'm in heels. Sorry, did you want him?
We both could use medical attention. Do you know a Ripadoc?
Give me sexy Victor.
I know someone.
We must get to Ripadoc. Quickly.
Victor will fix us up.
We have to get there somehow. Call someone. Anyone.
My friend kind of fucking died. Oh,
All right.
Delamain? How's Delamain gonna... Dude, I'm poor.
My scanner indicates you are outside the service area.
Just come pick me up. Need to get to Misty's esoteric.
Oh, am I still part of your fucking crazy platinum plan? I'm fainting, you asshole! I've been shot twice, and then you slapped me.
Proceed to insert the jack below the ear. Too deep. There should be auxiliary neurosockets between her lymph nodes.
Hey, stay away from my lymphs and my notes.
If I hit a vein by mistake, she will die.
Well, don't do that then.
As she will if you do nothing.
I think I have the socket.
Now proceed to connect.
Damn, real intimate, man. I guess he did slap me. That is generally my foreplay. Well, piss yourself then. I don't fucking care. No, me first, Vic. Fuck that guy.
That your blood?
Some of it.
Misty!
Damn, I really should have sent him to fucking...
Pressure's tanking.
It's urogenic shock. She's dying.
Gotta cut my way through the occipital bone. No other way.
Dude, I need that for my
There
occipitals.
is risk of...
I know what I'm doing.
No, Victor's fucking awesome. Victor looks at everything crazy in the world and just goes, actually, I just don't give a shit. Fucking sick, man. You do you. You look hot as fuck. So I guess you don't gotta worry about much. I want Victor to dick me down bad. Sorry. Right, I'm dying.
Is ultimately to defend the well-being of my family and my employees. That is why I have decided to double the amount of our active Night City security forces. President Myers has called this a breach in the Army Accord. Provocation targeted at the NUSA and Militech. Tell me then, what do we call the murder of my father? Was that...
I killed my dad and now I want to put boots on the ground. Sounds very similar to our current
looking better
government.
every day.
Victor could crucify me? Not again! Victor could rip me to pieces? We got based chatters here. "10 out of 10 character, no notes, hot as hell, zero chrome, nice guy." I like chrome. I like a chromed up motherfucker. I think that's kind of hot. But you are correct.
V, you in there?
Hi.
My head.
How you feeling?
Bad. I screamed my head.
I don't know, Vic. My ears are ringing. And I'm seeing shit.
These hallucinations. Describe them to me.
Blinding lights. It's loud. I'm on stage and almost can't breathe. I'm so damn full of hatred. And then I let it all out into a mic, and I realized it didn't help. I don't feel any better.
Wow, this music's kind of awesome. This background sound thing. I don't know. It's awesome.
I plant a bomb in Arasaka Tower.
Nothing there to laugh about.
They killed me, Vic. Never been so afraid. It was too real. Even for a lucid dream.
Oh, my toes are out. Sorry.
You weren't dreaming, V. Those were memories. There's a personality construct on that shard. Dreams you had, or from his past.
Hang on. You mean to say there's an actual terrorist in my head right now?
That's right, Johnny Silverhand. Had his crowning moment about 50 years ago. AHQ bombing. Heard of it? It's his doing. People say he was buried under the rubble. Anyway, that's not what's important right now.
Vic, GLaDOS, and Arthur Morgan. We got Universal Good Boy and 2 villains. Well, I guess Arthur could be good.
Talk to me.
Never given me that look before, Vic. What is it?
You, don't got a lot of time left, kid.
Say what now?
Don't tell me that.
The biochip. It's basically a bomb. Fuse lit already. You don't have much time left. Much life. A few weeks, tops. Silverhand's construct is overriding your consciousness. Gradually taking over your body until one day you'll just be gone. V, it's important you get all this.
You'll fix me up, right, Vic?
Oh.
If I could, I would, V. Believe me. But this is... it's way beyond what I know how to do.
Oh my god.
The best of the best, Vic.
I'm gonna cry.
Why can't you help me?
I can't have a terminally ill conversation with a doctor in a video game. This is
Want
not
the long story or the
the
short?
fantasy I want to live. Give me everything, I guess.
A thing.
I have
Not one deep.
Okay. There is a construct, a psyche on the chip, out of Johnny Silverhand. You jacked it in your chip slot. Nothing happened, right? Until you died.
Bullet in the head from Dexter Deshawn. How do you come back from something like that?
Low caliber. You lucked out. Not least thanks to another poor decision by Mr. Deshawn. The nanites off the chip started fixing the damage. Then they took your hand and coaxed you off the path toward the light.
People don't just die and then get up like nothing happened.
Used to be true. Now it's only if they don't have a classified piece of corpotech primed to resurrect them.
What about me?
That's good tech.
My psyche. I make it back from the other side and what? I'm supposed to pretend change is normal?
Ask the Arasaka engineers who built the thing. All I know is your mind's gonna go. It won't be pretty. From the biochip's perspective, your brain cells
That
are a
actually,
tumor
I
that
actually
needs to
started
be
crying there
scooped
for a
out,
sec. Fucking hell.
while your body's an empty shell to hold the construct.
So this fucking terrorist wants to wipe me and take my place. Take my body.
It's not willful on his part, it's automatic. Inevitable. And neither of you can stop it.
Can't we just take the chip out or switch it off?
Either way's out of the question. You die immediately.
Vic, you've always come through for me. If there's nothing you can do to help me, then what the hell do I do? Tell me, please. Vic.
There's no answer, man.
I wish I knew, kid.
You just...
Misty?
How much I love Cyberpunk. The story's
asking too
fantastic.
much
It's one of the
from
few
an
games I
old-timer
went
like
into
Vic.
fully blind.
Come on, V.
That's
Let's
my
get
whole
you
life. I have to ask. Fuck. Fuck.
And then he died. And I thought I was gonna die with him in my sleep.
Sleep's a small hint of death. The inevitable.
Can't actually tell if I'm awake now. I mean, I could be dead already, right?
Not something to focus on, V. Let it go. Here. Got some meds for you. Omega blockers. Taken regularly, they'll keep things from progressing too quickly.
She's mourning
Also,
too.
They should keep that guest of yours calm and quiet. Pseudoendotrizines from me. Effect will be opposite. It'll speed things up. Free the demon, so to speak.
Jesus.
Gotta lie down.
Do I have Phantom Liberty? I don't. Is the campaign better
Here.
if you have it? I figured
Got
I'd
one
get
more
it
thing
after
for
if
you.
I liked it. You got.
Vic
Aw.
pulled this out of your skull. A lucky charm?
Yeah, real lucky.
Promise you'll try to get some sleep.
You're lovely, Misty. Thanks.
Good night, V. Sweet, peaceful dreams.
Main story is fantastic on its own. I didn't even touch it my first playthrough. Depending on the path you take, it's either an ending or a side story with a lot of extra cool stuff. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, maybe I will install it. How much does it cost? Let me check. Let me check. 20 to 30 bucks? Ah, that's kind of a lot. Ah!
Gotta get out of here, understand?
Me? I'm dying. You fucking leave me
And I'll
alone.
kill anyone who gets in my way. You included.
You're already doing that, okay? So, fuck off. Let me die in peace.
Need a smoke. Where'd you stash yours?
No. Fuck off.
Don't smoke.
Then go out and get some. Just need one last one.
That's not last. You're gonna have my whole fucking body. You.
The fuck kind of droid toy are you supposed to be?
Fucking ghost off!
Ah, Jesus Christ.
Who you work for, start talking.
Fuck.
Fuck.
What are you seeing? Huh? You see things from your perspective, or?
Fucking Chip.
Don't take that shit out.
Rip the thing out myself.
No, wait.
So he sees himself standing there? It's alarming. It's worth it.
Control.
You are already gonna do that.
I'll find a way.
Jesus Christ.
You hear me?
Okay.
See you never, asshole.
Now like that. Stick some iron in your mouth and pull the trigger. I can feel it. Our minds touching. I'm like mold on fruit, creeping into you. Nothing I can do about it. You hear me?
I hear ya.
I'd puke if I fucking could.
Okay.
It's just a copy of the engram. I'm out there somewhere.
No, you're
Gotta
dead.
be.
You.
Gonna kill you!
Do it. What are you waiting for?
Fuck me.
Wait for me, so I'm gonna get some sleep. It was lovely meeting you, transgender Jesus Christ. Have a good sleep. I might continue doing this Fridays. This could be my new Friday game. Sounds like a good time, honestly. Cool.
More importantly, the increasing regularity of hurricanes and sandstorms caused frequent and costly damage to most
Oh, that's right, I have new clothes. I guess. Let's play dress up really quick. Why not? Fuck it. What are my thoughts so far? It made me cry, so I'm a big fan. Okay, tactical vest if I want to look like a fucking milsim. Ooh, I do love a crop sweater, actually. I really do. Ooh. Cool cropped spike thing? That's very Mothcore. New hat? Nothing has stats anymore, I think. I don't know how to unequip stuff. Ah! Hi, Ceres! Oh my god, I keep right-clicking. How do I unequip shit? Take off. You... Ooh. Pimming me off. Ah! Take it off. I guess. Jesus. Ah! There it is. Found it. Okay, I don't have new pants. I still like the platforms the best. Is there a better shirt? Wish I could zoom in a bit. The other thing I already had, right? I kind of like that better with this sweater. Better sweater. And then, what else do I have? I have this weird fucking fit that I don't really fuck with, but I've made for some reason. I could wear the Witcher thing, or my classic look. Let's do this for a little bit. Huh? I like that it shows off a little lower neckline. Ah! Dude! I told you to put on some fucking clothes. Oh, I need to do it through inventory because it's, like, being weird about it. Okay, that's fine. Oh, I can pick outfits from here. Oh, there's also bandage outfit. Oh. Kinda cool. Anyway. Stock up on ammo, I guess. Fucking... let's go ahead and... I guess I'm gonna sell most of this, aren't I? Ooh, I also have new stuff. Oh yeah, this is the stuff that the doc gave me. Sick. Okay. Well, now I have more clothes to check out, don't I? Oh, that's right. It's not gonna work because... So he gave me this kind of cool looking thing. Ah, that is kind of cute. And then luminescent punk jacket. Oh, it's like our boys. Ooh. Anyway. Rent. Fuck off. Ah, hey, Tagamura. Yeah, I know. Caller ID is a thing.
Come to Tom's Diner.
Okay.
Why would I do that?
Because I am the one who saved your life.
Haven't managed to get my head straight yet. Not after everything that happened.
That will not happen anytime soon. And so what? If you intend to leave, you must re-enter the ring. The bell has already tolled. Tom's Diner. I am waiting.
Okay. Read the message from the Mega Building H10 administration. What? Oh. You. Cool. Uninterrupted meditation. Die. Bad.
B!
Hey.
Haven't seen you in a good 1, 2, few weeks. Figured you'd skip town.
Remember to quick save every once in a while? Smart.
Quitting Night City is not as easy as you think.
Sort of like an abusive relationship, huh?
Yeah, exactly like.
Listen, I could use a little flow to the old pocket. Want to peek at some fresh gear?
Sure.
Sure. Let me see what you got.
And by that, I mean, can I sell you what I already have? I'm tempted to just sell everything that's not iconic, right? Random colorful katanas. I guess I could sell clothes I don't like. Or I'll sell the hats, they all kind of suck. Random consumables. Oh, this is all junk. Okay, well, I guess I'll just sell it all then. Okay, cool. And then I could buy stuff from you if I really fucking wanted. That's iconic, I guess. I assume iconic means there's no repeats, so I'm a lover of collecting shit. How much do you cost? Can't even tell. 0? Wait, really? Okay. Weird. Anyway, see ya, man. Knife, pistol. Different pistol. Wait, do I have 3 fucking pistols? Oh, right, chaos. Okay, the power weapons are ricochet. Oh, these are both power weapons. How do I compare you to each other? Whatever. Okay, I'd fucking whatever. I think I'm just gonna unequip you, honestly. Oh my god, I wonder who did that.
WNS News. Today is a sad one in our city's history. Mayor Lucius Rhine has passed away. We learned of Mayor Rhine's death from his family. He died peacefully in his sleep. The exact cause of his death has not been released, but initial reports suggest coronary implant failure. The remainder of Mayor Rhine's term will be fulfilled.
The crafting system? Is there a crafting system?
Weldon Holt. Holt has also announced plans
I'm
to
hydrating.
run for mayor in the upcoming election.
Today, we all mourn the untimely loss of our mayor.
I'm not hydrating with booze. Who would do that? Ooh. Consume water? I don't have any. I mean, it's water. Water's an ingredient. New item received. Oh yeah, my car is in the thing. How do I... I'm gonna go get my car, actually. Bad bitches and not drinking water. You think I'm bad? This one mine? No, that one's fine. Thanks. Ow! Fuck! What the? Delamain? Why did that say Delamain?
Looks like everyone in this fucking town's out to end you. Makes me feel like an amateur. A hack.
Ugh, shut up. Gotta find out why Night City's most courteous has upgraded to hit and runs.
That's fucked up.
Probably couldn't stand you anymore either.
Die.
I said shut up.
Sick of your ass. Why are you pink? Whatever. Also, what's the crafting oh, crafting. There it is. What can I craft? What the fuck? What are all you? Okay, I can craft weird little guns. They don't seem iconic though, so what do I care? It's a handyman. Upgrades. Ooh, I can upgrade you. Cool. Yeah, do that. I can upgrade you again. Sure. Why not? You're upgraded. Cool. Okay, my fucking car is fucked. Delamain, I'm coming to kill you. Oh shit! Ah. I can now use the bus. Just in time. I just love the knife. I love that you also upgrade the knife with batteries. That's fun. Ooh. Where's the handyman? What's that? A short zoom. Let's see. Ooh, a bigger zoom. Wait, I can't put any of these on. Whoa. Muzzle brake. Ooh. Aha! Can put you on that. Cool. Dude. What the fuck? Why are you trying to shoot me? Dude, stop it. Actually, let's do something else. Something that's closer. Whee! Ah! Ah! Fuck! You guys suck.
Around her. Take cover.
Whee! I have 1 star. Hi. I need to lie low anyway, because I killed a person who was shooting me.
You do not look so bad.
Thanks.
Then, in the car, I doubted you would survive.
Yeah, you slapped me after I had been shot in the head. I'm still mad about that.
What's it you actually want from me?
To begin, you must tell me where to find Evelyn Parker.
Evelyn. What's she to you?
I put in a gun, yeah, but I put it away.
She and Yorinobu Arasaka had intimate relations.
I know.
She knows how to get to him.
Been thinking I ought to have a word with her myself. She promised to help me get rid of the chip.
I would not count on that. She's likely gone, very far away.
Yeah. Just answered your own question then.
Just answered your own question about where Evelyn is. Long gone.
Why do you believe she could help you remove the chip? Does a corporation help her?
No.
Don't think so, no.
Can you expand?
Don't matter how much perfume a corpo sprays on mornings. By lunch, that's replaced by the stench of skullduggery. Only thing I caught from Evelyn was determination.
That's a whole lot of words.
And I too stink of skullduggery?
Yeah.
Nope. You're starting to stink. Period. Sorry, I couldn't be of any help. Don't have any time to lose.
B, wait. I need you.
Okay, well, you're very attractive,
Yorinobu
but...
Arasaka must answer for this crime of
patricide! That was the word I was looking for
Looking
earlier.
for justice? In Night City?
I seek revenge. Much more feasible here.
Oh, Takamura, kinda like
I
you.
have allies prepared to bring Yorinobu to his knees. The only thing I need is proof.
And you think they'll trust the word of a merc?
I have nothing better now. Also, I know no one here. And I am a fugitive. I am hunted.
Yeah, same.
So what, we stroll into Arasaka HQ and announce that Yorinobu's a kin killer? That he murdered Saburo?
Everyone said he's mid?
We'll get the hearing before reasonable people in a neutral location.
Serious.
Certain procedures
Dyslexia of
will
the
be
fingers
used to
is
establish the truth.
cursing you
lie
in a way.
detector? Forget it.
In that case, another option. You are dying. You do not know how to save yourself.
Thanks for laying it all out there, man.
A chip, the relic, is a culprit. Technology made by Arasaka. Technology they alone know.
Oh, that's
this
good
corporation can
exclamation.
save you as easily as it can make you disappear. It is merely about getting the right people on your side. Politics.
You mean people like Anders Hellman?
You know this name? How?
Prepped for the heist thoroughly. Relic is Hellman's design, his creation.
And true, he's a pawn. I was thinking of one much more powerful. Besides, Anders Hellman escaped to Arasaka, betrayed it.
I figured dyslexia makes other things better? Alright, cutie, settle down. Death? Finally? Hey, you also settle down, but for different reasons.
Hanako-sama, お会いできて光栄です。
こちらこそ。
Now,
Because their name's Wiki,
I
clearly.
would first like to ask you.
Fucking Saka scums everywhere.
Hey, I was listening to that.
Shut up. Nobody except you wants to watch that shit about that corpo cunt.
What
Hey.
did you say?
You heard me.
Let it go, Takamura.
Dude, can you fucking chill?
At least one of you's got some fucking sense.
Let's not make a scene. God, you're good looking. Oh, and the game froze. Sick. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This shit broke-ed. This shit broke-ed. My whole shit broke-ed. We're just gonna chill for a minute and hope everything fixes itself. Ah! Okay. Well, I killed the game. That made other things fix themselves, I guess. We'll just go ahead and start that back up. Huh. Oh, Phantom Liberty's on sale right now. Wait, hold on. Everyone hold on. Don't freak out, but you're moving 2 frames per hour. Boogie time? It's fixed on my side? Uh-oh. I think this is genuinely an OBS problem. Well, no, OBS is also working great. Huh. Very, very strange. I think Twitch... Hold on. Catching... I think Twitch is just catching up to my being fluid and fixed. Should be fine, though. Please refresh. Okie dokie. Cool. We're all fixed. Everything's fine. Everything's good forever. And I was never worried. Guys, actually, stream is about to be over. So maybe that was a good time to fucking cut out anyway. Damn, that kind of sucks. I was having a lot of fun, though I am a little sleepy. I am a little sleepy. I want to be at full fucking strength to play Baldur's Gate with Cap tomorrow. And I miss transgender Jesus Christ. Ugh, no transitions is really fucking killing me. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm sorry I said that shit, babe. I didn't mean it one bit, but if
Happy birthday, Blessed. I'm grateful to be here. Start a new year of your life. Ah, shucks. Ah, shucks. You chill out. You stop. You quit that. You sap. You sap. Crazy because I'm probably gaming till at least 3 a.m. Alright, well, I guess I'm continuing to play Cyberpunk. But it's literally 1 minute till midnight. It's 1 minute till midnight. You are wonderful, and I'm happy to be here and share a birthday with y'all. That's sweet. It's a milestone for us. I'm ancient now. I'm old and decrepit. Well, not yet. In 1 minute. Less than a minute, probably. Hold on. Everyone home. Everyone stay calm. You're saying thank you, but I might keep streaming. I'm just taking a moment to celebrate. Everyone's ready to say bye. Everyone's like, alright, leave. Alright, fuck off. Hold on. Hey! Happy birthday to me! Yippee, yippee, yippee! Ah! Jesus Christ, Captain. Thank you. You dork. You fucking dork. Thank you. You're very kind. Oh my god. That's it. That's it. That's the celebration. Are you guys happy you were here for it? Oh yeah, Nightshade got a sub. Let's fucking go. Captain sniping bangers. Also Sybil the Moth. Sybil's cute. Sybil's real cute. But yeah, no, it's a fucking joy to stream for you all, and it's fun to have a birthday with y'all. You're all Jesus Christ, that's a lot of gays! That's so many gays! Pixel Radical got one? Let's fucking go. Oh my, 10,000 fucking gay people! Held that just through up on the street. Jesus Christ, that doubles the hype train. What are you doing in there? Stop that. Fucking cut that shit out. Jesus. Thank you, I do appreciate it. This was meant to just be a silly little, it's you know, we celebrate, we got here together. We don't gotta be throwing crazy shit into the mix. You dorks, you absolute fucking dorks. I love you dearly. I appreciate you a lot. I really am so happy I started streaming so that I could meet you all and get to know you all. I really, really, you guys make my life so much better. My life was already pretty great. Not to be too sad about it. But just like, you guys are incredible. You're incredible to know, you're incredible to interact with, and I like y'all a lot. So, yeah.
Something beautiful is just
you know, dorks, I love you. But you all suck in other various ways. Blah 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 moth character. No, you guys have been one of the greatest gems this past year. Aw shucks. Aw shucks. Dog Sweaters, I said that's quite enough. I said that's quite enough. Thank you. Stop it. This song wrecked because I'm for Sex Party by Ferdinand, aka Left Boy. Okay. Okay, you know what? And that's worth $1 million. Ah, Faber! What are you even still doing awake? Get out of here. Shoo! Thank you. Stop it. I do appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. You're a fucking gem. Oh my god, quit that. Jelly! Jelly, I thought, aren't you still streaming? Jelly, I had you up on my shit. Oh no, you're not still streaming. Okay, well, Scram. Fucking Scram. You're playing Elden Ring. I see that you're playing Elden Ring. I have your ass on satellite. I see you playing Minecraft. Jesus Christ. Oh my. Thank you. Thank you. I do really appreciate it. You guys are lovely. Right? Fucking. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. We're playing Writer's Song. And if it's not good, we ban him forever. Not Writer. Wiki. I'm gonna treat you like a fucking Siri bot now, Wiki. I just need you to know that. Undoubtable, I said it quite enough. Thank you, love you, appreciate you. Win it. What the fuck? Hi. Hi, baby, come on. Hi. Don't worry about what's going on here. Don't don't stress. Don't even look at it. I'm glad you got a sub though. That's awesome. A lot of bangers are getting subs. We love dragging more sub people. Hi, Kiwi Lord, Lord of Kiwis. The 72nd Lord of Kiwis or Lord of 72 Kiwis? Now that's the real fucking question. Thank you. Sometimes I need to chill. Wikibot. Light it up on the sofa with the homies. High as what? High as fuck. That's what's up. Double cup. Fill me up. But a cup. Yeah, damn. Wiki recommended a song that said "Fill Me Up." Sorry, I gotta stop streaming. Me and Wiki are apparently fucking off screen. This song is gas. All right, I'm jamming to it. I'm fucking Vogue dancing, but the mic's in the way for the hand tracking. How you feeling now? Oh man. Yeah. I'm a little out of breath, but the shit ain't finished yet. I'm a fucked up bitch, pictures on the internet. The best dance emote in the fucking business. Okay, this song is kind of gas. Fucking hell. I didn't like it at first. Ah, Hoya, what are you doing awake? Hi, thanks. Quit it. We've already had quite enough bits for the night. Thank you so much. Hey, no, I appreciate you though. No. Hey, I love you. No. Please, I appreciate it. Scram. Well, don't scram, but like, don't throw shit. There'll be no more throwing of shit. And so decrees me. I have some authority. I pretend I have some authority over this fucking stream. Every day I pretend. That was a pretty good song. That was a pretty fucking good song. Alright. Now the smart thing to do would be to wrap up stream. You all did some crazy shit and maybe it would discourage you. But I kinda wanna keep playing Cyberpunk. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kinda having fun with it. I don't acknowledge any authority. That's fucked up. It's my stream. I literally started it. I star in it. You cut that out. God. Bastards. Bastards, all of you.
So what? Your face is gone. Oh, the dance will carry on. And you'll rot down in your grave with the souls you couldn't save. The stage was
the slow train. Oh my god, is that Pissy Mo Girl? Captain, you can't fucking fool me. I see you for what you are. got you. I also got you too. I need more cursing emotes. You know what? And that I do respect. And that I do respect. And you know what? Thank God we have Captain here, because I don't know that I know anyone else who has a more advanced array of cursing emotes. Though we do love Undoubtable having the Miss Cake swipe. I have the best one. Just you wait. Waiting. I see. I see. Ah! Now interesting. Now that it. And she's just running, probably. Just on a jog. She's just on a light jog. I just brought my pizza I spent over 20 minutes cooking. Oh my god, go to bed. Go to bed. The day can't get better. I'm sorry, that's the fucking worst news I've heard. She's not a Jedi, I swear. See, that's what I figured. And that's what I figured. And that's what I knew. It was a 3-meat pizza? Well, I have exactly 1 meat I'm trying to get rid of, so, you know, for whatever that's worth. And one channel that had emotes like that, and they yeeted to the stratosphere over a couple of them? Yeah, I bet. When I first met you, I feel like you had some worse emotes. And it kind of makes sense that they were fucking thrown into the stratosphere over it. Let's go! Spicy like pepper, juice. We love you, Joey Balance and Bray. I can't believe they did the collab with Aisha Erotica. That shit's still crazy to me. Should I assist you, or do you get the picture? If you don't budge, I'm gonna have to hit you. I can't stop smiling. You guys are such fucking sweet bastards, and I'm so happy to have y'all in this horrific stream where I just say down bad shit all the time. Truly, I don't know how I managed to do anything up here. But happy you're all here doing nonsense with me. Lady Kova, Nessa, enjoy your alert. Okay. I am gonna keep playing video games, I think. We're just having too much fun. And ads are gonna start in 10 minutes, so the vibes are gonna turn back normal. I swear to God, they better. I swear. I gotta clean my pizza up. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Is everyone ready for the non-transition? Dyslexia of the mouth. For the lack of transition scene change. For the super drawing scene change. We all love the super drawing scene change. Everyone ready? Here we are. It's not even showing it anymore. Because it has a different name. Because I downloaded the fucking DLC. Where's my magic box and how do I fiddle with it? Oh, no, it's working. Never mind, it's totally working. Okay, pausing the music. I'm letting you watch this intro. I'm going to pee. You all are lovely. I love you. Chill.
Yesterday's body count lottery rounded out to a solid and sturdy 30. 10 out of Haywood. Thanks to unabated gang wars. One officer down, so I guess you're all screwed. Cause the NCPD will not let that go. Got another blackout in Santo Domingo. Netrunners are at it again, poking holes in the power grid. While over in Westbrook, trauma teams scraping cyber psycho victims off the pavement. And in Pacifica, well, Pacifica is still Pacifica. This has been your man, Stan. Join me for another day in our City of Dreams.
Alrighty. I assume everyone is nice and calm. Don't forget the music. I turned off the music. I think. I hope. Yeah, I did. Oh, oops. Sorry, I'm just clicking on shit out here. I was checking that everything's set up right. I love the landmines we've both played with 7TV. So true. So incredibly true. Though I can't see them as well anymore. Because OBS's chat window isn't working and they don't show up on fucking Moobot. Nor are they showing up on the internet. Oh shit, I have to re-download the thing for the thing. Wait, how do I do that? I bet I could do that right now. 7TV download. Web extension. Cool. Yeah, that should just work, right? It just works. Alright, start posting them. I don't know. Hey, Choom, ready for news? No, fuck off. Oh, I have to download Phantom Liberty? Okay, hold on. Oh, I thought the ad was starting as I was leaving. No, actually, we have an ad in a minute. Hey, it does work. Nice. That's right, the clean emote. Oh my god, perfect. Okay. How do I tell if it's downloading? Actually, I have no idea. Ah, fuck it.
Howdy, howdy, Night City. Welcome back. My guest tonight is Lieutenant Sarah Kokoski, spokeswoman for the NCPD. Hi there. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Ziggy. Thanks for having me.
I hope you made it to the studio without any issues. No carjackings or drive-bys along the way?
No.
This is a very surreal... Ah! Oh, did I not do this part yet? No, I did. My car's totaled, right? Yeah. Okay. And then I could do that, but instead I'm gonna go talk to Takamura. And we're gonna skip that dialogue a bit because we already did it.
Today, we all mourn the untimely loss of our mayor and dear
Oh,
friend.
I can go to the apartments? That's not what I want.
But when we've dried our
Arasaka will save us!
What? You can't do the fucking downhill slide things. That's a shame. I feel like it would make everything a lot easier. Hi.
Sit.
Sitting.
You do not look so bad.
Thanks.
Then, in the car, I doubted you would survive.
What's it you actually want from me?
To begin, you must tell me where to find Evelyn Parker.
Evelyn. What's she to you?
I can't skip this.
She and Yorinobu Arasaka had intimate relations. She knows how to get to him.
Been thinking I ought to have a word with her myself. She promised to help me get rid of the chip.
I would not count on that. She's likely gone, very far away.
Just answered your own question about where Evelyn is. Long gone.
Why do you believe she could help you remove the chip? Does a corporation help her?
Got no clue. Evelyn was knowledgeable about the relic. Had a large chunk of classified info. An enigma, to be sure, but she showed that slyness you get in corpo agents. You know the kind.
I too possess this slyness you speak of.
You got tossed out lumped with the outcasts, easily. Or have you forgotten? Sorry, I couldn't be of any help. Don't have any time to lose.
B, wait. I need you. Yorinobu Arasaka must answer for this crime of patricide.
Looking for justice? In Night City?
I seek revenge, much more feasible here. I have allies prepared to bring Yorinobu to his knees. The only thing I need is proof.
And you think they'll trust the word of a merc?
I have nothing better now. Also, I know no one here. And I am a fugitive. I am hunted.
So what, we stroll into Arasaka HQ and announce that Yorinobu's a kin killer? That he murdered Saburo?
We'll get the hearing before reasonable people in a neutral location. Certain procedures will be used to establish the truth.
A lie detector? Forget it.
In that case, another option. You are dying. You do not know how to save yourself. A chip,
Fucked up
the
way to put
relic,
that.
is a culprit. Technology made by Arasaka. Technology they alone know. This corporation can save you as easily as it can make you disappear. It is merely about getting the right people on your side. Politics.
Why is my hand shut? Does it think my hair is my hand? Oh, I got it. No, I don't know.
You mean people like Anders Hellman?
You know
no
this
idea why
name?
that's working.
How?
Prepped for the heist thoroughly. Relic is Hellman's design, his creation.
Untrue. He's a pawn. I was thinking of one much more powerful. Besides, Anders Hellman escaped Arasaka. Betrayed it.
Okay, now Waruto's bugging the fuck out. God, maybe it is time for the fucking Fugi. Hold on. Yeah, I guess it is. Hold on. Oh, that's right. Fugi Tech is also throwing a fit. Unknown to medical science. Okay, hold on. Cool. Oh my god, it's still not working. What the fuck? That's annoying. Hey. Whoops. My bad. I didn't turn on studio mode. So weird. Why is it doing that? Okay, well, let's try and get through this cutscene, make it stop freaking out, and then maybe open up Boruto again? I don't fucking know, man.
Fucking Saka scums everywhere.
Hey, I was listening to that.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Nobody except you wants to watch that shit about that corpo cunt.
What did you say?
You heard me.
Let it go, Takamura.
At least one of you's got some fucking sense.
Thanks for the offer. Need to think about it. Get back to you.
I need time to plan, organize. You stand to gain much if you help me. All I ask is that you do not leave the city.
Leave? Why would I leave? Need help. Best chance I'll find the right person here.
Someone other than Arasaka specialist? There's no one. No alternative.
Well, that would be convenient for
Actually,
you
we
if
just
there
talked
wasn't.
about some.
There's no time to waste, V.
With a bit of luck, I'll track down Evelyn.
You gotta talk to her too,
If she
so it's a
could not
win-win.
help you before, she will not manage to now.
Honor among thieves. Ever heard of it?
Yes, I thought it ironic. Thieves have none. There's just honor, I believe.
Yorinobu Arasaka degree, I'm sure.
The Parker woman will not help you. Why are you? I would think about a plan B.
Sure.
Anders Hellman. He invented the relic. If I want to get rid of it, he's my man. And if that means picking another fight with Arasaka, so be it.
Hellman defected from the company.
Yeah, Fugi isn't
I
loading.
myself
I don't
spent
know why.
many days looking for him.
Ah! Flashbang.
He...
Careful.
What's the expression? Dropped off the face of the earth.
Why are you looking for Hellman?
He was the one to alert Saburo-san to Yorinobu's schemes. He knew both of them well and could be an important witness.
Corporal rats squeal when hanging by their tails.
For several days, I collected the information. All leads point to one place. the club called the Afterlife. I was quickly dismissed by the queen of fixers there, Rogue.
Hold on, I'm like kind of in the way. I didn't realize I was. Sorry, I've probably been in the way the whole fucking time.
She take you for a suit?
No, she saw me as Saburo-sama's killer.
Rogue's well informed. Gets wind of most things that happen in the city. Might be worth asking her about Hellman.
I wish you luck. The woman is choosy, expensive, and rude.
Oh. Surprised you didn't get along.
I cannot stay here any longer. Do what you want. Look for Parker, Hellman, whoever. I must see some friends. Call in some favors.
You have friends?
When my people in Arasaka are ready to listen, I will call you.
Cool.
Till then, I guess.
If by some miracle you find Hellman, please notify me. He and I have unfinished business.
Thanks. God, he's good looking. Ah! Fuck you.
Zapper dumples and filth.
What?
In some ways, Night City never changes.
Okay.
Arasaka's still a despotic machine and the world's on a collision course with chaos.
Yep.
But hey, at least Rogue's still alive.
You know, you've got some nerve. First you're out to kill me, now you want to be my pal, make like nothing happened?
You know you don't gotta speak out loud to talk to me.
What do you want?
And I've processed some shit, changed my mind. Don't want you dead anymore.
Oh, how convenient
Go
for me.
fuck yourself, dickwipe.
Hey, wasn't easy for me either.
Juziki! I'm glad you got a
I
sub.
woke up in your head, wrestling with your thoughts, memories. Think we're even.
Kelly's a fucking
I've taken
gem.
a step back, looked at things. Think we might be able to help each other. We could start with Rogue. Her and I go back to the Stone Age.
I don't trust you.
Why should I trust you? Remind me again?
Trust me, don't trust me. I don't give a fuck. It's the least of our worries, anyway.
You are the ghost of Christmas past, asshole. Any friends you've had are either dead or so old their memory's gone.
Johnny Silverhand died a legend. Nobody forgets that.
Uh-huh.
So you fucking know Rogue. What would I say to her? I got a talking brain tumor, claims it's her old friend Johnny?
Trust me, Rogue's heard dumber shit than that. Way back when you weren't even an itch in your daddy's balls.
Yeah, you're old,
Don't
we
need
get it.
convincing. Seen your memories. Gross.
Rogue will dance to any tune I play or just get us to the afterlife.
You're out of your mind if you think that's true.
There is no us.
God, fuck that guy. Ah, screw you. Fuck.
Lee? That you?
Yeah.
Shit. Thought you were gone.
Mm-hmm.
You're not alone in thinking me dead. Thought it was game over for me, too.
Things went ass up, huh? Not as planned.
Yeah, but your name didn't come up.
Listen, need to find out who.
I really don't want to talk about her.
Know where she is?
What'd I just say? Drop it. I won't tell you again.
Can we meet? Let's meet, please. You at Lizzie's?
Okay. Who? Sure, man. Yeah, that makes sense.
No way.
Ah! Ah! Hey, it's fucking... It's the namesake of the game. I don't have any water. Shizuki, do you hate me? My foolish self is out of juice.
Sorry.
Yeah, for a moment, but I am here. Oh. I'm trying to wave. Hi! Who are you?
What's that?
What's what?
What the fuck was that?
Oh my god! Okay, fuck you. Ah. Well, that's not what I wanted. How do I get rid of you again?
Oh, fuck you all!
It is B. Oh, okay. Ah! Jesus Christ. Ow.
No way.
Suspect has disappeared. All units on site, continue searching the area.
Woo! See? Everything's fine, and I was never worried. Pretty slick. Pretty cool.
This is Maximum Mike, the voice of Night City.
Hey, look.
Huh? What? Where?
It's all over the scream sheets.
That?
Copy your personality and gram a new chip, and your loved ones don't have to say goodbye when you finally die.
What's this?
Would you look at that? You see it too, right?
Either gone completely whacked or I'm having a mystical moment.
What's that chick's name? The one with the hair?
Misty?
Gonna have to narrow it down.
Nah.
Oh.
More likely a neuron misfire for Victor to check out. Or maybe ask them both.
Okay. Finding tarot on the walls. Very sick. Hi.
Hey! Haven't I seen you here before?
Yeah.
Got a good memory for faces. We're closed right now.
Need to talk to Punchy Judy. She in her den.
Yep. Take the stairs down.
Thanks.
I'll let Judy know you're coming.
Reesh.
Whoa, whoa, start again. What is it
I thought you
want
were
us to do
closed.
Beat some sense into him. That don't work. I don't know. Use lead. I don't care. I just want my room back.
now? Your pimp threw you out, that is?
Told me I was generating losses, then just said, have a nice life, and slam the damn door. I don't got nowhere to sleep tonight.
Still got your body though, don't you? Work it.
Don't think I do.
Judy's embarrassing herself again.
Hey, where you going? Nothing to see back
Let
here.
it lie. Judy's friend.
Yeah.
You're done with that bagulho?
Actually don't know where I'm going. Effective public transportation. Stealing cars?
Stop telling every Joy Toy you meet to come here. The hell I'm supposed to do with them all?
I don't. Must be our rep. Girls need help, they come here.
Last time I checked, we weren't running a shelter.
Come on, they all deserve a chance. Any one could end up useful. Give it some time. They'll pay for themselves.
chicks can barely take care of themselves.
Not when they're face down in the mud. But who knows?
I hate surprises.
Really feeling that sense of community right now. Suze, we're not done here.
Oh yeah, we fucking are.
Are you guys done? Hey, I have more annoying things for you.
You just don't give up, do you?
Nope.
Got nothing more to say to each other.
Moxes and nomads don't seem so different. Both seem to yammer a lot about community, solidarity. Classic dilemma. What comes first? Family or the outside
This
world?
is a club. Nobody cares about your lofty world views.
It kind of seems like you do, but all right. Is that your boss?
Susie seems to know what she wants. She your boss?
You come all this way just to play who's who at the Mox?
Sure. I need your help. I can help you.
Listen, have you seen Evelyn? Need to talk to her. It's important.
Why? So you can make her your scapegoat for your train wreck of a heist?
No.
Need to find out who she was working for.
That's it?
That's it. Judy, you don't need to worry. I won't lay a hand on her. Wouldn't make sense.
Fine. All right. Evelyn's a doll. Used to work at Clouds. Sig case on my table's got the address. Take it, and once you find Evelyn, give it to her.
Mega tower. Luxurious.
Thanks for your help.
Wait.
Yes?
Just let me know how she's doing. Okay?
Give you a call. Okay?
Thanks. Thank you, V.
Yeah, least I can do.
A doll. Why am I not surprised?
Go on.
You're an engram and a fading mind. Nothing should surprise you anymore.
So we gonna hit this place, Clouds?
Why the hell not?
The club's closed. Don't you have somewhere to be?
Heated exchange there with Judy. What was that all about?
How's this any of your business?
Mm-hmm.
Gonna follow up with your own sermon on responsibility for others? Go on, your high horse is waiting.
I'm just curious.
One thing I know about curiosity.
Delta! I didn't even know you fucking streaming. What are you up to? What are you playing? Somebody shout out my fucking girl. I love her to death. Healthy Raid! Guys, I don't know who here isn't following Helta, but you're a damned fool. Damn. Beat me to it. Okay. No! Well, less of my heart wants to shout out Meow. You're kind of a bastard with the fire. And my actual smoke detector started beeping, and I felt an enrage. I felt my blood boil, and I was like, this is Meow's fault, somehow this is Meow's fault. No. What were you doing? Marathon? Ooh. I was just talking about Marathon. That's funny. How was marathoning? Did you guys get good loot? Did you rat about? Is that a term there? I don't. Did you loot? Did you shoot? I hope you guys both had a fun stream. Guys, if you're not following Mr. Meow and Helta, you're a damn fool. Who is not accurately spending your fucking follow points. They're free. Go, spend them on the cool fucking people who play the silly games and are mean to me. You love being mean to me. Playing Ready or Not, and then the servers died, so we were playing some Marathon. Well, were you ready? I guess you were not ready.
Heard you give the working girls a helping hand.
That's ancient history. And like all history, it was pretty damn bloody.
What was it? Something about a riot? Joy girl murdered by a tiger claw?
Not the first. Just the one that tipped the scale.
Ah! What the fuck? There's no, we're closed. No more rating. No more rating. Too much. Too much. Oh, you were also ready or not, and not ready, and then streaming marathon.
Can't help everyone in this city. Gotta.
Okay, cool. Bye.
Forget Evelyn. Admit it. This is about Judy's virtues, isn't it? Good shit, if I say so myself.
Okay, I guess I'm not gonna respond to that. I was waiting for Vapor to finally get here. You just add shout out Vapor typed out. Thank you to the three of you for rating. You're all very kind and sweet, and I appreciate you. Mr. Hands? Hey.
Call me Mr. Hands. If you're looking for Pacifica jobs, call me.
I'm not.
Name's B. And what? No pleased to meet yous?
I'm truly honored to meet you. You got any biz, call me.
Real water? Only 99 fucking dollars a gallon. Damn. I don't do chit chat. Okay, fine. You sent me a call and a text, but you don't do chit chat. No, that's fine.
Oh, and I also saw Hashima Island.
Ah, hi. The Mox used to be a real safe haven? I mean, that does seem to be the implication. Hi, Alex Alabel. Just wanted to tongue kiss with you and scream. And I am down to do that. Guys, gird your fucking loins, because me and Vapor will be screaming and tonguing. Any day now. I'm right here? Okay, Meow can join. But you're on thin fucking ice. Ah! Excuse me. I guess I kind of want to go do this, actually. Yeah, let's just start doing closer ones. I'm not doing that one because I will die. Ow. Yeah. Wanting to scream and tongue Moss Discord 10+ missed messages. Wait, tell me you're lying. Tell me you're lying. I'm not missing more Vapor texts, am I? Discord won't open. No, I'm lying. Damn you. You fucking... I've already talked about how much deceit gets me hot and going. I can only take so much. Hi. Oh. Sorry, hold on.
All nearby units. We got a situation in Watson.
Roger this. What else is new? We'll be right there.
Suspect's vehicle has been located. Details have been sent.
Ah!
know where I'm gonna strike before I do it.
Here for a fight. Which one of you is my guy?
I'm never wrong. I'm either correct or
Wasn't
lying.
expecting a tag team, but whatever, I guess. So, who do I got first?
No, you don't get it. That body and this one, I'm the same person.
So, what? I'm seeing double?
I used to be twins, which you could probably guess. The twins had a close bond, but they wanted to be closer, stronger. So they installed neural oscillation sinks. And now they're, well, me. One person, two bodies. My bodies do everything together. Everything.
Sure. Let's raise the stakes. Fuck it.
Fine, but we're raising the stakes.
Fair. See no problem with that. So, can we get started?
Sure.
Show me what you got.
Ah! Okay. I need to stop getting hit.
Two heads are better than one.
Wait, why couldn't I dodge at all?
Four fists are better than two. Feel free to try me again, if you ain't scared.
I thought I had a dodge button. Fun. Oh, it's still on left control. I don't fuck with that at all, but I guess, what else am I getting? Do I need to do a perk to dodge? Should have remembered to save? I'm not gonna save scum a fight! What the fuck? Reflexes maybe? Oh, yeah. Damn. I need to spend a lot just to dash. No, this just decreases it? Cover more ground and automatically... Okay. No, I should automatically have dash. Oh, no, I do have it. It's just inconsistent as fuck. Okay.
Fine, but we're raising the stakes.
Yeah, I'm gonna run out of fucking money.
Fair. See no problem with that. So, can we get started?
Show me what you got.
Please, no!
Oh my god.
Two heads are better than one.
Jesus! I guess maybe I should increase body? I don't fucking know. I just wanted that.
Our fists are better than
Alright,
two.
I guess I'm gonna fuck off now.
Feel free to try me again, if you ain't scared.
You in a hurry or something?
No, I really want to keep fighting them. Fucking hell. There's +2 health, crit chance, crit damage. guess I have consumables I could use if I really wanted to. Plus 10 max health. Carrying capacity, RAM, stamina regen. Yeah, fuck it, I guess.
Right, so then what?
Feel free to try me again, if you ain't scared.
Fine, but we're raising the stakes.
Fair. So
Show me what you got.
Ow! Fucking hell. I think I should get the health regen. Yes, maybe that would help me.
2 heads are
this.
better than 1, and 4 fists are better than 2. Feel free to try me again.
Sure.
If you ain't scared.
Oh no, I'm out of money. Fuck. Okay, well, that was upsetting.
This is the voice of Night City, Maximum Mike. I'm coming at you from 107.3 Moral Rock Radio.
You come out alone. We won't hurt you. I promise.
Anybody remember the Bozos?
I thought they had little, like,
They
chests
vanished in the city a
for
couple
random
decades
gangs.
back, so
Maybe not.
you younger listeners won't remember, but clowns once terrorized this place. Yeah, clowns. Really mean clowns. Back in the day, Night City had hundreds of what were called posing gangs. That's a gang where all the members can surf you to look alike, or they get it on some theme like Curses with old TV show or dead presidents. The Bozos or biosculptors look like circus clowns.
Don't think you understand the fucking game, pig.
Whoops. That appears to have been a cop. Well, mistakes happen. That ass-kicking awakening.
But in the meantime, I'm counting on you to watch out for.
Yeah, I guess I should level up a bit before I go do the fights. It just, I don't know. Go punch people to death. Sounds easy. But I didn't realize you could block. I didn't realize you could push people. Ah, okay. What? Can I help you?
since
Sorry.
we talk. Since when Jackie passed away.
How you doing?
How you think? My son is dead.
Well,
But
yeah.
I am hanging in there.
Call in to offer my condolences.
Offer your condolences. Ay, Jesucristo V. You lived under our roof. Have the decency not to treat me like some stranger you just met. I was going to call you. I prepared an ofrenda for Jaquito. We can't let him go without a proper goodbye. The ceremony will be at the Coyote Cojo. Many of his friends will be there.
Say no more, Mama Wells. I'll be there.
I did not doubt it for a second. Ahí te veo, Vi.
T-Bug sent me. Said you'd have something for me.
So you're V. I'm sure you heard what happened. Real shame. She left a demon for you. A gift from beyond the grave. It should work on any 3rd gen deck.
Okay. Glad to grab a demon always.
You could test it now. I have an access point. If you'd like, that is. You might extract some Shimsoft or subroutines. Seems worth a try, either way.
Sure, yeah.
T-Bug's death. What did you hear?
The truth. She got burned, like anyone who tries to hit Arasaka. They found the body in her pad. Nervous system fried. You know what that feels like?
Can't say I do.
They say it's like 100,000 knives stabbing you at once. I can't imagine a worse way to go. Poor
Awesome.
girl. I liked her, too.
Got anything Nova for sale?
If you can afford it, yes.
Supposed to buy ping? Or am I going? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. How short am I? Fuck. Oh, she left me a gift. You gotta fucking buy it, but, you know. I'll just... Still don't have enough. Okay, fine. See ya. Retrieve. Very weird. Okay, hold on. There's gotta be something. fucking... Who's fucking around? For the best for you in that it learned you something, or that it was just like, I don't know. Fucking miss.
Don't even want to find you. Fucking crib. You fucking chump! Shotgun ought to steal the deal.
I see. Yeah, I would continue fighting if I didn't run out of money. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Right, I'm just here to rob your corpses. Sorry. Fucking hell.
Hey, here for a pickup. Order number 48.
48.
Okay, you guys are not very good for loot, so I'm learning. So do not just get in fight with cops because you are out of money.
Try to get inside.
Inside what?
NCPD, motherfuckers! NCPD! Neutralizing the suspect! Moving in! Found the pump lid! NCPD!
Ah! Hello, child.
Suspect was last seen driving a vehicle, transmitting further details. Suspect has disappeared. All units on site continue searching the area.
Ah! I see! How to lose police?
Defense! Let's go!
Wow!
Faceplate's high design, custom made. Wow. It's too.
Hey,
Successful meeting?
very. What's on the menu?
Just want to sell what little junk I have. Okay.
Thanks. Better get going.
I'm in a strip club, you can't get me, right? It's illegal. You can't come arrest me in a strip club. Why do you keep having a symbol on you? What does that mean? It's concerning. Goodbye, everyone. It's been fun. Okay.
Hey, don't piss me off!
Dans la ville on est des sauvages, cette nuit on crée des orages. Elle fait qu'on fait le flip pour sa cache dans le fourrage. Des miroirs, un mirage, pistolet, pirate. Ta pute, elle me gosse, tire le nuage. Un serpent, una serpiente. Une maison, cuando era ausente. Silence, suavemente. Dans tes cauchemars, sont tes péchés. C'est un serpent, una serpiente. Une maison.
There's gotta be. Oh, there we are. Excellent. Okay, a little bit of money earned. Excuse you. Also, I should look at... Can I just install cyberware in my own shit? I don't know. Visit a Ripper dock. Yeah. I can just install more shit. No. Yeah. What's that symbol? I don't even know. Ow, my ankles. Ooh.
You're half man, half Mega Block. Not often I see a Ripper invest in a Organic body like that.
Most people don't realize the brain functions better when it's tied to real, not synthetic musculature. Replace even a single hand, and you'll notice a dip in concentration and overall well-being. Cyberware is more harm than help.
Exactly the guy, yeah, who I want installing shit.
But I don't slow biz from chromers like you.
Looking for a change.
Come on then. Time to tinker.
Okay. I guess I have more. Oh, that's just more subdermal. That's the same. Wait, is this stuff you have or stuff? I can't tell it's my own fucking system and not. You know? Can't tell what I'm buying off you. What's that?
Hey, break 100 for me?
What am I, a bank?
Yeah. Cool. Cool. the music cutting in and out, very weird. I'd kind of rather it just stayed off. Not gonna lie. Okay, this is.
I'm ready. You ready? I'm ready. You ready?
Okay. Interesting. Huh.
How much for this? Not for sale. Deltas.
And now I've accidentally spent all my money again. Oh, well, I definitely can't do that. I don't. Oh, yeah. Wow, that's been a while. What? What did I even do? Oh. Can I fast travel from the map when I'm not being hunted? I don't even know. No, I have to go to one of those fucking stations. Okay. Ow. No. Hey! Sorry, borrowing this. Thanks. Oh, he's super dead. That's fine.
It's been a long time.
Wakako Okada.
Yeah, everything was
The Lady
terrible
of
for a while.
Westbrook Estate.
When you find a moment, come see me. We must settle our accounts for Sandra Dorset. You did quite well. You and that friend of yours. Until then.
Control yourself.
Mind if I just peruse?
Watch your tongue.
Well, I'm not. Dragon. Hi.
Did your mama teach you nothing? Santa Muerte ain't no joke.
Listen to that guy.
Can you talk? It is important.
Not really.
What's important?
I may have found a solution to the problem we share.
I don't know that we share a problem. I have a problem.
With an old friend from Arasaka. He's here in Night City now. He's well connected to certain influential people.
That's gonna help us how, exactly?
There will be a meeting. You, me, and this friend of mine. You will tell him what you told me. The truth of events at Konpeki Plaza. I have little hope that he will be convinced. But it will be a start.
Will it?
Fine. Where's the meet and when?
Japantown. After sunset. I am sending you the precise location. I'll see you there.
Well, well. Who do I spy but V? In my humble parlor, no less.
Wakako. Long
Look out
time
for
no
what?
see.
So what brings you here?
I need money.
Have some outstanding biz to settle. Remember Sandra Dorset?
I don't forget such things, V. Here is your reward. It comes with a fairly ample bonus. Go see a Ripper Doc. They'll weave you a dermal imprint that will enable smart gun compatibility. A Tiger Claw specialty.
Cool. Thanks. Why is your Ripper Doc so fucking far away?
Listen to that guy. How'd you rate his chops?
To my untrained ear, sounds alright, I guess. Easy listening, at least.
Know why? Technique's second rate. But the feeling? That's what counts. Guy's hurting. Got something he can't take. And it shows.
Sure,
Could
man.
stand a little more stage presence. Fingering's all wrong. Loses the tempo more than he keeps it, but not bad.
Really know how to give a guy a compliment. That how you got your start? Street busker with big dreams?
Don't make me laugh. No time for playing my way to the top. Was too busy shaking the world awake.
Being at the top can be worth it. Wanna shake the world, you know? World's gotta feel you first.
And you pay for it. You spend your lyrics laying waste to the big record corps. Who's gonna sign you then? But give up your ideals. and no amount of eddies can buy him back.
All right, Princess. At least you played some gigs. Saw those memories of yours.
True. Played where we could. Parks, old factories, underground clubs. Had an audience from the start. Some recorded our stuff, didn't even know who we were.
Ooh, mean to say I could get my hands on some old samurai bootlegs? I'm gonna find those tapes. I'm gonna shriek like a little fangirl anytime you open your mouth. Happy?
Just you fucking try.
Jokes aside, you think those tapes still exist after all these years?
You know, Rainbow Cadenza's not far from here. Club we played till the band fell apart. Great spot. Place for people with their heads on straight. Maybe they'll know something.
Cool. Sure. Why not?
Johnny? Pretty sure they turned your great spot into a slurp shop.
Mindless fucking consumerism wins the day again.
Point for the other team. Huh.
Huh. This is why you don't bring back fallen warriors. Sooner or later, they're gonna see everything they fought for is turned to shit.
Yeah, yes.
Hey. Rainbow Cadenza mean anything to you?
Oh no, another one. Aren't you too young for this?
To what now?
Every day, some sad grandpa in his old leather comes in here, asks where is his old Rainbow Club. And I'm like a broken record. Tell all of them the Corp brought them out 20 years ago. I should put up a sign.
Have anything
know
from
anything about bootlegs from the Rainbow Cadenza days? Like, say, dunno, samurai stuff?
Samurai. Oh, that ugly red face on black? Yeah, even I know that one. Old guy comes by here sometimes wearing their shirt. Spends the whole time yakking with his psychofan friends.
Wouldn't happen to know where I could find him?
You can find him living back in the 2020s. But besides that, he's out there at the market.
Thanks.
What's he selling?
Organic strawberries and cream. What do you think? He sells ancient dusty tapes of ancient dusty indie bands. No one's heard of a single one of them.
Yeah, that's what
Cream.
indie means.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Heard I can get some decent tunes here.
What you mean by decent? We got Cartesian duelists, Uridine stuff, Tainted Overlord.
Samurai?
Any samurai?
Kid, you even gotta ask? Never fade away. Dancing with my axe,
Where's the
chipping
asshole?
in, you name it, we got it.
Look, he's got your stuff.
Silverhand was the one true messiah of rock. I'd hand them records out like candy if I could. But a guy's gotta eat.
Yeah, looking for the real deal. Like, say, bootlegs from Samurai's first gigs?
Fuck. First, you have got no idea what you're asking for. Not if you're so chilled about it. Don't know how you found out about them bootlegs, but forget it. Not gonna give them to the first gonk off the street.
Ain't a poser. Know everything there is to know about Silverhand.
Go on. Impress me.
Know what he told Carrie the last time they met? Fuck this band. Not your crowd, not your noise. Do your own thing.
Yeah, sure. I could think up a million conversations they had. There were no witnesses.
Sure.
I used to come here back when it was still Rainbow Cadenza. Bootleg sure would make a nice souvenir of the good old days.
Cut the scop. You're too young to remember the first samurai gigs. Weren't even a twinkle in your daddy's karoshis.
You guys really love that
Hey,
saying.
appearances can be deceiving. How do you know this pretty face ain't an implant?
All right, punk. Prove it. How'd Samurai's third ever gig end?
John?
Johnny, my dear expert, help a chum out. Need a quick rundown of samurai trivia.
Yep, third gig. Remember it like it was yesterday. Set my axe on fire, then smashed it on the stage. Crowd went wild.
Well, can't wait all day.
Easy. Johnny lit up his axe, then smashed it.
Nope. Knew it. Who smashes their gear when they're just starting out? I mean, a new one costs eddies.
Oh.
Johnny, please, can you stop making my life harder? My life that's quickly running out?
How am I supposed to give a witty response to that pathetic question? It's like kicking a puppy. A blind puppy.
You always freeze up like this?
Played our third gig at Cadenza. Little fire broke out. Some drunk gonks tried to put it out with beer. Denny's fro got singed. Wore a wig for a few weeks. Never did get herself any tech hair.
Whew. Let me think. There was a fire. Remember those gonks who tried putting it out with beer?
I almost forgot. Heard Johnny started it, actually. Tossed a cig that was still glowing.
Bullshit. That cig was Carrie's, no doubt. But hey, any trouble's Johnny's fault.
Still don't believe you were there. But what the hell? Only a real fan could know something like that. Hey, anyways, gotta educate the youth. Maybe you'll find something special under the table. Go on, have at it.
Jesus, those are expensive sunglasses. Sick. I kind of want them. God damn, everything's so expensive. I just want cool shit. Fine, fine, fine. I won't just buy clothes.
Much appreciated.
Take it. Spread the good Silverhand word. Death to Corpos.
Yeah. There you are, man.
You know, they say time is the best teacher. Used to think that was true. But look at that guy, 60 at least, but still living in 2020.
Guy's your biggest fan. Not happy to meet him?
Blusaka Tower to smithereens, and it's still standing there, just the same. Don't want people getting stuck in a rut, stuck in the past. Want them to change, them and the world.
You want to force him to change? Can't just blow him up like the tower.
But music's the answer? Here's what happens. Grandpa knows every damn word. Doesn't understand a single one.
You'd rather massacre a bunch of people then? And the average Janes and Joes? Maybe they don't want to change. Their choice. You want to take that away from them?
They might be bums who play see no evil, might be blind idiots. They need to wake the fuck up. Guess jury's still out on how.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do I know you?
The real dream of any video game. Getting far enough into it that I can go on shopping trips.
What is it this time?
The pipe that burst in our building.
And a discount yesterday.
haven't sent anyone to fix it.
Watch your language.
And I sold twice more stock than usual.
So, you broke even?
Way I see it, only thing waiting for you here is getting off or getting offed. Place your bets.
You're a
have I missed
beacon
this
of light,
time?
John.
Enlighten me.
Braindance chick is hiding something. No coincidence we already saw 2 tiger claws. They must control the building.
I'm Jillian Jordan, and this is
Arasaka and the Tiger Claws are in bed together. Go figure.
Every corp plays dirty, except the streets are more than that. They're filth. So the corps leave it to the gang, suits collars, and get soiled. Surprised?
So hold on. You take the blow-up doll, remodel, and
Welcome to Clouds, where we know what you're looking for. Would you care to jack into the terminal? Jack in, please.
Looking for an Evelyn Parker. She work here?
Give me a moment. Evelyn's not available at this time.
Need to see her. It's important.
The algorithm knows best. Trust me, it will choose a doll that will thrill you. Our dolls can change their hair and eye color in real time to look just as you wish.
I just want to talk to her, that's all.
Please, no need for concern. Your doll will talk to you about anything you wish. Jack in, please.
Sure.
I'm sorry, did she finally say anything useful? Fuck the menu, let's ditch this waitress and take our special order to the chef, point blank.
Meaning?
Meaning you go in as a customer, keep a low profile. They want to keep their cards close, fine. We'll play our own game.
Okay.
Alright, let's do this.
This will be a live session, so events may take an unexpected turn. But don't quit if you feel uncomfortable. You could miss out on something truly remarkable.
Just tell me not to use my safe word? That seems...
If you feel
unsafe.
unready to handle what comes next, you can interrupt the session immediately. Now for your safe word.
Samurai.
And saved. Now, bear with me a moment. Scanning your personal profile. You should see compatible dolls in just a second. Two matches. Interesting.
Is that normal or...
Who can say what is normal? You're clearly a unique person with unique tastes. Our system can handle it. So who will it be? Angel or Sky?
Rather go with Sky.
I couldn't have chosen better myself. Now for the payment, and you'll venture into the clouds.
Sure.
There you go.
And the payments come through.
The entire floor is open to you if you wish to wind down first.
Sky awaits you in booth 9.
Thanks.
Disconnect, please.
Is that it?
We have a strict no weapons policy here at Clouds. Please deposit any and all hazardous items with me.
Okay.
Only 2 willing to spread their legs for you. Sad.
Go eat a dick.
Not how that works.
get in? What's that mean? I'm here every motherfucking week.
You're not authorized to access the VIP area.
Oh, yes, I am.
Hi, I'm Sky.
Hi.
And you must be Valerie?
This conk don't understand that I've got a right to be in there.
V.
From what I can see,
Just V.
your VIP membership has been
Only people who know me real well can use my real name.
Okay then. V.
or we're gonna have to escort you outside.
Well, looks like this will be interesting.
So, V. You're dying.
Fuck off. How do you know that?
How'd you know I'm dying?
Deep inside, you fear this. Cower before it.
So
Most
what
do.
if I do? Why do you care?
Of all the voices in your head, the loudest is that calling for help. Look around. All of this is your doing.
There's something in those mirrors, way back.
It's a projection. Your inner landscape.
Just what I needed. Therapy with a robo-hooker.
I'm not here to analyze you. That's not something I do. I'm here to fulfill your deepest, most hidden desire.
My deepest, most hidden desire is a little sympathy? God, that's depressing.
Looking for someone named Evelyn Parker. Used to work here. Know her? Know where she is?
You need answers. That's clear. Just not the ones you think you need.
Asked you a simple question.
Evelyn Parker. Not the most important thing you're looking for, is she? I can smell your fear.
You mentioned.
You're afraid of something else.
Yeah, the dying thing.
I was told this place would fulfill my deepest desires. Not what I was expecting this.
When true desires go unfulfilled, they turn into needs. We are here to reach for them and beyond. We are here to understand.
So what is it I need so badly?
To come to terms with the fact that you died. Now move on already.
Come to terms. Sure, let me just curl up on the floor and wait for... whatever. Give up. That's what you're saying.
You're scared because you've given up on your dreams. What happened to becoming the best in all of Night City?
That was really more Jackie's thing.
Wasn't so long ago I really wanted that. Then all this shit happened. Seems like I was living in dreamland. I just want the world to know I was here. That I mattered.
Instead of a dream, you're living a nightmare. You're afraid of being erased, as if you never existed.
Pretty standard.
Or is it just the fear of becoming someone else? Different?
Sure, the void freaks me out. You know, like most sane, normal people.
Death is death is death. You're gone. Game over.
You can't know that for certain, even if you've been there and back.
Believe me, I've seen it. And it's fucking boring.
You haven't stopped grieving since. Or for what's to come.
What's past is past. I'm over it.
You're in denial, don't you see?
That's a river.
Would it change things even by a hair if I wasn't? So what now?
Now, you find out what it is you need to do.
Which is? You gonna tell me?
You've never backed down from anything in your life. Even when you maybe should have. You go through Night City knowing a stray bullet could end you while hailing a cab. But that's never stopped you from taking action. Going where you needed to go. And it won't stop you now.
But how do I keep up with everything that's changing?
You have been keeping up. You've made an impact. Not a single thing in this world isn't in the process of becoming something else. Likewise, you never look back. If you gotta kill, kill. If you gotta burn it all to the ground, then let it burn.
Thanks, for all this. Jeez. Don't even feel like getting up.
Few do. But everything has its end.
Samurai.
Oh, what's going on? Goddamn thing threw me out.
Need to talk to you.
Talk? You pulled the emergency brake, ripped me out just to talk?
Yeah.
What happened? I do something wrong?
I mean, I don't know, even if you did, that it could be you doing something wrong, because it seems like you're pretty, yeah.
Evelyn Parker.
Whatever.
What do you know about her?
Not much. Everyone's got their own booths, their own problems, their own little bubbles. It's a fragile ecosystem. People like you barge in, violate it, try to rearrange. No.
You gotta help me. Please. I'm no threat. But she could be in trouble. Just want to talk to her, find out if she's okay.
In case you haven't noticed, Dollwork's not the most secure job in the world. One day you're in, the next you're out, and maybe gone.
Anything out of the ordinary happen here lately?
Fine. Heard a customer did a number on her. But that's all I know. Shit like that happens around here way more often than anybody'd care to admit. You ought to ask Tom. Two of them were inseparable, gossiping for hours on end.
Who's Tom?
A doll, like the rest of us. What do you think, an XBD star?
Where'll I find him?
VIP area. Booth 2, I think.
Thanks. See? You turned out to be useful after all.
Well, that was jarring.
At least I would hear no laments about pain.
It hurts. It hurts. It's a hollow rail. What's so hard to get?
Second floor is for VIP customers only.
How to hack it. So what do we do?
What was that?
No, I can't. I can just sneak past you.
False alarm.
Three with 2. Yes.
What will you have?
You better keep this short and sweet. 2 brain.
Hi. I think something might have gone wrong here. Not really sure, don't have your details? Sorry, no idea what I'm supposed to do.
Need to get in touch with Evelyn Parker. It's important.
You and me both. Tried calling her a bunch of times. No luck.
Mean to say she's not here?
She had an accident. Needed to go to a special clinic in Osaka. Or Oslo.
Yeah,
I think it was
Osaka's
Oslo.
a bit farther.
For a new faceplate.
Osaka or Oslo? Which was it?
Oslo. Yeah, definitely Oslo.
Tell you herself she was skipping town?
Nah, just didn't show up for work. Wasn't picking up either, so I asked Woodman what was up. Told me she left, like I said.
Where can I find this Woodman?
Probably got his feet up in the back office. Except it's off limits to customers.
Yeah.
Woodman. Who is he?
Mr. Forrest. But everybody calls him Woodman. Never really known why.
Okay, Mr. Forrest then. What's his thing?
He's kinda like our caretaker. Finds new talent, deals with ugly situations.
Got it.
Thanks.
Could it be Woodman finally shed some light on this shit show? Man can only dream. The skull sponges in these dolls. Ugh, that's what they should be replacing.
Okay, F11 is quick load, I believe. Sorry, didn't know there would be someone back here. Ah! Fuck you, whoever that was. I assume Captain, but cannot be sure. Okie doke. Both are one away. I like technical ability too much. Oh, actually, that was not one away. Well, I'm glad I went that direction then.
Someone's here. I can feel it.
Why did I do that?
Nothing there. But stay vigilant.
No clients allowed in here. Well, dear, close the door on the way out, would ya?
As you can see, I'm very busy.
Looking for a girl named Evelyn Parker.
Got nobody working here by that name.
But she used to. What happened to her?
Probably did what all the dolls try to do. Found a unicorn to set her up for life. Ah, you could do better. Try Roxy over at Booth 2. Same heart-shaped ass. Behavioral chip will do the rest. Won't feel any difference.
Don't have time for your games. Need to know where Evelyn is.
We're running a skin circus here, in case you haven't noticed. Not a missing persons bureau. Let me guess. You played with the doll once or twice, and now you want to run off into the sunset. Go down to reception. They'll find your soulmate 2.0 in even fewer seconds than that.
Look to me like a reasonable man. I think we can work something out.
And you look to me like a psycho bitch who's never been ghosted by her belle or beau before. But go on. I'm listening.
You've got info, I've got Eddie's. It's a fair trade. What's your price?
You need to pull your head out of your ass. Eddie's will buy you a horse here, not snitches. I look like either of those to you?
Had a look at the menu here, and no, you don't look a thing like these meat puppets. More like a Joy Boy's cum rag.
You insolent bitch.
Well, aren't you the queen of fuck-ups?
You're not helping. Now what?
Hell, why don't you just scan the truth from his gray, lifeless eyes? Or scour his cop?
That just might work.
They're all chilling.
Sold her off to a Ripper.
Chip was busted. Could have sent her to get it patched up.
A Ripper named Fingers in a back alley for hookers. Sounds like a Joy Toy's wet dream.
I want my shit back.
Looks familiar.
What's that?
Evelyn's jacket. Crumpled like a tissue. Must have been here a while.
Okay. That's something. The fuck? She had a fucking samurai sword. Named the cocktail stick. Sick. Yeah, last time I played this, I did that part a bit cleverer, but, you know, such is life. Huh. What the fuck is that? Oh. Cool shotgun. Oh, you guys are customers. You are not a customer. Ah, Jesus.
Cover fire! Oh, fuck her up! Cover fire!
Cool.
You come out alone. We won't hurt you. I promise.
Okay. I believe you. Yeah, fucking think of me.
meant to return your weapon.
I bet you wouldn't.
Hey, I don't know anything. I just work here.
I figure. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Nice work back there. Ever thought of applying for the diplomatic corps?
That's why I think of you.
Don't have time to massage egos.
I respect that.
Of course you do. You'd have loved to drop an H-bomb on this place.
No need to go so OTT. I've got other methods.
Mm-hmm.
One thing's for sure, though. Claus won't forget this.
I hope not.
The latest from around the world. The Lunarinskaya uranium mine collapse that occurred just outside Novosibirsk in southern Siberia has concluded with a happy ending. As you recall, 35 miners became trapped deep underground following a high-magnitude earthquake.
Oh, I can sway.
Thanks to their
Whoa. Awesome.
You had a plan. You tried. It fell flat. Now you're flat. Don't look in any condition to find Helmut.
evaluation, the miners were able to immediately return to work.
The hell's that?
Hell's what?
No, damn it.
Jesus, the fuck do you want from me?
It's all going too slow. Gonna decommission before we learn how to rip the chip out.
Wanted me dead. Said so yourself.
Made it pretty clear since that I changed my mind. Want you to live now.
Asked you already. What the hell you want from me?
I got a get out of jail free card. I'd be a fucking fool not to take advantage. See, me and Arasaka, we got a half-century-old score needs settling, and I plan to do it. That's what I need you for.
But why? Fighting for some dated ideal? Pursuing a personal vendetta?
You don't need to know. Here to get me from point A to point B. Listen, I know things. Where we can save your life. Who can help us do that? You'll get rid of the chip. I'll smash Sokka. Win-win, kid. Soul Killer's what we need. And Mikoshi's how we grab it.
Okay, so this Mikoshi, what is it exactly?
Okay, basics. If you're jacked in, cruising the net, Arasaka can use Soul Killer, an AI, to trap, fry, and pack away your psyche, your mind, and your soul. Following so far?
Yeah, seen the memories. Did a real number on you.
Okay, seems we've got a few more things to broach than I thought, but that'll come later. Anyway, when Soul Killer fries,
you didn't know I had
roasts,
saw
and
those.
boils you die.
Fascinating.
But the contents of your mind get copied to an engram first.
Sure. That's how you became a construct.
Exactly. Now, Mikoshi's the place Soul Killer operates out of, where it stores its victims' engrams.
Still don't see how Mikoshi's linked to my chip problem.
Not the brightest bulb on stage, are ya? 50 years back, ops on the human mind. Mikoshi was the sole place on Earth where they did anything like that.
Okay.
Bet it still is today. Telling ya, all roads lead there. It's where we'll settle our biz. You yours, me mine.
been, how you plan to smash Arasaka this time? Got another nuke tucked away?
This time, bombs named Alta Cunningham.
I'm supposed to know who that is.
Not yet, but you will once we find what we need. For now, we got no time to lose. Need to get inside Makoshi.
Okay, we'll try. Fuck, better than nothing. Yes.
V, you called.
Promised I'd call, didn't I?
Promising's one thing, keeping it's a whole other bag. So, managed to learn anything?
Evelyn's not at Clouds anymore. Behavioral chip was damaged. Apparently they carted her off to a Ripper doc goes by Fingers.
Oh shit.
Know where to find this Fingers character?
Yeah, runs a dinky chop shop off Jig Jig Street. Fuck V. Guy's all kinds of bad news.
Heading there now, to find her.
I told her to stay the fuck away from Clouds. Alright, later, V.
Well, well, what do we got here? And you just the cutest thing. If you're looking for a release, I just might be your man.
I'd sooner kill you.
Got an issue needs sorting out. Here to do that. So how about you fuck off, let me through, and no one will be the wiser.
So serious from the get-go? I was only joking. Sheesh.
I
Fine.
just super don't
Let her
have time
through,
for your
Sludge.
silly jokes.
Hands off her!
Think I'm scared of your skinny ass?
You will be when every Mox in town descends on this shithole.
You got a financial claim? Take it to court, you pussy.
And leave me be!
V, hey.
You shouldn't be here.
Everyone's got their breaking point. Just pay me what you owe me, and you can fuck off.
Hello? There's a line.
Nuh-uh, you ain't cutting.
Sit
Glad
your
to
ass
see it
down
from
and wait your
face.
turn.
I'm worried sick about her, V. Had no idea anything had happened.
We'll find her. I know we will.
What? Come on, you pull
You talked to Fingers yet?
If only. He's harder to get in to see than the best docs in town. We're gonna be here forever. I just know it. Maybe you could talk to those girls, see if we can cut in front?
Why me?
I don't think they like me. Just give it a shot. That or come up with something better.
You worked at Clouds.
Not as a doll. Tuned their virtues. That's where I met Ev, Tom, and the rest of the crew.
Well, I guess we're kind of doing this the hard way now. Cool. Anyway.
Someone ain't messing around.
What the hell?
What the? Hey, this isn't some esquif den in Pacifica. Sit in, wait your turn.
Where's Evelyn Parker? I know she wound up here at your clinic.
Evelyn. Evelyn.
Think real hard now.
You see, my patient here is likely to feel ever so slightly awkward if I leave half her face off.
Cutting her a really shitty deal, Doc. Faceplate's got a busted eyelid retractor.
Hey, my patient is fully aware of her impending upgrade's drawbacks. Consider the alternative. No eyelid at all, no faceplate to speak of.
Tell me where Evelyn Parker is.
Yes, but I have a procedure I must finish. May I?
Well,
Fine, I'll wait.
I need you to be a big girl now. This could hurt.
This is grim. Got drunk, came back, and you're still alive. I know, I know. I'm addicted.
There. How's it feel?
Probably bad.
Fine, I guess.
Looks fine, too. And it never hurts to smile, sweetheart.
Fight with that.
You tiger claws? Far as I know, I'm all paid up.
You fucking wish.
We're with the Mox.
No, we're not.
The Mox? Why didn't you say so? So, what brings you here?
These girls know you're chipping faulty implants.
You might say so. I'd say they're the very best I can find. See?
What's in it for you?
Money?
Whatever they have to offer. And they always have something to offer.
You're a sick fuck. Know that?
You looking for a friend?
Already told you. I'm looking for a woman named Evelyn Parker. Need to know where she is.
Step
How was your
into
show,
my
though?
Office, please. Many girls come through here. So many. But let me put it to you this way. I believe in giving each of them the personal touch. Ask anyone. I'm more than a chop doc. See, I know what people truly want. I'll be more than glad to show you around. But, later, perhaps. Of course. I can't remember each and every one.
Forrest. Name mean anything to you?
Nope.
They call him Woodman. Works at the dollhouse.
You talked to him?
Yeah, I don't mind upgrading that.
Didn't like Woodman's tone. So I made sure he'll have a tough time speaking for a while. Not too fond of you either right about now. So careful what you say.
What a concerning, fucking dizzying amount of emotes. Hi. Hello, famed sports player. Stairs Bloodthirsty. Keanu Reeves legit made this game. I love Johnny's character. I am having trouble loving him at the moment, but I'm hoping he grows on me.
Tried to help her, I did. But as you can see, this isn't exactly a state-of-the-art facility.
Mm-hmm. Get to the point.
Get to the point.
The point? Ah, yes. Well, I haven't the faintest idea where she is.
Okay, I'm gonna break
Enough
your
of
nose
this
now.
Bullshit. What'd you do to her, you freak?
Now, either you put a muzzle on this creature, or put her down. It's impossible to have a conversation with her around.
You are scum. Pathetic. A waste of words. I'm a hair away from putting you down.
2 beefers from a BD studio took her. Didn't even know their names.
Want details, damn it. Name the studio.
They mentioned a moth of all things. Virtues with the death's head. Said she'd be good for the moth.
Thanks.
Need air. I'll be outside.
You dead? Doesn't really say. This. Jesus. Anyway, this seems fitting. Cool. No, I'm good. Shop's closed. I would scram. You know what? You do you.
I let her go back to Clouds. Could have stopped her, but I didn't.
We'll find her.
Don't worry. We'll find her. I know it. We'll fucking find what's left of her butchered corpse. Hey! Keep it together! Wanna give up now? No. Only lead we got's an XBD. Where's that get us?
I don't know. That's your thing,
we're looking
man.
for something related to the Death's Head. Better than nothing. I don't get your optimism. Still sounds like a big fat nothing to me.
People have brand logos because they want to be recognized, which means someone will recognize them.
Death's Head symbol bring anything to mind. Anything. Doesn't matter how small. This industry... I mean, market's looking for every kind of fetish out there. It's cavernous. But an XBD outfitted be on the move almost always. Makes them harder to nab, harder to sting.
Yeah, but they want to sell.
Need to figure out
We're
where
not
they're scrolling
cops.
this stuff.
You can just go try and buy it.
Gotta be a rat hole of some sort. Doubt they do much shooting on location. Yeah, gotta be somewhere quiet, out of the way. Could be we'll see something to point us in their direction in one of their virtues. Ugh, have to be real gonks to leave a clue. Everyone, everything leaves something behind. Just need to know where to look. Lucky for me, I'm running around with the best BD specialist in town. That's an extra pair of expert eyes.
Well, your BD expert has a better idea. Pleasures of Night City, a domain with its twin on the dark net.
The dark net, you say?
Every kind of thing goes on there. Might stumble on something useful.
Cool.
Let me think for a sec.
Do I know a local fixer?
Darknet domain. That's our best bet. Let's stick to the plan. Fine. Here's hoping you turn up something useful. I'll wait in the van.
Cool.
Looking for something raw. I'll come back some other time.
Betting on it.
Hey.
How about you? You buying or just gonna stand there like a pig undercover?
Looking for BDs. A particular kind.
Particular? You a badge?
Give me the best of the best. Ones with the Death's Head.
Didn't know I was dealing with a connoisseur. Death's Head'll cost you, though.
How about a discount for your newest customer?
Only give regulars discounts. If you're short, then fuck off.
Okay.
Got anything that might interest me?
Pleasure doing biz with you.
I'm gonna start calling people gonks when they're being goobers. This cannot possibly go wrong in any way. I fucks with it. Thanks. What?
Hop in.
Okay. Got a thing.
Let me get everything prepped. You make sure the wreath's snug on you.
Okay.
You'll watch while I edit in real time. The old one too. Ready when you are.
Why is Mon still
I want you to
streaming?
describe what you see.
Great question.
Like catch.
I am incredibly easy. Ebertin, one could even say.
Editing mode's good to go. Stick around all you want.
Scat woman. Who knew that besides chopping people up, they were scrolling XBDs? Ordered recently. Electric corp patch on the coveralls.
Okay.
Ordinary box. Decker, Tanaka, and Rogers logo. Standard for a trash heap. Can't beat that rich synth cough aroma. Cheap shit. Cold too. Buck a slice. Coffee was cold. Like from the day before. Pizza looked fresh though.
Okay.
So? Means someone's grabbing buck a slice regularly. Which is not something one does for the flavor and fresh ingredients. Pizza shares its DNA with styrofoam.
Again.
Nobody's gonna schlep across town for it.
Another reason
We're looking for an electric corp power plant.
that the Nomad
located near
opening
Buck-a-Slice.
does not. My posture is actually pretty good.
DC
Thank
used
you
to
for
have a
checking.
Big old complex in Charter Hill. Buck a Slice checks out too. How can you be sure though?
Here we go.
Got
Old
it.
electric corp power
Horrific.
plant in Charter Hill. Gotta make do with that for now. Nothing else to garner from
Another reason the Nomad background doesn't really work for this campaign, you know? I know so much intimate knowledge about the pizza parlors of Night City. That's fucking weird corpo or street kid.
No time to lose. We gotta go there.
Definitely. Ride with me?
Let's get going.
On our way.
Still can't shake it. That virtue sample we saw with the Death's Head moth. If all they scroll is snuff,
Man.
then
Stop it. They'd have to be utter gonks to waste her on something like that.
what do you mean?
We're talking about a girl who's not only a natural at what she does, but also has got a doll's implant. I mean, that's not a package you find lying out in the street.
Damn. Pretty grim understanding of motives. Been living with Jackie for a while? That's true. I don't know how long, but maybe a while. Aw. Hi, Hilda.
And as always, your business is my business. We'll kick off the day with a broad scan of the market. Kiroshi
And here we are.
Quadra dips by one. New American
You going in?
revs up
Find us a way inside. I'll hang back, scan the subnet, see if there's any blueprints of the complex lying around.
Okay.
Join you as soon as I find something. Let's link on Hollow till then.
right. 10 points.
Sounds good.
But why?
All right, going in.
Coming on.
Technical ability for that? Crazy. Ooh, or force open. Ooh. There we are. God, can you fucking get on there? You're killing me.
Right, enough slacking around. Get that shit off the street. If you're in such a hurry, you do it. Looks like no one's taught you your place yet. We don't do breaks. Well, I've been here for days, doing nothing but moving.
As you recall, 35 miners became trapped deep underground following a high-magnitude earthquake. But thanks to their Suze Lake 2 hibernation implant, the miners were able to survive without access to food and fresh water for 2 weeks.
I'm bored.
Fortunately, after their rescue and following a brief rest for technical evaluation, the miners were able to immediately return to work. Moving from below the earth to above it, has announced plans to establish a new colony on the Red Planet. The proposed base will be subdivided into 3 areas: industrial,
They are gonna find my ass.
Heard shots. You still alive?
I'm here. Got no time to creep around.
What do you mean? You're doing a great job creeping around. Oh, why did I do that? I could just turn it off here. What?
I'll get you, motherfucking punk!
Got the blueprint. Be there in a sec. Try to find a way to the lower levels.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Cool. Oh. Somebody's arm.
I'm Jillian Jordan. For the Syracuse
Found a way down. You see my position?
Yep, be there in a sec. Wait for me. here. We need to get to level -2. Bet. Hear that?
Hear what?
That shirt. I know it.
This is gonna be fucking grim, I'll bet.
Evelyn's? Without a doubt.
Cool. He's been disarmed. Ah. Yeah, you're right.
We don't have enough methionine for today's batch.
And the weight will be right.
RTL?
Erythritol. It's like candy for grown-ups.
This RTL, it won't make anyone fall.
God, I love a throwing knife. That shit's nice.
Looks like snuffs are only the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, you know, honestly, this seems less morally rough. Just making drugs, like, comparatively. This, yeah, maybe I'll just shut up, actually.
Need to get into the hallway past this room. Okay. What about them? I can always just get rid of them my way. Your call, but you gotta make it now.
How do you know? He's the boss, isn't he? So he should live like one.
He's the boss because he can get any pussy to work for dirt. Pussies like you.
It used to be that pussies were just pussies. Now we're the ones with our dicks in our
Hey, what if we stopped losing and started winning for once, huh?
Go on.
You and me load the crates into my own breeder.
Eat it, assholes. Looks like you got them all. They heard something. Now Delta to the hallway.
Fuck.
Cover me, I'm empty.
I don't know that we did. Do I have any? Oh. Oh. Okay, well that's less helpful. Okay. Doing good.
Clear.
Doing great.
Keep going.
Okay.
Coffers. Classic. Can't go wrong.
What are you talking about?
Except these are solid steel, not the soft core plastic kind. Even if you come here on your own, gunning to become a star, there's no guarantee you're ever getting out.
Brim.
I think that's a maintenance room. See what I can stir up. Not going for it.
I'm being a good bean having Baldur's Gate 3 installing right now. Let's fucking go. I will also be heading to bed soon. Good night, Cap. 1C, 1C, C5. There it is.
Close to the studio, I think. You find anything useful?
Freed up the elevator. Should be easier to get out of here. You really don't fuck around, do you? Wait 1 sec for me.
Okay. Oh. Can I destroy junk items for stuff? I can do that. Yeah. Fuck it. Cool. Also, now I want to upgrade my shit. We'll upgrade this knife with a fuck ton of batteries, I guess. Why not? How about that? Cool.
Following a brief rest for technical evaluation, the miners were able to immediately return to work. Moving on below the Earth to Urbana, Militech has announced plans to establish a new colony on the Red Planet. The proposed base.
We find you one way or another. You hear?
All right, I'm here. Let's
Hey.
find her. Hang in there, Ev.
Oh. Scared me.
That's Evelyn. Just don't touch her.
If she's recording, you'll scramble her brain. Wait until I cut her link. I see her. Cable 2. Grab it and tell me when you're gonna yank it. I'll break the link at my end at the same time. All right, let's do this. Wait for my signal. Here goes. Ready? And...
She never said now, so I never pressed it. I don't fucking know.
Thank God. Ev?
Jesus.
Evelyn, you hear me? She okay to be moved? No brain hemorrhages, damage to the spine? Doesn't seem to have any wounds. Guess we got no choice. Let's get her somewhere safe. Fast, too. Which way? I sealed the doors and managed to power the elevators. Elevators it is, then.
Whoa. What time do we want to reconvene? I don't know. Good question. Maybe 1? Maybe a little later?
Come on, is it really that hard? Please, just one. For me?
Fine.
Fine, have it your way. Smoke to your lungs' content.
Ah, finally, something better than exhaust in the stench of the city. Don't tell me you don't feel it too. We going in?
Let's give him a couple. You saw how she looked.
If it was up to me, I would have splashed some water on her face back at the studio and asked her straight up.
She was not gonna respond. You're kind of an idiot.
Won't be looking much better if you don't get your ass in gear. I'm not about to stand around waiting for some dumb whore to finally wake up and realize what she's done.
Yeah, you are.
Won't be looking much better if you...
Oh my
It's not
God.
up to you, though, is it? Let's go.
She's sleeping. At least I think she is. Her eyes are closed and she's not shaking anymore. I would have already killed her by now if I didn't feel so bad for her.
You're mad at her. Why?
When you asked me to scour her behavioral chip, I was just about done dealing with your shit.
Judy, I didn't have
I
any...
know. It's okay.
So I don't get why...
You'll find out in a sec. I'll show you the virtue I found.
Okay, show me.
Give me a sec while I set the parameters.
Okay.
Guess we'll find out if our doll really did lose her tune. Come on, V.
Anyone tell you you're fucking grim? Like, as a person?
Have a seat.
All right, roll it.
Data was in pretty rough shape. Not all that editable.
Huh. Glad you managed to salvage him in the first place.
Needs a second to load. Quality's lousy, but I did what I could. What am I looking out for? Every single piece of tech I...
Yeah, take a look around if you want. Can't see her face.
Under normal circumstances, that kind of encryption's easy to crack. But not this time. Whoever she is, she's got serious net running skills.
That, or someone's working it for her. I think I recognize these.
What are they?
Vive markings.
You familiar with them?
Not enough to know what they actually mean. Heard of who might use them, though. Who? Could be the Voodoo Boys, but that's just a hunch. Can't be 100% sure.
Single piece of tech I see, security.
Hard to find.
We need a layout of the whole room.
I wouldn't know where to start.
We will get everything else we need from the Virtue.
What about his messages?
Only if you can do it and be parfait pourri. It's most important that he suspect nothing. Try to be your usual, relaxed self.
And if he starts talking about the biochip himself, should I...
Biochip? Where you hear this? That is not of interest to you.
Might not be important.
Maybe, but all of them are from Pacifica. Narrows down our search at least.
What now?
Looks
Should
like
I-
I'm going on a field trip to Pacifica.
Biochip? Where you hear this? That is not of interest to you. You spin the Virtue, you come back here, we give you the eddies. That is your one job. The rest is none
But
of your
instead you
concern.
tried to rob it for yourself.
Understand.
Alright, think we got everything.
What do you think?
Looks like Evelyn never told us the whole truth.
You're telling me. If I'd known what she'd gotten herself into... I'm so mad at her.
Her only job was to record a Virtue. Pretty damn amazing she managed to organize a full-blown heist. And swipe the biochip from under her boss's noses.
So that's where you came in. She hired you. And brought this all on herself. On you two. There's one more recording. Wanna see it?
Sure, why not? Nothing can surprise me at this point.
Oui, oui, allez. Nous taking risque.
What language is she speaking?
Dunno. Haitian Creole? It is the Voodoo Boys.
Didn't I? Wait, let me see if I've got an auto-translator. Meantime, you try to tune into the phone's frequency. See what the other side's saying. Got it. Give it a second.
We have to know what they're saying. Could be important.
Fine. Just found the auto-translate package. Should get along fine with your system. I'll install it now.
Vous pensez même que ça l'a fait nous un problème?
On n'est pas enragé. En plus, c'est le plus bon moyen de nous gagner pour...
I'm dealing with one hand because Milo has decided this is the perfect opportunity to come cuddle.
Oui, mais soyons nous pour... Faut que nous pourtions là.
Moi, t'as aimé quoi même j'avais, qui Sylvain a mené nous tirer sous halte.
Vous gagnez plus mon idée? Très bien. Si vous décidez si c'est bon critiquer ça me pense, à continuer à faire travail.
Okay, Judy, we're good.
All right, disconnecting.
I don't get it. What's this have to do with Johnny Silverhand? He died, like, forever ago. V, you got any idea?
Sure.
Biochip we stole? It's got Silverhand's engram burned onto it.
Engram?
Digitized psyche. Personality construct.
Yeah?
Can you give me a minute? I need to go over some stuff in my head.
Of course.
These people, what could they want from Alt?
How the hell should I know?
Got no notion whatsoever?
One way or another, everything leads back to that Netrunner. Finding her's our biggest priority. If she knows as much as I think she knows about the chip, she can help us out.
Thought you said nothing could help us.
Nah, just find us that Juju Wirehead, okay?
Alright. But that will be another adventure for another time. I am genuinely ready. Shocking transition. Ah, we're here. I am fucking beat. I am gonna collapse at any fucking second. And I know exactly where we're going, so don't even fucking worry about it. I love streaming for you. I'm excited to stream again for you again tomorrow. For now, you will be going to our own beloved Eden. Huge fan of Eden, always. Copy the raid message if you are still awake to do so. And just bring our general good vibes to our favorite fucking bastard. Our favorite lover of sand. Our knower of crazy weather. Yeah, I'll see you again soon. Bye bye. Have a good night. I am gonna collapse so instantly, so fucking instantly. Bye.